Chapter 28-21. In addition, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looked at Old Wei and said, "I'll give you another 100 crystal veins and soul veins." Crystal veins, soul veins? Old Wei was slightly taken aback, shook his head and said, "We have all of these, you don't have to give them to us." "Are you sure you don't want them? These aren't ordinary crystal veins and soul lines." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Although this old man has never been to the divine land, I can be considered as someone who has seen the world. Other than the divine-level soul veins and crystal veins, they are nothing in my eyes." Old Wei chuckled. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Did Old Wei think that he was going to give him the soul veins and crystal veins below the divine level? If it's rank 1 or 2 divine-level soul veins and crystal veins, this old man can still consider it. Old Wei said again, "Old senior, you're looking down on this junior." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. A mere rank 1 or 2 divine-level soul veins and crystal veins, he couldn't take them out. Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, Old Wei couldn't help but be suspicious. Could it be that it was more than rank 1 or 2? "Come with me, elder." Qin Feiyang didn't explain much, turned around and landed in a valley below, and transmitted his voice. "Fire Lotus, are you ready?" "Is it necessary?" Fire Lotus asked secretly. "Of course. You and Hui Yi have helped me so much all these years. What's a mere crystal vein and soul vein?" Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "That's right. Giving the crystal vein and soul vein to Nine Heaven Palace was all because of Fire Lotus and Hui. Especially Fire Lotus, who had been helping him all these years. Could be said that, without Fire Lotus, there wouldn't be the current Black Tortoise realm. Because the current Black Tortoise realm was created by Fire Lotus. So, putting himself in their shoes, he naturally wouldn't mistreat Fire Lotus and Nine Heaven Palace. "Alright." Fire Lotus responded. So, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 100 crystal veins and soul veins appeared. "This is?" Elder Wei stood beside Qin Feiyang. At first, he didn't think much of it, but when he saw these crystal veins and soul lines with his own eyes, he was shocked. Even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 100 crystal veins and spirit veins. This was because he discovered that he couldn't see through the levels of these crystal veins and soul veins. "These are all rank 8 deities." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Level 8? God realm," Old Wei muttered, his eyes filled with shock. "You couldn't find a single crystal vein and soul vein of this level in the entire 4 regions. Perhaps it was rare even in the divine land." When he came back to his senses, Elder Wei hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This is too precious. I don't deserve it. Why are you being so polite with me?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "This old man is not being polite with you. You're facing dragons now. What you need the most is cultivation resources. This kind of supreme treasure is the most helpful to you. Don't give it to us. It's a waste." Elder Wei shook his head. Taking out 100 rank 8 spirit veins and crystal veins in one go was simply too shocking. Spirit veins and crystal veins of this level were legendary existences in his eyes. "I still have a lot." Qin Feiyang smiled. "A lot?" Elder Wei was stunned. "Back in the divine land, I snatched a lot of crystal veins and soul veins. And now, the time rule of the Black Tortoise realm is 1,000 years, so they've all evolved to rank 8 deities." Qin Feiyang said. 1,000 years in a day. The corner of Elder Wei's mouth twitched. These were all monsters. After pondering for a while, he said, "Well, this old man won't stand on ceremony with you. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted by the rank 8 deities' soul veins and crystal veins. It was only because he considered that Qin Feiyang and the others needed more crystal veins and soul veins, so he refused. But now, since Qin Feiyang said that he had a lot, he certainly didn't stand on ceremony." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, "How is Shangguan Qiu now?" "She went to the divine land a long time ago." Elder Wei said. "What? She went to the divine land?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "The last time the Pavilion Master went to the divine land, he took Shangguan Qiu with him. The Pavilion Master came back and said that Shangguan Qiu chose to stay in the divine land. Elder Wei said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Why did they go to the Divine Land? Didn't they tell you before that the chief pavilion master would go to the Divine Land every 100 years? Elder Wei asked. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. Yes, but it's been so long that I forgot. It was the deputy pavilion master who told him this. He went to the deputy pavilion master to inquire about the dragons. The deputy pavilion master told him that if he really wanted to go to the Divine Land, he could go together with the pavilion master. Qin Feiyang also asked how long it would take for the pavilion master to go to the Divine Land. The deputy pavilion master answered that it would take 50 years. Qin Feiyang couldn't wait 50 years, so he didn't take it to heart. Shangguan Qiu entered the Divine Land after he entered the Hell of the Nether King. And he stayed in the Hell of the Nether King for more than 200 years. In other words, Shangguan Qiu had stayed in the Divine Land for almost 200 years. Why did she stay in the Divine Land? Qin Feiyang frowned. Elder Wei sighed. Do you still need to think about it? Any sensible person knows that she must have done it for you. Silly woman. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, Did the pavilion master say where she is in the Divine Land now? You'll have to ask Shangguan Fenglong or the pavilion master. Elder Wei said. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and sighed. She can't stay in the treasure house of the Divine Land. What do you mean? She's a member of the treasure house. Isn't it good to stay in the treasure house? Elder Wei was suspicious. There are some things that you don't understand. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. That's it for now. I'll go find the pavilion master. Okay. Elder Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang opened an altar and walked up. Strange. Elder Wei shook his head, put away the vein of soul and vein of crystal, and returned to the ninth heaven palace. When he found the first elder, explained this matter, and took out the vein of soul, vein of crystal, divine weapons, and divine arts, the first elder was also shocked. The first elder was filled with emotion. He didn't expect that in just a few hundred years, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy had grown to such a level and given such a rich reward to the ninth heaven realm. In the southwest of the northern region, there was a stretch of undulating mountains. Somewhere in the mountain, there was a valley. In the valley, there was a courtyard, and beside the courtyard, there was a small pond. Inside, lotus leaves stood tall and lotus flowers bloomed. In addition, there was a vegetable garden around. Numerous green wild vegetables, exuding vitality, swayed in the wind. From the looks of it, it was as if an ordinary family lived here. Everything appeared ordinary and plain. However, when Qin Feiyang came here and looked at the courtyard in front of him, his face was full of respect. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang recovered his true appearance and bowed. Junior Qin Feiyang requests to see the pavilion master. At that moment, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded, and a woman walked out of the house. The woman was about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a red dress. Her black hair was tied up high, with an exquisite jade hairpin in the middle, looking dignified and virtuous. Moreover, she was very kind, without any threatening aura. Although there were crow's feet at the corner of her eyes, whether it was her figure or skin, they were all like a young girl. It's really you? The pavilion master stood at the door and looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The pavilion master walked quickly to Qin Feiyang and asked, Didn't you go to the Hell of Hades? I just came back. Qin Feiyang said. That's not right. I heard that this Hell of Hades can only come out after 1,000 years. Are you really Qin Feiyang? The pavilion master frowned. Qin Feiyang took out a Heaven's Eye stone, held it in his hand, and said with a wry smile, It's real. Seeing that the Heaven's Eye stone did not respond for a long time, the pavilion master was finally relieved and asked suspiciously, It's not time yet, how did you come out? By chance, I found a way out. Qin Feiyang smiled vaguely. The pavilion master rolled his eyes, obviously not believing it, but he did not continue to ask and said, Come in and sit. Qin Feiyang walked into the yard and followed the pavilion master to the stone table next to him. The pavilion master smiled and said, Why did you suddenly come to me? Qin Feiyang sighed and said, There's something I have to ask. What is it? The pavilion master was suspicious. Shengguan Qiu. Qin Feiyang said. The pavilion master was stunned and asked, "You've seen her?" "I haven't returned to the divine land yet. How could I see her? I just went to see Elder Wei, and he told me that Shengguan Qiu stayed in the divine land, so I came to you to ask about the details." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." The pavilion master nodded and said with a smile, "After I took her to the divine land, I went to the divine land again." "She's doing well in the divine land. Then where is she?" Qin Feiyang asked. The pavilion master smiled and said, "The treasure school in the Holy Dragon City." "She really went to the treasure school, and it's the treasure school in the Holy Dragon City." Qin Feiyang's face suddenly darkened. "What's wrong?" Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, the pavilion master was puzzled. "What's she doing in the treasure school?" Qin Feiyang asked instead of answering. "Of course, she's helping the steward of the treasure school in the Holy Dragon City to take care of the treasure school's affairs," Qin Feiyang said. "The steward of the treasure school." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and his divine power emerged and condensed into a round fatso. "That's him. Last time I visited Qiu, she said that the steward treats her very well. And she made a friend called Ren Xiaolan. Ren Xiaolan is also helping the steward to take care of the treasure school's affairs." The pavilion master said. "Whether it's the steward or Ren Xiaolan, I know them all. This Ren Xiaolan is valued by the steward because of me." Qin Feiyang sighed. The pavilion master said suspiciously, "They're all people you know. Isn't that good? Why do you look so sad?" "There are some things that you don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What are you trying to say?" The pavilion master frowned. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Do they know about my relationship with Shengguan Qiu?" "They know. That's why the chief pavilion master let Qiu stay in the Holy Dragon City." The pavilion master nodded. "What? You've seen the chief pavilion master?" Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. "We didn't see him with our own eyes, but according to the steward of the treasure school in the Holy Dragon City, the chief pavilion master seemed to be very happy after knowing about your relationship with Qiu." The pavilion master smiled. Chapter 28-22. She was worried that she couldn't deal with me, and now you're giving her such a good bargaining chip. Of course she's happy. Qin Feiyang snorted. "Deal with you? Bargaining chip?" The cabinet master was surprised. "That's right. You're giving her timely help by sending Shengguan Qiu to her." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" The cabinet master was confused. "Don't you understand? The chief cabinet master and I are enemies. You're just causing trouble for me," Qin Feiyang said angrily. If he didn't know the cabinet master well, he would have suspected that the cabinet master was deliberately targeting him. "What? Your enemies?" The cabinet master was surprised. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. After calming down, he asked, "You've been to the divine land. You should have heard of the dragon-slaying palace, right?" "I've heard a little about it," the cabinet master said. "The dragon-slaying palace has 4 sovereigns. 2 of them are my 2 ancestors. Of the remaining 2, one is Supreme Cloud and the other is Supreme Beast. Supreme Beast has already submitted to me. Now only Supreme Cloud is left. Supreme Cloud is the chief cabinet master of the treasure school," Qin Feiyang said. "The chief cabinet master is one of the 4 sovereigns of the dragon-slaying palace?" The cabinet master was shocked. "Although she's a sovereign of the dragon-slaying palace, she's tried to get rid of me more than once because of her ambition. She even fought with me in the Nether King's Hell. But in the end, she died in the hands of Senior Brother Lunatic. Think about it. Now that you've sent Shengguan Qiu to her, how can she not be happy?" Qin Feiyang said. "How could this be?" the cabinet master murmured. "Shengguan Qiu was not only her disciple, but also her biological daughter. But now, she had pushed Shengguan Qiu into the fire pit. Wait. Since the chief cabinet master is dead, does that mean Er's crisis no longer exists?" the cabinet master asked. "It's not as simple as you think. Supreme Cloud's divine soul's hell before she went there. In other words, even if we kill her in the Underworld King's Hell, she will be reborn." Qin Feiyang sighed. What do we do now? The pavilion master panicked. What else can we do? Of course we're going to the divine prefecture and rescue her from the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang said. Then go quickly. The pavilion master urged. We can't go now. We have to wait until dawn. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This was because they had to wait until dawn to open the gate of time and space. I'm sorry, I really didn't know about this. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought her to the divine continent no matter how much Chiu begged me. I wouldn't have left her in the divine continent either. The pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of self-blame. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said, I don't blame you. After all, you are in the northern region and know nothing about the situation in the divine land. Just now, it was also my fault. I couldn't help but get angry with you. It's all right. You're also worried about Chiu? The pavilion master waved his hand. Actually, it's my fault. Shengguan Chiu went to the divine continent because of me. If I had been more ruthless back then and made her hate me more, I don't think this would have happened. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Silly boy. You don't understand things like love. Sometimes, the deeper the hatred, the deeper the love. The pavilion master sighed. Suddenly, Hui Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon appeared and asked suspiciously, What are you doing here? Qin Feiyang looked up at the two of them and asked in surprise, Why are you here? We came back from Dongling and heard from Old Man Wei that you hurriedly came to find the pavilion master, so we came to see if something had happened. The two of them landed beside Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang asked, So, you've already gotten the immortal wine? Of course. Hui Yi nodded and smiled proudly. And this time, we've completely emptied the wine cellar of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly. Hui Yi frowned. Let's get down to business. Did something happen? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and briefly explained the situation. This, Hui Yi frowned and looked at the pavilion master. Why are you so silly? The pavilion master lowered his head and blamed himself. Hui Yi sat at the side and shook his head. It's my fault. When I went to Dongling with little gold to buy the immortal wine, I should have informed you. After Hui Yi finished speaking, he became angry again. But who would have thought that this silly girl would run to the divine continent? Enough! Qin Feiyang stared at Hui Yi and said, For now, Shengguan Chiu shouldn't be in any danger. Hui Yi and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. In the eyes of the pavilion master, we're still in hell. So, there's no point in attacking Shengguan Chiu now. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Even if she wants to use Shengguan Chiu to threaten you, she'll have to wait until hell is closed. As for now, I think she'll just send someone to monitor Shengguan Chiu's whereabouts. Hui Yi nodded. So, this time, we'll go back to the ancient world and play a key role. Because the pavilion master won't think that we've already returned to the ancient world, so there won't be any precautions. After midnight, we'll go to the divine continent. If nothing goes wrong, we'll be able to easily take Shengguan Chiu away. Qin Feiyang said. Haha, it seems that going back to the ancient world is a wise choice. Hui laughed. If they entered hell again and left a few hundred years later, the pavilion master would catch Shengguan Chiu and kill them all when they were unprepared. Actually, there's another crucial point. It's only been a little more than 100 years since the pavilion master was killed. I think the pavilion master's divine soul and divine body haven't been rebuilt yet. The five-clawed golden dragon suddenly said. The pavilion master's cultivation is at the great achievement eternal realm. It'll take at least tens of thousands of years to rebuild her divine body and divine soul. Hui nodded. What's right? Didn't great-grandmother and the others say that the dragon-slaying palace also has a time formation? Although this time formation isn't very good, it can last 50 years in a day. 50 years in a day, 500 years in 10 days, and 5,000 years in 100 days. More than 100 years have passed. She should have rebuilt her divine soul and divine body long ago. Qin Feiyang said. You didn't think of this, did you? Hui Yi smiled proudly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Think about it. She didn't trust Qin Batian and Lu Jingyang. Why would she put her split divine soul in the dragon-slaying palace? Then don't mention entering the dragon-slaying palace to rebuild her divine soul and divine body. You should know that your two ancestors aren't good people. If they knew this, would they let go of this opportunity? Definitely not. So, the chief pavilion master doesn't dare to enter the dragon-slaying palace to rebuild her divine body and divine soul. Hua Yi smiled. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. So I'm sure that she hasn't rebuilt her complete divine soul and divine body. And this is an opportunity for us. We can directly control her divine soul. If she doesn't surrender, we'll destroy her. Hua Yi sneered. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "It's useless to say this now. What if she has other ways? Let's wait until we reach the divine land." Hua Yi smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go back and see Lan." Qin Feiyang said, "Don't tell her about Sheng Guanqiu's current situation." "Do I need you to remind me?" Hua Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang indifferently, opened an altar, and left without looking back. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and waved his hand. Qin Chen appeared in front of him. Qin Feiyang pointed at the woman and said, "This is the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. You should call her senior." "Greetings, senior." Qin Chen bowed respectfully. The pavilion master glanced at Qin Chen and then looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "He's one of my—" Qin Feiyang glanced at Qin Chen with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Finally, he looked at the pavilion master and smiled. "He's my disciple." "Disciple?" Qin Chen was stunned. The pavilion master was also surprised. She looked up at Qin Chen and smiled. "You're lucky to be able to become Qin Feiyang's disciple." Qin Chen wanted to say something but stopped. The five-clawed golden dragon shook his head helplessly and said, "Silly boy, why aren't you greeting your master?" Okay. Qin Chen came back to his senses and quickly knelt on the ground, saying respectfully, "Disciple greets master." "Get up. Little Gold, since you're free now, take him to the north region and let him see the scenery of the ancient world," Qin Feiyang said. The five-clawed golden dragon nodded and picked up Qin Chen as if he was picking up a chick, disappearing into the distance. The pavilion master looked at the back of the five-clawed golden dragon and asked suspiciously, "Feiyang, who is this little gold? Why do I feel that his aura is very strong?" "His real body is a five-clawed golden dragon, and his cultivation is also in the eternal realm. I subdued him in the divine land." Qin Feiyang smiled. Five-clawed golden dragon. The pavilion master was shocked. The five-clawed golden dragon was a divine dragon with an extremely orthodox bloodline power. Even among the dragons, it was rare. Qin Feiyang had subdued a five-clawed golden dragon? Did the dragons know about this? Would they come to find trouble with him? "Don't worry. The dragons wouldn't dare to find trouble with me even if they knew." Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. The pavilion master was slightly stunned and said with a wry smile, "That's true. After all, even in the divine land, you are very famous now." Thinking back to when Qin Feiyang first appeared in the northern region, he didn't have any cultivation at all. If it weren't for his clever mind, he would have died long ago. But now, he had stepped into the greater ninth heaven realm. This speed was really too fast for others to catch up with. Qin Feiyang suddenly transmitted a voice to Dan Wangkai in the castle, "Refine a Triyuan True Spirit elixir for me. I have it ready-made." Dan Wangkai was looking for herbs in the herb field. When he heard Qin Feiyang's voice, he immediately responded. "Then give it to me. I can raise my cultivation to the peak of the ninth heaven realm." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Dan Wangkai responded, took out a jade box, and took out an elixir. Outside, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the elixir appeared in his hand out of thin air. This was the Triyuan True Spirit elixir. Gold, purple, and silver, like three ribbons, intertwined together, looking extremely beautiful. There were also three dragon-shaped elixir chi lingering on it. "What kind of elixir is this?" The pavilion master looked at the Triyuan True Spirit elixir curiously. "An elixir that can help me break through my cultivation." Qin Feiyang chuckled and put the Triuan True Spirit Elixir into his mouth. Boom. So, a surge of majestic energy exploded within his body. Qin Feiyang's aura also burst out uncontrollably. In less than 3 breaths, his cultivation suddenly soared to the peak of the 9th heaven realm. However, right at the moment when he thought that it was the end, his cultivation began to soar once again. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Young master, I forgot to tell you. This Triuan True Spirit Elixir is the same as the Chaos Divine Elixir and the Yin-Yang Chaos Elixir. The Triuan True Spirit Elixir with 3 dragon-shaped elixir chi has a 30% chance of increasing one's cultivation by 2 small realms. Dan Wangcai's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Feiyang said angrily. If he had said so earlier, he would have refined one himself. This way, there would be a 40% chance. Because at that time, he didn't look at the elixir recipe very carefully, so he didn't know there was such a thing. I thought you knew. Dan Wangcai chuckled. You guy. Qin Feiyang felt helpless. Feeling the soaring aura, he was extremely nervous. If he could suddenly reach the peak of the 9th heaven realm, it would undoubtedly save a lot of time. And now, what he needed the most was cultivation, because the peak of the 9th heaven realm was a threshold. Once he stepped into the peak of the 9th heaven realm, he was only 1 step away from the half-step invincible realm. Boom. Time passed breath by breath. Under Qin Feiyang's nervous expectation, his cultivation suddenly soared to the peak of the 9th heaven realm. Great. Qin Feiyang also excitedly slapped the stone table and suddenly stood up. His face was full of excitement. This time, even the white-eyed wolf would be speechless. After all, there was only a 30% chance. No way. At the same time, the pavilion master sitting opposite him was also dumbfounded. He actually broke through 2 small realms in a row. What kind of elixir was this? It was unbelievable. One had to know. This was the 9th heaven realm. Not the god of war or the divine lord. It was incredible. If this elixir was auctioned, wouldn't it cause a frenzy among the people of the 4 major regions? No, it would be a bloodbath. Chapter 28-23. Qin Feiyang restrained his energy and looked at the cabinet master's drooling face. What are you thinking? Well, the cabinet master stammered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. If the treasure pavilion had nothing to do with Supreme Cloud, I would definitely give you this pill without hesitation. The cabinet master smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at the cabinet master. I have a question for you. What is it? The cabinet master was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, if Supreme Cloud is killed one day and the treasure pavilion falls into my hands, will you be my enemy? The cabinet master shook his head. I only want to see the rise of the human race. Nothing else matters. What about the people in Dongling, Shima, and Nanhuang? Qin Feiyang asked. The cabinet master smiled. They should be thinking the same thing as me. I see. Qin Feiyang smiled. He wasn't afraid that the cabinet master would be his enemy. After all, with his current foundation, he could dominate the 4 major regions. Like all the powerful divine artifacts. There were also Fire Lotus, Hui, Feng Daji, and the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. People like Zhao Delai, the Blood Kirin, and the Demon Ancestor were also trying to break through to the Eternal Realm. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the number of Eternal Realm overlords around him reached double digits. Although they still couldn't compare to the dragons, they were invincible in the 4 major regions. However, the Cabinet Master, the Deputy Cabinet Master, and Elder Pang of the Dongling Treasure Pavilion had all helped and supported him before, so he wanted to know their positions in advance. This way, he could think of a way to deal with it in advance. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Cabinet Master, have you heard of the Blood Ancestor? Blood Ancestor? The Cabinet Master paused and shook his head. Never heard of him at all. Qin Feiyang heard this, and a trace of disappointment appeared in his eyes. But on second thought, even the Divine Land didn't know much about the Blood Ancestor, let alone the Cabinet Master of the North region. Is this person very important? The pavilion master was doubtful. It's not that important. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The pavilion master nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "Can you help me contact the great elder?" "All right." The pavilion master took out an image crystal. Very soon, the phantom of an old man appeared. This old man was none other than the great elder of the Nine Heavens Palace. At this moment, the first elder was brimming with joy and happiness. The pavilion master asked curiously, "What's so good that you're so happy?" I can't tell you. The grand elder waved his hand. The reason he was happy was naturally because of the soul vein, crystal vein, divine artifact, and divine art that Qin Feiyang had given to the Nine Heavens Palace. However, before Elder Wei left, he repeatedly reminded him not to tell anyone about it. This old man has actually learned how to act mysterious? The pavilion master was speechless. Someone is looking for you. Looking for me? The grand elder was taken aback. The pavilion master turned the image crystal to face Qin Feiyang. Grand elder. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. It's you. The grand elder immediately smiled even more happily and said, I was still complaining. It's not easy to return to the northern region, but you didn't come to see this old man. I didn't want to cause a sensation. Besides, hasn't Huiyi already returned to the Nine Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang said. How could that kid Huiyi come to see me? He must be surrounding Shangguan Fenglan. The grand elder shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It seemed that other than Elder Wei, no one knew Huiyi's true identity. Qin Feiyang said, Grand Elder, I asked the pavilion master to send you a message mainly to ask you, do you know senior brother Madman? The Grand Elder was slightly taken aback and said unhappily, Look at what you're saying. He's my grandson, of course I know him. Although he wasn't his biological grandson, he had always treated Madman as his own grandson. Then do you know his background? Qin Feiyang asked. Background? The Grand Elder was taken aback, then frowned and said, Don't say, I really don't know about his background. I only heard Mo Wuyuan say that he accidentally met him outside. Mo Wuyuan was the Grand Elder's son, Madman's adoptive father. Then why do you say you know? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The Grand Elder said, Apart from his background, this old man naturally knows about everything else. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked again, Then do you know that senior brother Madman has mastered a heaven-defying divine art? This old man knows. The Grand Elder nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Then do you know who taught him this heaven-defying divine art? According to him, it seems that a mysterious senior gave it to him. But he didn't say the details. You've been with him for so long, so you know his character. If he doesn't want to say it, it's useless even if you force him. The Grand Elder was a little helpless. That's the truth. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Madman had such a character. This time, he had wanted to ask the Great Elder about it and pay a visit to that old senior. But now it seemed that he could only wait for Madman to return from hell. The Grand Elder asked suspiciously, Why did you suddenly think of investigating this kid's background? To tell you the truth, we encountered a lot of strange things in hell. Especially senior brother Madman. Not only can he absorb the evil force, but he also obtained the sacred artifact of the blood demon race, the Blood Demon Tower. Qin Feiyang said, Evil force? Blood demon race? Blood demon tower? The Grand Elder and Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. What were these things? The blood demon race is the ruler of hell. The Blood Demon Tower is a heaven-defying divine artifact. As for the evil force, let me put it this way, even the ancestral dragons can't refine and absorb it, but not only can senior brother Madman refine it, he can also use it for cultivation. Don't you think this is strange? And I heard from senior brother Madman that the old senior who gave him the heaven-defying divine art told him that if he had the chance to enter hell, he must enter. So I personally think that all of this is related to this old senior. Originally, senior brother Madman and I agreed that after leaving hell, we will visit that old senior together. But now, senior brother Madman is still in hell because he is receiving the inheritance. So I thought, why don't we visit this old senior first? So I asked Pavilion Master to send you a message, asking if you know where this person lives? But now it seems that we have to wait for Senior Brother Madman to return from hell to find him. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. So that's how it is. The Grand Elder suddenly understood and shook his head. I really can't help with this matter. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Then do you want to come to Nine Heavens Palace to take a look? The Grand Elder asked with a smile. I won't cause trouble for you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. All right then. Come back and take a look when you have time. The Grand Elder said. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the conversation ended, Pavilion Master put away the image crystal and asked curiously, what kind of inheritance did Madman receive in hell? The inheritance of the power of law. Qin Feiyang said. The inheritance of the power of law? The corner of Pavilion Master's mouth twitched. You only know how to joke. I'm not joking with you. Qin Feiyang said. Is it true? Pavilion Master was slightly stunned and frowned. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Pavilion Master's heart suddenly surged. There was even the inheritance of the power of law. What kind of place was hell? In the blink of an eye. Dawn was approaching. Hui finally returned. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. You haven't told everyone your identity yet? Hui was originally very happy and seemed to be getting along well with Shangguan Fenglan, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he suddenly cried and sighed. How would I dare to say it? Qin Feiyang secretly said, then you can't continue to hide it like this. Of course I know. But I'm really worried that when Lan knows my identity, she will fall out with me. Hui frowned. You can only deal with this matter as you see fit. I can't help you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Sighed. I'm just looking for trouble. Hui rubbed his forehead. You really deserve it. Qin Feiyang had a gloating expression on his face. The five-clawed golden dragon also returned with Qin Qin. Greetings, Master. Qin Qin bowed. How do you feel after seeing the North region? Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Qin and asked with a smile. Beyond imagination. Qin Qin shook his head, his face full of shock. Just the northern region alone was bigger than Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent combined. Not to mention the strong warriors, there were as many war gods as dogs. Could be said that Great Qin and Forgotten Continent were on a completely different level compared to the ancient world. Ignorant. A mere north region can shock you to this extent. Then when you reach the Divine Continent, won't your eyeballs pop out? Hui looked down on him. Qin Qin did not refute and said, I don't have much knowledge to begin with. Hui was stunned. He thought that Qin Qin would talk back, but he did not expect him to admit it. This kid was not bad. His personality was more down to earth, and he did not have the feeling of biting off more than he could chew. Qin Feiyang looked at the night sky. Dawn had arrived. Qin Feiyang stood up, looked at the Pavilion Master, and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior, for your hospitality today. What hospitality? I'm just chatting with you. The Pavilion Master stood up and smiled, and then said in a deep voice, no matter what, please save Chiu and take good care of her. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out the gate of time and space. Clang. With the influx of divine power, the gate of time and space quickly recovered. Looking at the opened gate of time and space, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, let's go. With that, he stepped into the gate of time and space. Hui and Qin Qin nodded to the Pavilion Master and also entered the gate of time and space. When the gate of time and space disappeared, the Pavilion Master sat alone under the night sky, sighing. She had good intentions in leaving Shangguan Qiu in the Divine Continent. Because working in the Treasure Pavilion in the Divine Continent had a better future than in the North region. But she did not expect that it would harm Shangguan Qiu. Qiu, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, I will feel guilty and blame myself for the rest of my life. Now, she could only pray that nothing would happen halfway. Chapter 28-24. China. Cloud Mountain Village. The appearance of the gate of time and space would not cause any commotion. After all, a few hundred years had passed, and the original ruins had been covered. Cloud Mountain Village had now become a green mountain and clear water. Qin Feiyang put away the gate of time and space and scanned the mountains below. The matter of Li Feng involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Ancestor Shui, where was this peerless figure from the previous era hiding? This is China? Qin Shen looked around curiously. Apart from the rich essence energy, it didn't look any different from other places. Go to the Black Tortoise world first and find Fire Lotus to get a few supreme godly arts. Cultivate well. Now that you have such good cultivation conditions, hurry up and break through to the imperishable realm. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Qin Shen. Qin Shen nodded. He could see that his master had great expectations of him, so he couldn't let his master down no matter what. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Qin Shen to the Black Tortoise world. He took out all the godly arts and artifacts and handed them all to Fire Lotus. He had originally planned to leave these godly arts and artifacts for the people of the Black Tortoise world. As for how to give them to the people of the Black Tortoise world, Fire Lotus had its own way of dealing with them, so he didn't need to ask. Then what's next? Hui Yi turned to look at Qin Feiyang. If you ask me, let's loot the Dragon God Palace first. The five-clawed golden dragon said. You're really savage. Hui Yi was speechless. Qin Feiyang also looked helplessly at the five-clawed golden dragon. He pondered for a moment and said, I'll go to Holy Dragon City to take a look. You guys go and find out about Yi Zhong and the dragons. There's also Wang Ming. We have to get in touch with him. Supreme Cloud still doesn't know that Wang Ming has already submitted to me. He'll definitely treat him as his confidant. So as long as we find Wang Ming, we'll know Supreme Cloud's current situation like the back of our hand. Qin Feiyang added a few more sentences. That makes sense. Hui nodded. He raised his head to look at the night sky and said, All right, let's split up and meet up at Black Tortoise Mountain after daybreak. Qin Feiyang nodded. He activated the altars and headed straight for Holy Dragon City. Although according to his judgment, Shangguanqiu would not be in danger for the time being, judgment was just judgment. No one knew the real situation, so it was better to be careful. Under the night sky, Holy Dragon City was like a giant black beast, exuding an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Qin Feiyang stood on top of a mountain not far from the city and looked at the Holy Dragon City. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, Yi Cheng, Wang Daoyuan, and Li Changhe appeared. Young master. Wang Daoyuan and Li Changhe bowed. Go and find Jiang Dafei immediately. I want to know everything that has happened in the Divine Prefecture all these years. And, by the way, ask him how he's doing with the task I gave him before he left. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them responded respectfully and snuck into the Holy Dragon City like ghosts. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yi Cheng and said with a smile, It's not convenient for me to go to the Divine Dragon Island now. You can go and see your brother yourself. Yi Cheng was slightly taken aback, and then a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Are you afraid to see him? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yi Cheng nodded. He didn't care before because he didn't say so. But now, Yi Zhong already knew that he followed Qin Feiyang, so he couldn't help but feel a little guilty when he saw Yi Zhong again. Because Yi Zhong was very majestic in his heart. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, Why don't you take an incredible divine artifact with you? He was also afraid that Yi Zhong would forcibly detain Yi Cheng. In that case, he would have one less warlord. After all, Yi Cheng had stepped into the half-step imperishable realm and was a first-class expert in the entire Divine Prefecture. An incredible divine artifact? Yi Cheng was slightly stunned and said with a wry smile, That's too exaggerated. Forget it. If my brother knew, he would think that I went to show off to him. Okay then, be careful. Also, if there's a chance, find a way to get Yi Shui and the old man out of the Divine Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang said. Before entering the Nether King's Hell, Yi Zhong sent Yi Shui and the old man to the Divine Dragon Island. At that time, Yi Zhong did this for the sake of their safety. But now, it became a hidden danger. But Yi Cheng was suspicious. If you can't persuade Yi Zhong, then I can only carry out my plan. And this plan of mine will put their lives in danger. In the Nether King's hell, Qin Feiyang had already made arrangements. It was the video he had recorded when he met Yi Zhong in the giant Dragon Mountain range. This video was the core of the plan. When this video was released, it would definitely arouse the anger of the dragons. When the time came, even if Yi Zhong explained, he would not be able to clear his name. Yi Shui and the old man on the Divine Dragon Island would naturally be in danger, because the dragons would not let anyone who betrayed them go. Even though Yi Zhong had a close relationship with Longzuan, Yi Cheng heard this and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying in a deep voice, "I will make the arrangements. Then go quickly." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Yi Cheng took a deep breath, opened a teleportation altar, and left. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at Holy Dragon City. His dark eyes flickered with light. The divine land should be very peaceful while I was away. But now I'm back. Soon, it will be lively again. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, took out an illusory appearance pill, changed his appearance, and entered the Holy Dragon City secretly. It was already early in the morning. Except for the noise of the major restaurants, the other places were very quiet. Qin Feiyang walked on the street like a ghost, occasionally meeting one or two drunkards. In this regard, it was no different from the secular world. At night, he could basically meet drunkards. Finally, the treasure pavilion entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. However, he did not approach, standing in a dark alley, watching from afar. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, there were 2 guards on duty, both of whom were at the 9th heaven realm, scanning the street with sharp eyes. The door of the treasure pavilion was undoubtedly closed. Above, there were 2 lanterns hanging, emitting a weak candlelight. After observing for a while, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and quietly activated it. Soon, he frowned. He sent a message to Shangguan Qiu, but there was no response at all. What was going on? He thought of a woman, Ren Xiaolan. Since the pavilion master said that Shangguan Qiu and Ren Xiaolan were on good terms, then he could definitely contact Shangguan Qiu. However, he hesitated again, because no one knew what the current situation was. Although Ren Xiaolan used to be a good woman, hundreds of years had passed. Who knew if she was still the Ren Xiaolan he knew? If Ren Xiaolan became a spy for Supreme Cloud and was responsible for monitoring Shangguan Qiu, then he would undoubtedly expose his motive and whereabouts if he went to find Ren Xiaolan now. In short, he did not want any accidents to happen before he saw Shangguan Qiu with his own eyes. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang finally decided to sneak in. The next moment, Qin Feiyang disappeared, controlling the Black Tortoise realm, and quietly entered the treasure pavilion. He did not know where Shangguan Qiu was, so he could only look for him slowly. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang stopped in front of a room in the corner of the 3rd floor. The door was not closed, leaving a gap, and a weak candlelight came through. After a while, Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and entered the room. It turned out that this was a study. There were 2 women in the study. One of them was Ren Xiaolan. The other person was wearing a long white dress that was spotless. Her fine black hair was tied up high with an exquisite hairpin in it. She sat at the desk, looking down at an account book, as if she was calculating something. That was right. She was Shangguan Qiu. After hundreds of years, she had become more capable and charming than before. "It's good that you're fine." A smile finally appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. As he expected, Supreme Cloud did not attack her for the time being. However, when he looked at Ren Xiaolan again, he could not help but frown slightly. This woman was not dealing with any business. She was sitting casually at the coffee table, drinking tea. But her eyes were glancing at Shangguan Qiu from time to time. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang murmured. She was not cultivating or resting in the middle of the night, but sitting here drinking tea? If she was dealing with business, it would not be suspicious. But now, it seemed that she had nothing to do. Moreover, Qin Feiyang noticed that the way Ren Xiaolan looked at Shangguan Qiu seemed to be a little different. It was as if she was monitoring someone. "It can't be like what I guessed," Qin Feiyang murmured. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to believe it, let alone think so. Because he liked Ren Xiaolan very much. Back then, The reason he helped Ren Xiaolan was because he thought Ren Xiaolan was a good person. Similarly, without his help, Ren Xiaolan would have been kicked out of the treasure hall by the steward, not to mention her current status. I hope I'm overthinking, Qin Feiyang murmured. He activated the concealment spell and appeared in the study. He did not say anything, but stood silently by the desk. Time passed by slowly. About an hour later, Shengguan Qiu finally closed the account book, straightened her body and stretched. Is there a problem? Ren Xiaolan put down the teacup in her hand and looked at Shengguan Qiu with a smile. No problem. Shengguan Qiu shook her head and smiled. Thank you for being with me for so long. Aren't we sisters? No need to thank me. Ren Xiaolan finished speaking and got up with a smile. Let's go and have a rest before dawn. Okay. Shengguan Qiu nodded. She got up and blew out the candle on the table. Then she left the study with Ren Xiaolan and went downstairs. At the top of the stairs, Ren Xiaolan suddenly said, Sister Shengguan, tell me honestly. Are you staying in Shenzhou because of Qin Feiyang? Shengguan Qiu blushed and did not answer. Every time I ask you this, you don't answer. Ren Xiaolan shook her head helplessly. There's nothing to say. Shengguan Qiu shook her head. Is there nothing to say, or are you embarrassed to say it? Ren Xiaolan joked with her. Shengguan Qiu blushed even more. Chapter 28-25. While talking, they walked to a secluded corner on the second floor. There were 2 rooms here. Ren Xiaolan smiled and said, See you in the morning. See you in the morning. Shengguan Qiu nodded. They each entered a room and closed the door. As soon as they entered the room, a cold light flashed in Shengguan Qiu's eyes. Qin Feiyang was also in Shengguan Qiu's room. The room was not very big. There was a bedroom, a living room, a practice room, and a washroom. It was about 100 square meters, but it was very cozy. There was a faint fragrance of flowers in the air. In the 4 corners of the living room, there were pots of blooming lilies as white as snow. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang felt a chill down his spine. The chill came from Shengguan Qiu's eyes. Qin Feiyang turned and looked at Shengguan Qiu suspiciously. What was going on? Not only was there a chill in his eyes, but his face was also a little gloomy. After a while, Shengguan Qiu sighed softly and walked to the washroom. As he walked, he undressed himself as well. Obviously, she was going to take a bath. Qin Feiyang quickly transmitted the voice to her. Shengguan Qiu was suddenly alerted. She turned and looked around in surprise. Qin Feiyang turned back to his original appearance. He turned off the concealment spell and appeared in front of Shengguan Qiu. You? Shengguan Qiu was stunned. She quickly tidied her clothes and her cheeks were burning. Well, I really didn't see anything. Qin Feiyang's expression was also extremely awkward. He really didn't see anything because Shengguan Qiu had not taken off her clothes. Shengguan Qiu lowered her head and her cheeks were red. It took her a while to come to her senses. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, Aren't you in the hell of Hades? You're back. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Shengguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. He took out a Heaven's Eye stone to prove his identity. It's really... Seeing that the Heaven's Eye stone had no reaction, Shengguan Qiu's face was filled with joy. Qin Feiyang, however, had a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. He said, You're doing fine in the northern region. Why did you come to the Divine Land? Shengguan Qiu looked a little flustered. Don't tell me that you stayed in Shenzhou for your dreams and ideals. Qin Feiyang said, It's all about dreams and ideals. After all, the Divine Land is the holy land that everyone in the 4 major regions yearns to enter. Shengguan Qiu said stubbornly. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply and asked, Do you know your current situation? Of course I do. Shengguan Qiu nodded. What? You know. This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was rather surprised. I didn't know at first. But one day, Ren Xiaolan and the chief pavilion master were communicating, and I accidentally overheard it. That's when I realized my situation. Shengguan Qiu said. No wonder I felt a chill in your eyes just now. So you've already seen through it. So, Ren Xiaolan has indeed been bribed by the chief pavilion master to spy on you secretly? Qin Feiyang said. But Ren Xiaolan doesn't know that I've already found out. She still thinks that I treat her as a good sister. Shengguan Qiu snorted. This woman really disappoints me. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. Don't act rashly. Ren Xiaolan is Supreme Cloud Spy. If you kill her now, the chief pavilion master will definitely be suspicious. Shengguan Qiu said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, what about the steward of the treasure pavilion? Ren Xiaolan has been bribed by the chief pavilion master, let alone the steward. Shengguan Qiu said. This fat pig, he really doesn't learn from his mistakes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He asked, have you seen the chief pavilion master with your own eyes? Shengguan Qiu shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, how much do you know about my current situation? Basically everything. After all, rumors about you are everywhere in Divine Land. Besides, I've also met Jiang Dafei. Shengguan Qiu said with a smile. Jiang Dafei? How do you know each other? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He took the initiative to look for me. I heard from him that it was a man called Wang Ming who asked him to look for me. Shengguan Qiu said. Wang Ming? Qin Feiyang was shocked. You know Wang Ming? Shengguan Qiu asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. According to Jiang Dafei, Wang Ming asked him to tell me that the chief pavilion master wants to use me to deal with you. He also told me the reason. So I already know about the Dragon Slayer Palace and the relationship between the chief pavilion master and the Dragon Slayer Palace. Shengguan Qiu said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. If it was Wang Ming, it would make sense. Wang Ming himself did not know about the relationship between him and Shengguan Qiu. But because the chief pavilion master did not know that Wang Ming had pledged allegiance to him, he did not hide some plans from Wang Ming. Wang Ming learned about the relationship between him and Shengguan Qiu from the chief pavilion master. Wang Ming immediately found Jiang Dafei and asked him to pass the message to Shengguan Qiu. From this point of view, Wang Ming was not a bad person. He was quite loyal to him. Qin Feiyang said, now that you know everything, do you regret coming to Divine Land now? Shengguan Qiu shook his head. Why is everyone more stupid than the other? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Don't misunderstand. I didn't come to Divine Land for you. I just want to do something big in Divine Land. I want all the women in the world to understand that we women can still live well without you men. So don't think about sending me back to the North region. Shengguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang with vigilance. As long as you are happy. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He really wanted to send Shengguan Qiu back to the North region. Because Divine Land was too dangerous now. One careless mistake and he would be smashed to pieces. He did not want to feel uneasy. But now that Shengguan Qiu had made it clear, he had no choice. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Shengguan Qiu finally smiled. Don't be happy too early. Although I allowed you to stay in Divine Land, I didn't say that you could continue to stay in the treasure house. After all, I promised your master to take good care of you. You can leave the treasure house for now and stay with me, Qin Feiyang said. You've met my master? Shengguan Qiu was stunned. I just came back from the North region. Qin Feiyang nodded. You came to find me after you came back from the North region? Shengguan Qiu was happy to hear that. It seemed that this man cared about her. Don't get me wrong. I was asked to do this. Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. Shengguan Qiu pouted. Would it kill him to admit that he cared about her? Qin Feiyang sighed. He looked at Shengguan Qiu and said, to be honest, you are a good woman. Whoever marries you will be lucky for several generations. But you know my situation. Enough. You don't have to explain so much. I know you have someone in your heart. I have thought it through these years. If you like someone, you don't have to be with him. As long as he is happy, that's enough. Shengguan Qiu interrupted Qin Feiyang and shook her head. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Time could really slowly change some people. Shengguan Qiu said, I won't leave the treasure house either. Won't leave the treasure house? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. That's right. Sheng Guanqiu nodded and said, Supreme Cloud and the others don't know that you are back, so I won't be in any danger if I stay in the treasure house. But, Qin Feiyang frowned. Do you really want me to cling to you? If so, I will leave with you now. But once I leave, you won't be able to get rid of me in the future. Sheng Guanqiu said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Seeing Qin Feiyang's reaction, Sheng Guanqiu was a little disappointed. However, he quickly covered it up and smiled faintly. Don't worry. Everything else aside, I still have the ability to take care of myself. Alright. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then you can go. We are a single man and a single woman. Don't let your woman misunderstand. Sheng Guanqiu said. She was referring to the mermaid princess. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Alright, take care of yourself. Then he entered the Black Tortoise realm and left the treasure house quietly. He did not have the time to waste with Sheng Guanqiu. After leaving the treasure house, Qin Feiyang appeared in the dark alley again. Looking at the two guards at the door, his eyes flickered. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and an old figure immediately appeared beside him. It was Feng Daji. Young lord. Feng Daji bowed. I have a task for you. Sneak into the treasure house and protect Sheng Guanqiu. Qin Feiyang said. Sneak into the treasure house? Feng Daji was slightly stunned. He frowned and said, That seems a little difficult. Qin Feiyang pointed at the two guards and asked, Are you sure it's difficult? Feng Daji looked up at the two guards. After thinking carefully, he said, You mean I have to kill one of them, then pretend to be him and sneak into the treasure house? Just know what to do. You don't have to say it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to leave. With Feng Daji protecting Sheng Guanqiu, there was nothing to worry about. Because Feng Daji had broken through to the initial imperishable realm. In the treasure house of the Holy Dragon City, other than Supreme Cloud, the most powerful person was the steward, who was only halfway to the imperishable realm. Black Tortoise Mountain. The mountain range was full of lush greenery. Qin Feiyang stood at the top of the mountain, holding his breath and muttering to himself with his head lowered. The fire python had taken a great risk to send him back to the ancient world, so he could not let the fire python down. The matter of Supreme Cloud had to be resolved completely. The treasure house had to become a part of the dragon-slaying palace. There was also the dragons. With his current strength, it was impossible to destroy the dragons, but he had to at least give the dragons a fatal blow. Lastly, there was Yi Zhong. No matter what, he had to pull Yi Zhong into his camp. Although each of these tasks was difficult, they had to be completed. Besides, he had to deal with Supreme Cloud secretly. Otherwise, if the dragons found out, even if he killed or subdued Supreme Cloud, the treasure house would be destroyed. The treasure house provided resources for the dragon-slaying palace. It was the foundation of the dragon-slaying palace, so there could be no accidents. Chapter 28-26. At the same time, the Dragon God Palace. The plaza at the entrance. An old man with white hair sat cross-legged in the middle of the plaza, his aura unfathomable. He was Yi Zhong. Suddenly, Yi Zhong opened his eyes and turned to look at the entrance, only to see an old man standing outside. This person was Yi Cheng. Looking at Yi Zhong, Yi Cheng instinctively lowered his head, not daring to look at Yi Zhong's eyes. Yi Zhong's face darkened, he stood up and walked to Yi Cheng's side, and said in a deep voice, Follow me. With that, he flew down the stone stairs. Yi Cheng smiled bitterly, turned around and followed behind Yi Zhong. Not long later, the two of them entered a deep mountain. Yi Zhong set up a soundproof barrier and immediately cursed. What are you trying to do? Do you know that by doing this you will kill me, kill Shui, and kill the old man? It wasn't easy for my Yi family to get to where we are today, and you want to see everything destroyed. To this, Yi Cheng lowered his head and remained silent. He had long expected this scene. He also understood his big brother's personality. If he didn't let him vent, he would definitely feel suffocated. Say something. Do you think it's fine to just keep quiet? Yi Zhong said angrily. Big brother, the Nether King's hell hasn't ended yet. Seeing me appear, shouldn't you first ask why I'm here? Yi Ching smiled bitterly. Yi Zhong was stunned. That's right. Didn't Qin Feiyang say that Yi Ching was cultivating in the Black Tortoise realm? Since he was in the Black Tortoise realm, then he was naturally in the Nether King's Hell. But the Nether King's Hell hadn't ended yet, so how could Yi Ching appear? In a moment of anger, he actually neglected this point. All right. Tell me, how did you come back from the Nether King's Hell? Yi Zhong took a deep breath, calmed the anger in his heart, and said, I can't say. Yi Ching shook his head. Yi Zhong's veins bulged as he roared, Am I still your big brother? You will always be my big brother. But there are some things that I can't tell you before you change your position. Yi Ching said. Changing sides, Yi Zhong clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, In that case, Qin Feiyang didn't lie to me. You really followed him willingly. Yi Ching nodded. Yi Zhong said angrily. Why, it's very simple. I don't want to become a sinner. I also don't want my descendants to become objects of disdain. Big brother, it's time to wake up. Look, all these years, Shui and father have been living in seclusion deep in the mountains, not daring to go out. Because once they go out, there will be people pointing at their backs and scolding them. But Shui is very sensible, and father also knows that you're having a hard time, so they didn't say anything and silently endured it. But can you bear to let them live like this forever? In any case, I can't bear to. I hope that they will be able to enter the city openly and face everyone in a dignified manner. I hope that everyone will respect them and not scold them behind their backs. Yi Ching sighed. Naive. The strength of the dragons isn't something that a single Qin Feiyang can shake. Yi Zhong snorted coldly. That's of course. But a single Qin Feiyang isn't enough. There are tens of thousands of people. We don't seek to go down in history. We only seek to have a clear conscience. Yi Ching said. Ridiculous. If we don't even have our lives, what's the use of having a clear conscience? Yi Zhong said. Big brother. Yi Ching was incomparably anxious. Enough. Yi Zhong shouted impatiently and asked, Has Qin Feiyang returned? Yi Ching sighed softly and nodded. Then what's his plan? Yi Zhong asked. I won't say. Yi Ching shook his head. Bastard. What kind of bewitching potion did he give you to make you so dead set on him? Yi Zhong roared. If there's such a thing as bewitching potion in the world, he'll go to you and not me. However, I do have to thank you. Look at my current cultivation. Yi Ching smiled faintly. Cultivation? Yi Zhong sized up Yi Ching and his pupils suddenly shrank. That's right. I've already stepped into the half-step undying realm. There's one thing I can tell you. The current time array of the Black Tortoise world is 1,000 years per day. It's not just me and Qin Feiyang. Everyone in the Black Tortoise world's cultivation is soaring. I believe that a large number of undying realm experts will be born in the Black Tortoise world soon. Yi Ching smiled confidently. 1,000 years per day. Yi Zhong was stunned and muttered, It's actually stronger than the current time array of the Divine Dragon Island. The current time array? Yi Ching was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? The Dragon God has already set up an even stronger time array on the Divine Dragon Island this time. 500 years per day. Yi Zhong said. 500 years per day. Yi Ching was shocked. Originally, the time array of the Dragon God Palace was not as strong as the time array of the Dragon Slaying Palace. Because the time array of the Dragon Slaying Palace was 50 years per day. But now, it had become 500 years per day. Wasn't this the same as the time array of the ancient King Yuang City? I think the Dragon God must have set up a time array of 500 years per day to close the gap. Because everyone thought that Qin Feiyang would cultivate in the ancient King Yuang City until the Nether King's Hell closed. But who would have thought that not only did he not stay in the ancient King Yuang City, but even the time array of the Black Tortoise world has become so powerful? Yi Zhong shook his head. This kid was filled with too many miracles. He was the clearest about the situation of the Nether King's Hell. Other than people like him who had left their divine souls outside and could come out in advance, The others had to wait until the Nether King's hell closed. But Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, ran out without anyone noticing. Wait! Suddenly, Yi Zhong looked up at Yi Cheng and asked, could it be that Qin Feiyang also left his divine soul outside? Before entering the Nether King's hell, he didn't even know the situation of the Nether King's hell. How could he leave his divine soul in advance? Yi Cheng said. Then how did you guys come out? Yi Zhong frowned. He really couldn't figure it out. I really can't say. Yi Cheng shook his head. Yi Zhong said, then tell me, what is Qin Feiyang's next plan? Yi Cheng shook his head again. You? Yi Zhong grabbed Yi Cheng's clothes, his face full of anger. Big brother, Qin Feiyang is your disciple, and I am your brother. Why would we harm you? Besides, he does treat you as his master. Yi Cheng sighed. He is such an amazing person. This old man can't afford to be friends with him. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to tell me or not? Yi Zhong said angrily. If I don't tell you, will you kill me? If so, then do it. Yi Cheng closed his eyes. You? Yi Zhong was furious. After a long time, Yi Zhong looked at Yi Cheng helplessly, let go of Yi Cheng's clothes, and sighed. Have you really made up your mind? Yes. Yi Cheng nodded. What is so good about Qin Feiyang? Why are you so loyal? Yi Zhong asked helplessly. Yi Cheng pondered for a while and said with a smile, although he is still very young, he is more responsible than anyone else. You don't know, right? In order to save the world, he sacrificed himself without hesitation. Save the world? Yi Zhong was stunned. That's right. This happened before he entered the ancient world. Back then, a catastrophe happened in the great Qin and forgotten continent where he was, and countless living beings died tragically. In the end, he used his life as the price to open the gate of rebirth and revive all living beings. At that time, he was almost completely destroyed. In the end, it was the dragon god who saved him. Yi Cheng said. The dragon god saved him? Yi Zhong looked at Yi Cheng in a daze. That's right. I believe you already know that the dragon god and Qin Feiyang have known each other for a long time. When he was in the Nether King's hell, Qin Feiyang barged into the mythical forest and clashed with the dragon god. Yi Cheng said. But why is that? Qin Feiyang is clearly the enemy of the dragons, so why would the dragon god save him? Yi Zhong frowned. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang himself doesn't know either. Actually, I'm not telling you this to express the complicated relationship between Qin Feiyang and the dragon god, but to let you understand Qin Feiyang as a person. Think about it. In this world, who would be willing to sacrifice their own life to revive those unrelated living beings? But Qin Feiyang is willing to do so. From this, it can be seen that he is a very responsible person. To be honest, in this aspect, even Qin Bat-Ian can't compare to him. So, if the dragons are destroyed in the end and the ancient world is ruled by Qin Feiyang, I believe that whether it is humans or beasts, they will all be treated fairly. Yi Cheng said. Yi Zhong was silent. I'm not lying to you. All of these things really happened, Qin Wendian said. A young man like Qin Feiyang is worthy of us following. Moreover, whether it is me or Feng Di, although we follow him, he has never treated us as subordinates. We are friends and family together, and we are very harmonious. Yi Cheng said. Yi Zhong continued to be silent. There is one more thing. You now know the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Nine Heavens Palace. Because Nine Heavens Palace helped Qin Feiyang before, Qin Feiyang returned this time and gave Nine Heavens Palace a total of 108th Order Divine Level Crystal Veins and Soul Lines. There is also the 10,000 Deity Art and Divine Weapon. Yi Cheng said again. He knew that his big brother had begun to waver, so he put in more effort and told him all about Qin Feiyang's character and character. 8th Order Divine Level Soul Line and Crystal Vein. Yi Zhong was shocked. Even the dragons wouldn't be willing to give us a soul line and crystal vein of this level. Look at this Qin Feiyang. Without saying anything, he directly gave us 100. This is his character. Kindness must be repaid. Such a young man, isn't it good enough? To have such a disciple, shouldn't you feel proud? Yi Cheng asked. Hearing these words, Yi Zhong's expression clearly showed that he was in a dilemma. Chapter 28-27. Yi Cheng asked, Big brother, are Shui and father still on Divine Dragon Island? Yi Zhong nodded and said, 500 years in a day. Of course, I will let them continue to stay on Divine Dragon Island. You can't do that, Yi Cheng hurriedly said. This is for the good of Shui and father. What's wrong with that? Yi Zhong couldn't help but frown. If there was no Qin Feiyang, this would indeed be a good thing. However, the current situation doesn't allow Shui and father to continue staying on Divine Dragon Island. Yi Cheng was extremely anxious. What do you mean? Yi Zhong frowned. I won't hide it from you. Before I came to find you, Qin Feiyang warned me repeatedly to tell you that Shui and Lord Father must not continue to stay on the Divine Dragon Island. Because Qin Feiyang has already formulated a plan to make you and the dragons fall out. Once this plan is carried out, I can tell you responsibly that the dragons will fall out with you on the spot. At that time, won't Shui and father, who are on Divine Dragon Island, be in danger? Yi Cheng said. Plan. Yi Zhong was surprised. I can't say. I just hope that you can take Shui and father away immediately. Otherwise, when an accident happens, it will be too late to regret. Yi Cheng said. Is this a threat? Yi Zhong stared at Yi Cheng gloomily. Big brother, I've already said so much. Do you still not understand my painstaking efforts? Threat? If I really wanted to threaten you, would Qin Feiyang have me come to find you? He has already thought of all the possibilities and is considering them for us. Let's talk about it later. Just based on the fact that Qin Feiyang extended father's life, we should be grateful. Yi Cheng sighed. Yi Zhong fell silent again. In short, you have a very high position in Qin Feiyang's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried everything to persuade you. And Qin Batian has made it very clear. If I can't convince you, then I'll kill you. But Qin Feiyang never did that. Think about it. With his character and methods, if he didn't respect you, why would he waste so much time with you? Big brother, I beg you, please wake up. The humans of the ancient realm have been oppressed by the dragons for so long. It's time for them to stand up. Yi Cheng sighed. Yi Zhong lowered his head, his expression uncertain. I know it's hard for you to decide right now, so I'll give you some time to think about it. Think about it. What exactly is the right thing to do? Don't wait until you become a sinner for all eternity before you realize your mistake. Yi Cheng sighed deeply and then opened a teleportation altar. Where are you going? Yi Zhong frowned. Go back and report. Do you know? Before coming, Qin Feiyang was prepared to give me a heaven-defying divine artifact. Because he was worried, you forcefully detained me, but I refused. Because I believe that you're not such a stubborn person. Likewise, even Qin Feiyang was willing to give me a heaven-defying divine artifact. Isn't this enough to prove his character? Think back to all these years. You followed revered dragon and contributed so much to the dragons. Have you ever obtained a heaven-defying divine artifact? Every time a heaven-defying divine artifact was found in the Nether King's Hell, it would end up in the hands of the various ancestral dragons. With this comparison, it's clear who's better. After saying that, Yi Cheng stepped onto the altar. Yi Zhong didn't stop him. He raised his head and looked at Yi Cheng's back with a trace of confusion in his eyes. I'll wait for your news. Yi Cheng turned and smiled at Yi Zhong before his figure quickly disappeared. Yi Zhong stood on the mountain peak and looked at the night sky. After a long time, he sighed and turned to leave. Black Tortoise Mountain. You're back. Seeing Yi Cheng appear, Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Cheng nodded. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Big brother has already wavered. I hope to give him more time. And Shui and father are still on the Divine Dragon Island. If you start the plan, I'm afraid, at this point. Yi Cheng's face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, as long as he starts to waver, there's hope. If you're worried, I won't start the plan unless I have no other choice. Thank you. Yi Cheng smiled gratefully. Swoosh. Suddenly, Another 4 figures silently landed on Black Tortoise Mountain. They were Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, Jiang Dafei, and Lei Bing, the city lord of Serpent City. Before entering the Nether King's Hell, Jiang Dafei and Lei Bing's cultivation had already broken through to the perfection stage of the 9 Heavens realm. Although more than 200 years had passed and they hadn't broken through, the aura of a city lord had been formed. Greetings, young lord. Looking at Qin Feiyang on the mountain peak, the two immediately landed on the mountain peak and bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Jiang Dafei said in surprise, "Young lord, how did you come back?" If Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan hadn't used the Sky's Eye Stone to verify your identities, we would have suspected that you were impersonators. Lei Bing added. We were lucky. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Jiang Dafei. Thank you for reminding Shangguan Qiu in time. This is what I should do. We'll talk about it later. This is also Lord Ming Huang's arrangement. I'm just an errand boy. But speaking of which, how did Lord Ming Huang become your subordinate? Jiang Dafei was surprised. Lord Ming was naturally Wang Ming. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked, Wang Ming didn't tell you? It's hard to even see a big shot like him, let alone explain to me. Jiang Dafei smiled bitterly. That's a long story. In short, you just need to know that not only Wang Ming, but also Yang Li and Lord Beast are now on our side. Qin Feiyang said. Amazing. Jiang Dafei and Lei Bing's faces were full of admiration. Tell us, has anything big happened in these years? Qin Feiyang said. Jiang Dafei laughed. As long as you're not around, Divine Land must be very peaceful. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Are you saying that I'm a jinx? However, since the Divine Land was very peaceful, Yizhong did not spread the news of what had happened in the Underworld King's Hell. Jiang Dafei scratched his head and laughed dryly. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, What about the task I gave you? It's done. Jiang Dafei nodded. So fast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. With our ability, it's definitely impossible, but young lord, you have a great influence now. After you left, Lei Bing, Wang Qi, and I immediately went to the Immortal General and asked for a list. It's the spies of the Dragon Slayer Palace lurking in the east, west, and south. At first, we thought that even with the list in hand, it would be difficult to deal with them. After all, they are the other 3 young lords' men. But when we went to the east, west, and south separately and found these people, they all returned surprisingly in unison. They all said that they were willing to follow you, young lord. And even if we said that we had to sign the slave seal to follow you, they didn't hesitate at all. Later, we found out that they already knew about your deeds and felt that following you would have a better future than following the other 3 young lords. So the whole process wasn't difficult at all. Jiang Dafei smiled. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, That's a little unexpected. And this immortal general actually gave you the list of the west, east, and south. We were also puzzled. At first, we thought that his immortal general wouldn't give us the list so easily. After all, he kept saying that we couldn't cross the line. But in the end, when we asked, he didn't hesitate at all. I really don't understand what he's thinking. Jiang Dafei shook his head. Yicheng smiled. I think it might be Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang's idea. I think that's the only possibility. Qin Feiyang nodded. Looking at the two of them, he continued to ask, Then, did my 2 ancestors make a move against the people under Venerable Cloud and Venerable Beast's command? We don't know about that, because even if they did, they would secretly suppress them inside the Dragon Slayer Palace. After all, this isn't a small matter. If something happens, it won't be good for anyone. Jiang Dafei said. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. It seemed that if they wanted to understand the situation, they would have to find Wang Ming, or directly find the 2 ancestors. Wait. Divine generals should know about the situation as well. Qin Feiyang looked at Jiang Dafei and said, Contact the Divine General right away. Jiang Dafei took out an image crystal. Buzz. Before long, a masked man in black armor appeared. Young lord? The Divine General's eyes were full of astonishment. Wasn't this young lord in the Nether King's hell? What was going on? Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me about the current situation of the Dragon Slayer Palace first." The Divine General stretched out his hand and frowned. "Let me verify your identity first." Qin Feiyang helplessly took out a heavenly ice stone. Seeing no reaction from the heavenly ice stone for a long time, the Divine General's astonishment grew even stronger. There was no problem with his identity? Strange, didn't Wang Ming say that the Nether King's hell wouldn't close for 1,000 years? It had only been a little over 200 years. How had Qin Feiyang escaped from the Nether King's hell? Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said, "We'll talk about me later. Tell me about the current situation of the Dragon Slayer Palace first." Yes. The Divine General came back to his senses and responded respectfully. He shook his head and said, "The current situation of the Dragon Slayer Palace hasn't changed." No change? Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "I remember the ancestors said that after Venerable Cloud and Venerable Beast entered the Nether King's hell, they would seize control of the treasure pavilion. Why hasn't there been any change?" That's indeed their plan. But there's one thing they didn't expect. Venerable Cloud left his soul outside. Think about it. If we force a move, will Venerable Cloud just sit there and wait for death? Definitely not. Maybe they will even jump over the wall in desperation and seek refuge with the dragons. In that case, wouldn't the Dragon Slayer Palace be destroyed? That's why they haven't dared to make a move. The Divine General sighed. Chapter 28:28. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Did Wang Ming and Yang Li's souls come to you?" Both of them had left their souls outside, so they could inform the two ancestors of the situation in hell immediately. Their divine souls did come to find us. The Divine General said. Qin Feiyang said, "Since they came to you, you should already know what happened in hell, right?" The Divine General nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then where are their souls now?" He was very concerned about that, especially Wang Ming, because Wang Ming had self-destructed to save him, otherwise he would be receiving the inheritance in the temple now. "We don't know, but before they left, they told us that they would always be with Venerable Cloud." The Divine General shook his head. "So we guessed that Venerable Cloud's soul didn't go to the Dragon Slayer Temple." Qin Feiyang whispered. "That's right. We've been secretly looking for his soul, but we haven't found it. We can't contact Wang Ming and Yang Li either." The Divine General said. "Why can't you contact them?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "They're just souls. They don't have image crystals. And they left in a hurry. We didn't have time to rebuild the contract bridge with them. Anyway, except for Divine Dragon Island, we've searched everywhere in the Divine Land, but we couldn't find them." The Divine General sighed. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "So they might be on Divine Dragon Island?" "That's our guess." The Divine General nodded. "If they're really on Divine Dragon Island, then Venerable Cloud should have rebuilt his soul and body long ago, and should be trying to break through to the perfect indestructible realm. After all, the law of time on Divine Dragon Island is 500 years a day." Yi Cheng sighed. "What? 500 years a day?" Everyone looked at Yi Cheng in surprise. "When I went to see my brother just now, he said that the dragon god set up a time array for 500 years a day on Divine Dragon Island." Yi Cheng said. 500 years in a day. The Divine General murmured. "The changes of the time formation will affect many things, for example, the cultivation of the ancestral dragons. If we sit back and do nothing, I'm afraid it won't be long before they step into the perfect Nine Heavens realm." "It doesn't matter." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "How can this not matter?" The Divine General frowned. "The Black Tortoise World and the Ancient Castle's time arrays are 1,000 years per day. Could it be that they can't compare to a mere 500 years per day time array?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "What? 1,000 years in a day?" The Divine General was dumbfounded. Jiang Dafei and Lei Bing were also dumbfounded. It was actually twice as fast as Divine Dragon Island's current time array. "However, your worries are not without reason. Although I have a time array of 1 day and 1,000 years, your Dragon Slayer Palace doesn't. For the Dragon Slaying Palace's time formation, Let's make it 50 years per day. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine general and asked. The divine general nodded. 50 years per day, 500 years per day. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a bitter smile and said, that's 10 times the difference. It seems that the gap between the dragons and the dragon-slaying palace will be widened quickly. Yeah. The overall strength of our dragon slayer palace can't compare to the dragons. Now that the dragons have a time array of 1 day and 100 years, if this continues, we won't even be able to protect ourselves, let alone destroy the dragons. The divine general was worried. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at the divine general and said, go and report to the 2 ancestors first. Tell them to come and find me when they have time. I want to talk to them. The divine general nodded and his figure quickly disappeared. Qin Feiyang then waved his hand at Jiang Dufei and Lei Bing and said, find some time to gather everyone from the west, east, and south. Understood. The 2 responded respectfully, then turned to open an altar and left. After watching the 2 leave, Wang Daoyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, young lord, what should we do next? There's nothing for you to do for now. Go to the castle and cultivate first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the 2 to the castle, then looked at Yi Cheng. What's wrong? Yi Cheng looked at him suspiciously. If Supreme Cloud is really on Divine Dragon Island, I'm afraid only my master can deal with him. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Cheng frowned and said, but Big Brother hasn't decided yet. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, you know our current situation. The most important thing now is to find Supreme Cloud as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. You plan to carry out that plan? Yi Cheng was shocked. We can't carry out that plan now. Because once we carry it out and lose Supreme Dragon's trust, it'll be difficult for Master to enter Divine Dragon Island, let alone help us find Supreme Cloud. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then what are you going to do? Yi Cheng was suspicious. Let's wait and see. 3 days later, if Master doesn't reply, I'll go to him personally. If I still can't convince him, I can only do it by force. Qin Feiyang said. 3 days? Yi Cheng murmured. Suddenly he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, didn't you sign an enslavement seal with Wang Ming? You can use the slave seal to find his location. Qin Feiyang slapped his head. There were too many things to do at that time and he had forgotten about this. He hurriedly closed his eyes. How is that possible? Very soon. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, revealing a trace of disbelief. What's wrong? Yi Cheng was bewildered. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a while before saying, I can't sense his presence? No way. Yi Cheng was shocked and asked, could it be that he has already? No. If Wang Ming is dead, even if I'm in hell, I can still sense it. The only explanation should be that some kind of power has cut off the connection with the seal. Qin Feiyang whispered. Some kind of power? They can't really be on Divine Dragon Island. Yi Cheng murmured. Gradually, dawn came. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and Hui and the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared. How is it? Did you find Wang Ming? Qin Feiyang asked. The 2 shook their heads. Qin Feiyang was a little disappointed and sighed. Then come back first. The 2 nodded, opened the teleportation altar, and arrived at Black Tortoise Mountain. When Qin Feiyang explained the situation, the 2 couldn't help but frown. The 5-clawed golden dragon looked at Yi Cheng and said unhappily, isn't this big brother of yours a little too stubborn? I can't help it. Yi Cheng was helpless. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Cheng and smiled faintly. Let's talk about it in 3 days. Time passed by just like that. 3 days passed in a flash. But for Yi Cheng, these 3 days were torturous. He was constantly looking forward to the image crystal's sound. But after 3 days, the image crystal did not move at all. He was bitter in his heart. Was it really to the point where the master and disciple had a falling out? Yi Cheng knew that Qin Feiyang did not want to use force on Yi Zhong from the bottom of his heart. But sometimes, Qin Feiyang did not have a choice. If Supreme Cloud was not eliminated in time, there would be a big problem sooner or later. During these 3 days, Qin Feiyang did not go anywhere and stood on the mountain peak. Seeing the sun rise, Qin Feiyang sighed softly. He turned to Yi Cheng and said, "Let's invite Master out." Yi Cheng took a deep breath and took out the image crystal. Buzz. As the image crystal awakened, a phantom slowly condensed after about 10 breaths. "Big brother," Yi Cheng called softly. "Mas." Qin Feiyang also bowed. Yi Zhong was silent and looked at Qin Feiyang with a complicated expression. "Big brother, did you go to Divine Dragon Island to pick up Shui and father?" Yi Cheng asked. "Not yet." Yi Zhong shook his head. "Not yet?" Yi Cheng's brows immediately furrowed. Qin Feiyang sighed. "Master, it's already been 3 days. "I know," Yi Zhong said. "Your relationship with Long Zun can't really be like what Long Zun said, right?" Qin Feiyang asked. "What did he say?" Yi Zhong frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "He said that you like Long Zun and have always been by her side because you want to protect her." Yi Zhong could not help but lower his head and fall silent. Looking at the situation, is it true? Qin Feiyang and Yi Cheng looked at each other. Yi Cheng said unhappily, "Big brother, you actually hid these things from me? It may not be a good thing to know some things." Yi Zhong snorted coldly. "But Long Zun is already married and even has 2 children. Why do you have to do this?" Yi Cheng sighed. "Feelings are not occupying." Yi Zhong shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and a trace of joy appeared on his face. "Master, I haven't changed my position. However, I can consider helping you, but the premise is that you can't hurt Long Zun." Yi Zhong said. "Hurt Long Zun?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. With his current strength, even if he wanted to, he did not have the ability to do so. "We want to know if Supreme Cloud is at Divine Dragon Island?" Yi Cheng asked. "That's right. She's at Divine Dragon Island." Yi Zhong nodded. As expected, Yi Cheng mumbled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly as he asked, "Wang Ming is there too, right?" Yi Zhong nodded and said, "But Wang Ming hasn't reconstructed his physical body and soul yet." "He hasn't reconstructed his physical body and soul yet?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "It's only been 11 or 12 days since Wang Ming self-detonated. Even if there's a time array that lasts 500 years, it's impossible to reconstruct it so quickly." Yi Cheng said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. He returned to the Great Qin on the day Wang Ming self-detonated. He calculated carefully. 1 day at the Lu family, 2 days at the Great Qin, 1 day at the Spirit State and 1 at the Forgotten Continent. Finally, 3 days at the Great Qin. A total of 7 days. Back in the ancient world, 1 day in the North region, 3 days now, a total of 11 days. It was indeed impossible to reconstruct his physical body and soul in such a short time. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and asked, "Master, you should know my purpose, right? You want to attack Supreme Cloud?" Yi Zhong asked. "Supreme Cloud is not only a threat to the Dragon Slayer Palace but also to the dragons. If I attack her, it shouldn't be considered as harming the interests of the dragons, right?" Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 28-29. Yi Zhong pondered for a while and asked, "How do you want to deal with her?" "Submit or die." Qin Feiyang didn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. "If she submits to you, will she still be a threat to the Dragon Slayer Temple?" Yi Zhong snorted. Qin Feiyang said, "But at least for now." Yi Zhong couldn't help but frown. Yi Cheng asked, "Big brother, why did Revered Dragon allow Revered Cloud to enter the Divine Dragon Island?" "Isn't it simple? Revered Cloud is strong to begin with. If she joins forces with the dragons, it'll be a strong alliance. Besides, Revered Dragon doesn't know that she's one of the 4 sovereigns of the Dragon Slayer Temple." Yi Zhong said. Yi Cheng frowned. "So, Revered Cloud is ready to join forces with the dragons?" That's what she said to Revered Dragon, and Revered Dragon believed her. But this old man knows that she's just using the time array of the Divine Dragon Island to reconstruct her body and soul to improve her cultivation. Yi Zhong snorted through his nose. "Then why didn't you tell Revered Dragon?" Yi Cheng asked with a smile. "Although I didn't say it explicitly, I hinted at it. I think Revered Dragon will be wary." After Yi Zhong finished speaking, he looked at Qin Fei Yang and said, "Revered Beast has already submitted to you. If Revered Cloud also submits, then the Dragon Slayer Temple will be truly united. This seems to be a greater threat to the dragons." "Big brother, why are you still thinking for the dragons?" Yi Qing frowned. "This old man is a member of the dragons. If I don't think for the dragons, who should I think for? Now we're serving different masters, so don't tell me what to do." Yi Zhong glared at him fiercely. "Big brother," Yi Qing was burning with anxiety. He had clearly wavered 3 days ago. Why did he become like this now? Yi Zhong glanced at Yi Qing, then looked at Qin Fei Yang and said, "This old man can lure Revered Cloud out, but she must die. Because this is the only way to benefit both of us." "He must die," Qin Fei Yang muttered. "Moreover, there will definitely be a great disturbance when you fight with Supreme Cloud. You have to think of a place where you won't harm any innocent creatures." Yi Zhong said, "That's not a problem. When the time comes, we'll just go to the galaxy." Qin Fei Yang said, "To the Star River? Don't forget that the dragons have set up an enchantment over the Divine Land. If you want to go to the Star River, you have to break this barrier first." "Of course. With your current strength, breaking the barrier will be a piece of cake. But can you do it without alerting Longzun?" Yi Zhong sneered. This, Qin Fei Yang frowned. "I think you still don't want the dragons to know that you've returned to the ancient realm. If you really want to go to war with Supreme Cloud, then you must be prepared to expose your whereabouts." Yi Zhong said. Qin Fei Yang lowered his head and said nothing. "Hurry up. This old man is very busy," Yi Zhong urged. Qin Fei Yang took a deep breath and said, "As long as we can get rid of Supreme Cloud, so be it." There was a trace of surprise in Yi Zhong's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and asked, "Where?" "North Sea, Star River," Qin Fei Yang said. "This old man will go to Divine Dragon Island right away." Yi Zhong nodded. Yi Qing hurriedly said, "Big brother, Shui, and father. You don't have to worry about that. This old man will take good care of them." After saying that, Yi Zhong's shadow dissipated. Foolish, really foolish. Yi Cheng's face was full of anger. If he left the grandfather and grandson on Divine Dragon Island, something big would happen sooner or later. "Don't worry. If there's a chance, I'll go to Divine Dragon Island and save them." Qin Fei Yang patted Yi Cheng's shoulder and comforted him. "Go to Divine Dragon Island?" Yi Cheng shook his head and sighed. "Other than Big Brother, it's impossible for us to enter Divine Dragon Island." Qin Fei Yang couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, entering Divine Dragon Island was harder than ascending to the heavens. But if he wanted to save Yi Shui and Shui, he had to sneak in. Suddenly, Qin Fei Yang patted his head and looked at Yi Cheng. "You can go." Yi Cheng was stunned. "That's right. The dragons still don't know that you're already following me. And you're Yi Shui, second grandfather, the son of the old man. If you find an excuse to visit them, I don't think the dragons will stop you," Qin Fei Yang said. "It's not as simple as you think. The only person the dragons trust is my big brother. If I go to Divine Dragon Island, although they won't make things difficult for me, they will definitely ask my big brother in advance." Yi Qing shook his head and sighed. Qin Fei Yang smiled bitterly. He was really helpless. At this time, he couldn't help but miss the Beast Emperor. Because the Beast Emperor, like Yi Zhong, could freely enter and leave Divine Dragon Island. If the Beast Emperor was here, or left his divine soul in Divine Land, with the dragon's trust in the Beast Emperor, it would be easy to take Yi Shui and Shui away. What a pity! The Beast Emperor was still in the Divine Devil Square. "We'll talk about it later." Yi Qing shook his head and opened an altar. Just as he was about to revive, he suddenly frowned and asked in confusion, "Why did you choose the Star River above the North Sea?" "When I first entered Divine Land, I had a fierce battle with the dragons, causing the people in the North Sea to be in a terrible situation. Now, there's no one there. So I chose there. Even if I accidentally leave the Star River, I won't hurt the innocent." Another one. "There are many sea beasts in the sea. If I have no choice, I can also open the slaughter zone," Qin Fei Yang said. Yi Qing nodded in realization. Qin Fei Yang smiled. Master is indeed wavering now. I didn't notice. Yi Cheng pursed his lips. Think about it, if he hadn't wavered, would he have helped me deal with Supreme Cloud? Although he said that he wanted to deal with Supreme Cloud because of the dragons, he didn't mention a word about the treasure pavilion. You have to know that the resources of the treasure pavilion are beyond imagination. With Master's intelligence, it's impossible that he didn't think of these resources. If he was truly devoted to the dragons, he would have definitely offered the dragons a condition just now to take over the treasure pavilion. But he didn't. What does this mean? It means that deep down in his heart, he still hopes that we can obtain the resources of the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Cheng looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. After listening to Qin Feiyang's analysis, it seemed to be true. I think Master's original intention should be to help us, but he can't let go of his feelings for the Dragon Sovereign. On one side is the woman he loves deeply, and on the other side is the common people of the ancient world. Therefore, he is very conflicted and confused. Qin Feiyang said, After all, it's not easy to let go of the feelings of so many years. Yi Cheng shook his head. I really didn't expect Master to be such a sentimental person. Qin Feiyang smiled. Even I, his brother, didn't expect it, let alone you. Yi Cheng was helpless. To be honest, in the entire ancient world, apart from the dragons, no one would have thought that there was such a relationship between Yi Zhong and the Dragon Sovereign. Then we'll give him a little more time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Cheng nodded. No matter how much he loved her, he would have to make a choice sooner or later. After opening the altar, the two of them headed to the North Sea. Chapter 28:30. North Sea. After hundreds of years of cultivation, the sea beasts in the sea had multiplied. But on the major islands, except for a few people who ventured into the North Sea, it was difficult to find any traces of human activity. One had to know. There used to be a large number of humans living on most of the islands here. They had all died in that calamity. For this, Qin Feiyang had fallen into endless self-blame. But there was nothing he could do because this was war. It was also at that time that Qin Feiyang truly experienced the horror of the complete recovery of the heaven-defying divine artifact. But on the surface of the sea, waves rolled and from time to time, sea beasts roared out. Occasionally, one could also see sea beasts fighting each other. It could be said that the sea was the most dangerous place, because you didn't know when a powerful sea beast would run out. At the edge of the North Sea, above an island not far away, Qin Feiyang and Yi Cheng stood against the wind. The island was not big and there was a group of sea beasts on it, looking ferocious. However, at this moment, these sea beasts were shivering. All of this was because of Qin Feiyang. Back then, the bloody battle between Qin Feiyang and the dragons had long been spread among the sea beasts in the North Sea. As a result, all the sea beasts here basically knew Qin Feiyang. They were afraid and also very puzzled. Why would this ferocious man appear in the North Sea again? There may be a battle here later, you guys hurry up and leave. Qin Feiyang looked down at the sea beasts and smiled. Battle? When the group of sea beasts heard this, their pupils constricted slightly and they hurriedly turned around and ran into the sea, disappearing. However, this human was actually smiling at them? And he was smiling so sincerely. Was this still Qin Feiyang? No way. That ferocious man came to the North Sea? Hurry up and run as far as you can. The news of Qin Feiyang's appearance in the North Sea quickly spread among the sea beasts. The nearby sea beasts fled into the distance as if they were fleeing for their lives. In less than an hour, within 100 million miles, not even a small shrimp could be found. Yi Cheng released his divine will and looked at this scene, extremely speechless. It was as if he had seen a devil. It seemed that not only in the human world, but also in the world of sea beasts and vicious beasts, Qin Feiyang's notoriety had spread far and wide. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and two figures appeared. It was Hui Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon. When Supreme Cloud arrives, it would be best if we could avoid a battle, but once we do, we must end it quickly. Qin Feiyang said. The quick battle? You must be joking. You have to understand that we are not in hell right now. How is it possible for him to take her down so quickly with his imperishable stage cultivation? Hui pouted. It's easier to deal with it outside. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said to himself, Fire Lotus, tell that kid to give me the heaven-defying weapon. All right. Fire Lotus replied. A short while later, clang, with a wave of Qin Feiyang's hand, 10 divine weapons appeared. They were the Sunset Divine Bow and the other divine weapons. After all these years, the aura of the 10 divine weapons was stronger than before. This strength was similar to the power of the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm when they first merged. Back then, after the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm merged, the ancient castle's power surpassed the divine weapons. Until now, Qin Feiyang still remembered that the Sunset Divine Bow and the other divine weapons were still in the hands of the dragons. But even so, in the end, the ancient castle still suppressed the other divine weapons. One could imagine. How strong was the ancient castle? And now, the power of the Sunset Divine Bow and the other divine weapons was actually comparable to the ancient castle at that time. This, Yi Cheng, Hui, the 5-clawed golden dragon, and even Qin Feiyang himself were a little dumbfounded. Each of them had become so strong? Are you surprised? The spirit of the Sunset Divine Bow said proudly. Qin Feiyang said in astonishment, Is this land of origin really so magical? People with your cultivation won't understand the power of the land of origin. The Sunset Divine Bow despised. Why can't you speak properly? Qin Feiyang was helpless. If you go and wipe out the Divine Dragon Island, I will admit that you are really awesome. Hui pouted. The Sunset Divine Bow was stunned. You slapped your face. I told you not to be so cocky, but you didn't believe me. The artifact spirit of the Iron Fan gloated. The Sunset Divine Bow smiled embarrassedly. I still don't dare to go to the Divine Dragon Island. After all, there is a sovereign divine weapon. Then what are you still so cocky for? Hui Yi's face was full of disdain. The Sunset Divine Bow was embarrassed. Enough. All of you hide first. We'll show Supreme Cloud who's boss later. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. We don't dare to go to the Divine Dragon Island, but a trash like Supreme Cloud can be dealt with in minutes. The Sunset Divine Bow smiled proudly. Yes. You are the most powerful, quickly hide. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He did not expect the Sunset Divine Bow to be such a narcissist. Right then, the 10 heaven-defying divine weapons retracted their auras and disappeared into the sea around the island. With their help, I don't think we need to fight later, Yi Cheng said with a smile. That's for the best. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The 10 heaven-defying divine weapons had become so powerful. It was completely beyond his expectations. Apart from the Divine Dragon Island, was there any place he did not dare to go? For figures descended on the seaside. They were Yi Zhong, Supreme Cloud, Yang Li, and Wang Ming's souls. Yi Zhong, who exactly are you bringing me to see? Why did you come so far? Supreme Cloud looked at the sea and frowned. Wang Ming and Yang Li were also puzzled. You will know later. Yi Zhong looked at the galaxy outside the sky, and his divine force surged out. Soon, he found Qin Feiyang, who was above the island not far away. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also sensed Yi Zhong's divine force, because Yi Zhong did not conceal it. Master is here. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he activated the concealment spell. The 4 of them hid in the void at once. Soon, Yi Zhong led Supreme Cloud and the other 2 to the sky above the island. Supreme Cloud scanned the island, and the puzzlement in his eyes deepened. Senior Chief Pavilion Master, long time no see. How have you been? Suddenly, a faint laugh sounded in the void. This voice, Supreme Cloud quivered and looked in the direction of the sound. Wang Ming and Yang Li looked at each other, bewildered as well. They looked in the direction of the sound. Under their gaze, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 appeared. It's you. Supreme Cloud's expression changed. That's right. It's us. Qin Feiyang said. What's going on? Aren't you in the Nether King's hell? Why are you in Divine Land? The Chief Pavilion Master was bewildered. If you can be in Divine Land, Why can't I be? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. How on earth did you get out? I don't believe that this is your soul, the chief pavilion master said in a low voice. Of course it can't be my soul. As for how I got out, I'll tell you when you submit to me, Qin Feiyang said. Submit? The chief pavilion master's gaze trembled. He turned to look at Yi Zhong and roared, You betrayed me. Betrayed you? You think I don't know that you're Supreme Cloud, one of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Temple? Yi Zhong sneered. How did you know? The chief pavilion master was shocked. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, Did you tell him? Is that important? Qin Feiyang asked. Bastard. Who said that no matter what happens, we can't destroy the interests of the Dragon Slayer Temple? Now you're telling Yi Zhong my identity. What's the meaning of this? The chief pavilion master roared. Then why are you hiding on Divine Dragon Island? Qin Feiyang teased. I'm not hiding on Divine Dragon Island. I'm investigating the dragons on Divine Dragon Island. The chief pavilion master said angrily. Is that so? Qin Feiyang looked amused. Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. The chief pavilion master smiled coldly and looked at Yi Zhong. Do you know who your disciple Li Bu-er is? He's Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong clenched his hands and looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. He nodded and said, I know. What? You know? The chief pavilion master was stunned. That's right. Back then in Fallen Valley, after Lunatic killed you, we went to the deepest part of Fallen Valley. At that time, Qin Feiyang had already confessed his identity to me. Yi Zhong said expressionlessly. Confessed, the chief pavilion master murmured and roared. Then why didn't you tell Revered Dragon? Could it be that you've already submitted to Qin Feiyang? The word submit doesn't suit me. He's my master. I should respect him. Master, don't you think so? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Zhong snorted and said, I've brought him here. It's up to you now. Thank you, Master. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Supreme Cloud. You don't have a choice. Make your decision quickly. What decision? Supreme Cloud raised his eyebrows. Aren't you asking the obvious? Submit to me, and work for me, Qin Feiyang said. With just you? Supreme Cloud laughed angrily. At the same time, Yi Zhong frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Didn't we agree to kill her? Master, I didn't agree at that time, Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong's brows furrowed in anger. Thinking back, when he said he would kill Supreme Cloud, Qin Feiyang didn't respond directly. Don't be angry. Supreme Cloud is at the imperishable realm after all. He'll be very helpful in destroying the dragons. Don't you think it's a pity to kill such an expert? Qin Feiyang sighed. Yi Zhong suppressed the anger in his heart and said gloomily, If you still treat me as your master, then kill her for me. As long as you're willing to leave the dragons, I'll kill her now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yi Zhong's eyes were gloomy. At this moment, he realized that he couldn't do anything in front of this disciple. Do you really think I'm a lamb? Hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong, the chief pavilion master's heart burned with anger. He said telepathically, Wang Ming, Yang Li, you two stall them for now. When I escape, I will definitely come and save you. HM? When Wang Ming and Yang Li's souls heard this, they couldn't help staring blankly. Chapter 2831. Looking at their reactions, the chief pavilion master thought to himself, Why are you reacting so strongly? Are you afraid they won't notice? Why are we the ones holding him back? Besides, even if we hold him back, how are you going to save us? Wang Ming and Yang Li frowned. They didn't send a message, but just said it. What are you talking about? Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. It's like this. Lord Supreme Cloud told us to hold you back and wait for her to escape before coming back to save us. So we asked her, why are we the ones holding you back? We're both in soul form now. She's using us as cannon fodder. Wang Ming's eyes were full of contempt. I see. Realization dawned on Qin Feiyang. He looked at Supreme Cloud and shook his head with a smile. I thought you would resist and was ready to fight, but I didn't expect you to think about escaping. The chief pavilion master was instantly furious. He stared at Wang Ming and Yang Li. What do you mean? What do I mean? Let's put it this way, you're too stupid. Wang Ming shook his head and sneered. Looking at their expressions, the chief pavilion master couldn't help having an ominous feeling in his heart. Greetings, young master. Wang Ming and Yang Li smiled, then walked up to Qin Feiyang and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. What? You? The chief pavilion master looked at them in disbelief. That's right. We're already in the Nether King's hell, following young master. Wang Ming nodded. Supreme Cloud was instantly dumbfounded. Even Wang Ming and Yang Li had submitted to Qin Feiyang? What do you think? This surprise isn't bad, right? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Damn it, you two traitors, I'll kill you. Supreme Cloud roared, his aura billowing out. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the two hurriedly darted behind Qin Feiyang. Apart from me, who else is qualified to touch Wang Ming and Yang Li? Qin Feiyang coldly snorted and shouted, all of you come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sunset Divine Bow and the other divine artifacts immediately rushed out from the surrounding sea. Divine might surged, enveloping all directions. This is, Supreme Cloud's face paled. Yi Zhong's pupils shrank slightly. That's right. Qin Feiyang had 10 heaven-defying divine weapons, so how could it not be a piece of cake for him to deal with Supreme Cloud? Something's wrong. Suddenly, Yi Zhong looked at the 10 great divine artifacts and discovered that the auras of the 10 great divine artifacts were actually much stronger than before. What was going on? A heaven-defying divine artifact could grow stronger? You want to make a move? Come on. The five-clawed golden dragon clamored, its eyes filled with contempt. If it had been in the past, Supreme Cloud would have been enraged to hear this, because this was a blatant humiliation to her. However, at this moment, she stood there, trembling, and her face was deathly pale. The 10 great heaven-defying divine artifacts are no longer the same as before. They are all heaven-defying divine artifacts, but they can already crush them. So, you don't have a choice at all. Either you submit or you die. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. They are all heaven-defying divine artifacts, but they can still crush them, Yi Zhong murmured. How on earth had this Qin Feiyang done it? He could even increase the power of the heaven-defying divine artifacts? Let me tell you something that will make you even more desperate. Venerable Beast has also submitted. Wang Ming said. HM? The chief pavilion master stared at Wang Ming in bewilderment. Venerable Beast had also submitted? How was that possible? Wang Ming sneered. If you don't believe me, ask Yi Zhong. He knows everything. The chief pavilion master turned his head to look at Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong heaved a deep sigh and nodded at the chief pavilion master. The chief pavilion master's arms instantly dropped weakly. In that case, her momentum was now gone. I refuse to accept this. All of a sudden, Supreme Cloud roared, and divine power surged out of him as he charged at Qin Feiyang. Huge waves instantly surged in the sea for millions of kilometers. This was the strength of a master at the undead stage. Once he attacked, he could destroy the world. If this had happened on Black Tortoise Mountain or in Holy Dragon City, countless humans would have been affected. And the dragons would have been alerted immediately. At the same time, it was fortunate that Qin Feiyang had ordered the sea beasts to withdraw in advance. Otherwise, a large number of people would have been killed or injured in an instant. Kill her! Yi Zhong shouted. This was also what he was worried about. He was afraid that Supreme Cloud would act out of desperation and take everyone down with him. You're courting death. The sunset bow snorted coldly, and its sharp edge split the sky and earth as it shot directly at Supreme Cloud. Boom! With a loud bang, Supreme Cloud was sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. So powerful! Supreme Cloud was astonished. He also realized that the sunset bow seemed to have become stronger than before. It's your honor that Qin Feiyang took a liking to you, and you still refuse to accept it? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you are? The sunset bow's tone was full of disdain. Boom! A terrifying aura destroyed all directions. The island below was instantly annihilated. It was recovering by itself. Don't recover, Qin Feiyang shouted hurriedly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, the sunset bow instantly descended above Supreme Cloud's head, and its monstrous aura drowned Supreme Cloud. Don't waste my time. Will you surrender or die? That's right. Our time is very precious. We don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. The other 9 heaven-defying divine artifacts flew over, and a terrifying aura shrouded Supreme Cloud. Looking at the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts, Supreme Cloud's face turned pale. Heaven-defying divine artifacts were supreme existences no matter where they were. Not to mention that there were 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts now. There was no hope at all. I'll count to 3. If you still don't surrender, then die. 1, 2, 3. Qin Feiyang said coldly. Supreme Cloud struggled in his heart. When the word 3 came from Qin Feiyang's mouth, his body and mind trembled violently. He lowered his head and said, I surrender. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done so earlier? Qin Feiyang chuckled, and an enslavement seal suddenly appeared. Sigh. Supreme Cloud sighed softly and closed his eyes, his face devoid of color. The enslavement seal turned into a stream of light and sank into Supreme Cloud's skull, quickly taking control of his soul. Congratulations, young lord. Congratulations, young lord. You've gained another great general. Wang Ming cupped his hands and smiled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing heartily as well. As long as he took down Supreme Cloud, the entire treasure pavilion would be under his control. In other words, not only would the 2 ancestors' worries be resolved, Shangguanqiu would also be out of danger. Why are you still standing there? Come and greet young lord. The 5-clawed golden dragon shouted. The chief pavilion master looked coldly at the 5-clawed golden dragon and walked slowly to Qin Feiyang. He bowed and said, Greetings, young lord. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked up at Yi Zhong. Thank you, master, for granting my wish. I don't have a disciple who goes back on his word like you. Yi Zhong said coldly, then opened an altar and left. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It seemed that his master was becoming more and more dissatisfied with him. Should I just suppress him by force? Sunset Bao's artifact Spirit Dao was restless. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, We can only persuade master, not force him. It's hard to achieve great things if you're indecisive. Sunset Bao was disdainful. Hearing Sunset Bao's words, everyone couldn't help rolling their eyes. It wouldn't have been a problem if it had been someone else. Because it was true. It was hard for an indecisive person to achieve great things. But, was it really appropriate for Qin Feiyang? He was so young that even giants like Venerable Cloud, Venerable Beast, and the dragons couldn't do anything to him. How could it be hard for him to achieve great things? Qin Feiyang was indeed kind and righteous. But it wasn't indecisiveness, it was loyalty. It was also because of this that everyone followed him one after another. Is there anything else? Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Not yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hui Yi said, Then send us to the Black Tortoise world. I have to go into seclusion to cultivate. Qin Feiyang had more and more experts around him, and he was starting to feel the pressure. If he didn't work hard, he might end up as a foil. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, everyone disappeared, leaving only Wang Ming, Yang Li, Yi Cheng, and the chief pavilion master. Wang Ming, thank you. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Ming's soul and smiled. It's nothing. Wang Ming waved his hand and asked, Now, can you tell me how you came back? Qin Feiyang gave a brief account of what had happened. Venerable Cloud pricked up his ears and listened carefully. I see. He had heard of it. Venerable Cloud was enlightened. He didn't expect the Nether King's Hell to be the 3rd level of the miracle site. He didn't expect Qin Feiyang to be so familiar with the guardians of the miracle site. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Ming and said, Don't worry about anything now. Focus on rebuilding your physical body and soul in the ancient castle. The time array in the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm is even more powerful than the ancient city of King Yuang. Really? Wang Ming was surprised. Then, 1,000 years in a day. Qin Feiyang nodded. No way, 1,000 years in a day. Wang Ming and Yang Li were dumbfounded. The chief pavilion master also looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. And Yang Li, although your original body is not in danger in the Nether King's Hell, you still have to be careful. So, from now on, this soul of yours will always be in the castle. Qin Feiyang looked at Yang Li and said, Yang Li nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two of them to the castle. In this way, only the chief pavilion master and Yi Cheng were left outside. The chief pavilion master was quite nervous. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, Now, I'll give you 3 tasks. Tell me. The chief pavilion master lowered his head. Although he was unwilling, what was done could not be undone. There was nothing he could do about it. First, I don't want to see the manager of the Holy Dragon City's Treasure Pavilion and Ren Xiaolan again. Second, let Shangguan Qiu be the manager of the Treasure Pavilion. Remember, it's the manager. Whether it's the major cities in Divine Prefecture or the treasure pavilions in the 4 major regions, they all have to listen to her orders. In short, from now on, you'll be the chief pavilion master in name only. All the affairs of the treasure pavilion will be handled by Shangguan Qiu. Qin Feiyang said. Supreme Cloud said angrily, Then you might as well ask me to resign as the chief pavilion master. That's what I'm thinking. But Shangguan Qiu's cultivation is too weak now, and she's not experienced enough. She can't completely control such a huge treasure pavilion. So, you have to help her. Do you have any objections? Qin Feiyang looked at him indifferently. How would I dare to have any objections now? The chief pavilion master laughed at himself. Chapter 28:32. It's good that you know. Qin Feiyang continued, As for the 3rd mission, I'll go to Divine Dragon Island later and bring Yi Shui and the old master out. Why do you want to bring them back? Supreme Cloud frowned. Yi Cheng was taken aback as well, looking up at Qin Feiyang. The chief pavilion lord is going to bring them back? Of course, it's just in case. Qin Feiyang said. Supreme Cloud studied Qin Feiyang for a moment and asked, Are you plotting something? Can you not think of me as such a despicable person? Qin Feiyang was speechless. If you're not despicable, would you use such means to deal with me? Let's fight one-on-one if you have the ability. If you can beat me, I'll be convinced. Supreme Cloud snorted. What era is it now? Still fighting one-on-one? We'll talk about it later. What's your cultivation base and what's mine? Do you think it's reasonable to fight one-on-one? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Supreme Cloud said, Don't find excuses for your weakness. I'm very weak, but haven't you fallen into my hands now? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. You? Supreme Cloud's face was full of anger. Yi Cheng shook his head. We're already on the same side. Stop arguing. I'm not convinced. Supreme Cloud snorted coldly. Still not convinced? In the Nether King's Hell, Frenzy killed you single-handedly. Qin Feiyang is even stronger than Frenzy. If your cultivation base is the same, even if you fight one-on-one, you'll only be tortured. Yi Cheng said. Yi Cheng, you can't say that. Senior brother Frenzy might not be weaker than me. Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. Yi Cheng said, Even if he's not weaker than you, you're about the same. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Frankly speaking, he really didn't have much confidence in facing senior brother Frenzy if he didn't use all his means. Yi Cheng didn't dwell on this topic and asked, Will it work if Supreme Cloud goes to Divine Dragon Island? Of course. The dragons still don't know that Supreme Cloud has already submitted to me. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problem for her to return to Divine Dragon Island now. Qin Feiyang said. There won't be any problems? Supreme Cloud chuckled and said, You're being too confident. Don't forget that Yi Zhong witnessed the entire process. Yi Cheng nodded as well. Then let me ask you, when Master tricked you into leaving Divine Dragon Island, did the dragons know? Qin Feiyang said. I don't know. We avoided all the dragons. Supreme Cloud shook his head. That's right. Master also has his own concerns. Because sooner or later, the dragons will find out about your allegiance to me. If someone had seen him bringing you away from the Divine Dragon Island, they would definitely suspect Master. At that time, what will Master say to Long Zun's questions? No matter what, he can't be cleared of suspicion. And similarly, if he goes back now, he won't dare to tell Long Zun that you've submitted to me, because this will still arouse Long Zun's suspicion. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That makes sense. Yi Cheng nodded, then looked at Supreme Cloud and said, why don't you go to Divine Dragon Island now? Why would I, the Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion, do such a sneaky thing for you? Supreme Cloud sneered. Still putting on airs with me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and with a thought, Supreme Cloud's divine soul immediately felt a tearing pain. Stop it! Supreme Cloud roared in shock and anger. Since you've already submitted to me, then be obedient. Although I'm good to the people around me, you're not one of them now. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. I'll listen, Supreme Cloud nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently, stopped activating the slave seal, and said, then go quickly, I'll wait for you at Black Tortoise Mountain. Speaking of which, Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you don't come back before dawn, I'll erase your divine soul directly. Supreme Cloud replied respectfully and immediately activated an altar. Don't let my big brother find out, or he'll definitely stop you. Yi Cheng quickly reminded. I know. Supreme Cloud said without looking back, then stepped onto the altar and disappeared. Yi Cheng retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, can she really be trusted? You know how powerful the slave seal is. She won't dare to play any tricks. Qin Feiyang said. All right, then let's go to Black Tortoise Mountain now. Yi Cheng was a little impatient. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile, then activated the altar and left with Yi Cheng. He originally thought that subduing Supreme Cloud might be a little troublesome, but the result was unexpectedly smooth. Of course, this was all thanks to the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts. If it weren't for their help, this matter would have been a little difficult. And Qin Feiyang was sincerely happy that the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts had become stronger. Although it was still far from being a sovereign divine artifact, it was no problem to sweep through the ancient world. Night fell. Divine Dragon Island. In a certain house. The surroundings were green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. In the courtyard, a white-haired old man sat. Beside him was a woman. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She had an exquisite figure and wore a spotless white dress. She sat beside the old man, holding her cheeks and looking at the night sky. There was a trace of inexplicable emotion in her bright eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Shui, are you thinking of him again? The old man looked at the woman and chuckled. Were you thinking of? The woman came back to her senses and quickly withdrew her gaze, shaking her head. No. Great-grandfather watched you grow up. How can you hide your thoughts from me? The old man shook his head. The old man and the young woman were Yi Shui and Old Man Yi. Besides, other than you, grandfather, and second grandpa, who else can I think of? Yi Shui giggled. Do you really want me to explain? Aren't you thinking of Li Bu? The old man said. Yi Shui's cheeks flushed when she heard that. See, you're blushing. The old man teased. Great-grandfather, Yi Shui lowered her head, feeling uneasy all over. You and Li Bu haven't been together for long. Why do you like him? The old man was suspicious. Since when did I like him? I'm just thinking about it out of boredom. Let's talk about it later. He's our benefactor. It's normal for me to worry about his safety in the Nether King's hell. Yi Shui said with a red face. She didn't know what was going on. As long as a person calmed down, the figure of that man would involuntarily appear in her mind. You're just saying one thing and thinking another. The old man shook his head and said with a smile, Girl, happiness is in your own hands. If you really like him, you have to be brave and chase after him. Be brave and chase after him, Yishue murmured. To be honest, this old man quite likes this Li Bu. Not only does he have a lot of abilities, but his personality is also calmer than his peers. I believe that as long as he works hard, he will definitely become a great person in the future. The old man chuckled. The more you say, the more ridiculous it is. His cultivation base is weak, and he doesn't look good either. What can attract me? Yishue pouted, her face full of disdain. Old Master Yi glanced at Yishue and smiled without saying anything. Looking at this smile, Yishue felt even more uncomfortable. She got up and said, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to cultivate. After saying that, she turned around and fled. Old Master Yishue. Suddenly, a laugh rang out. Supreme Cloud walked into the courtyard with a smile on his face. Greetings, Chief Pavilion Master. Yishue was stunned and hurriedly went forward to bow. You're welcome. Supreme Cloud reached out to help Yishue up and asked, I vaguely heard you and your great-grandfather talking about Li Bu just now. No. Yishue waved her hands in panic. Supreme Cloud smiled meaningfully and turned to Old Master Yi, saying, Are you used to this place? Not bad. Old Master Yi nodded and said with a smile, Chief Pavilion Master, why are you free today to visit us? But if one looked closely, one would find that there was a trace of vigilance in Old Master Ye's eyes towards Supreme Cloud. Supreme Cloud glanced around, then looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, To be honest, I'm going to bring you to see someone. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and then at the Chief Pavilion Master in confusion. Li Bu. Supreme Cloud said. What? Li Bu? The grandfather and grandson were stunned. Yishue hurriedly said, Wait, isn't he in hell? He's already back. He's waiting for you at Black Tortoise Mountain now. Supreme Cloud said. Really? Yishue was delighted. Shue. Old Man Yi chided Yishue instead. He looked at Supreme Cloud and said with a smile, The Chief Pavilion Lord must be joking. We all know that the Hell of Hades will only close after 1,000 years. How could he possibly return in advance? That's right. Yishue looked at Supreme Cloud suspiciously. Please believe me. Supreme Cloud looked at Old Master Yi helplessly. It's not that we don't believe you, but this news is a little unbelievable. I think I'd better ask Yizhong first. He's Li Bu's master. If Li Bu is really back, Yizhong will definitely know. As Old Master Yi spoke, he took out the image crystal. Supreme Cloud quickly snatched Old Master Ye's image crystal. Chief Pavilion Master, what do you mean by this? Old Master Yi frowned and immediately shielded Yishue behind him. You're not suspecting that I have ulterior motives, are you? Supreme Cloud frowned. Old Master Yi smiled. This old man doesn't think so, but it's already late. I think it's better to forget it. Supreme Cloud could not help but frown. What should he do? He thought it would be an easy task, but he did not expect it to be so troublesome. Qin Feiyang said that these two must be brought back before dawn. Otherwise, her soul would be erased. Who is Qin Feiyang? If he said so, he would do it. Chief Pavilion Master, return the image crystal to this old man. Please leave. Old Master Yi ordered him to leave. Supreme Cloud sighed softly. He suddenly stepped forward and slapped the back of their heads. You, Old Master Yi glared at Supreme Cloud, then both grandfather and grandson fainted. How troublesome. Supreme Cloud shook his head and turned to leave with the two in his arms. What are you doing? But at that moment, a low and angry voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Supreme Cloud froze when he heard the voice. Chapter 28:33. Yizhong. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Supreme Cloud slowly turned his head and saw an old man standing in front of the courtyard's gate. Who else could it be but Yizhong? Why are you here? Supreme Cloud looked slightly panicked. What's wrong? Did I ruin your plans? Yizhong's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he walked into the courtyard. Don't misunderstand. Supreme Cloud quickly waved his hands. They're lying on the ground right now. You're telling this old man not to misunderstand? Yizhong's aura became more aggressive. It's Yi Cheng and Qin Feiyang. They're the ones who asked me to take Yi Shui and Old Master Yi away. Supreme Cloud hurriedly mentioned Qin Feiyang and Yi Cheng. Otherwise, the dragons would be alerted. Once the dragons were alerted and the dragons found out something, she could forget about leaving Divine Dragon Island. Heard about it. Yi Zhong's footsteps paused and he couldn't help but frown. Supreme Cloud secretly sighed in relief and looked at Yi Zhong. You should know why Qin Feiyang and Yi Cheng are doing this, right? You don't have to worry about that. You, on the other hand, you've just submitted to Qin Feiyang and you're already working so hard for him. What a joke. Yi Zhong's face was full of mocking laughter. Don't say such sarcastic words. If it weren't for you, would I have fallen into their hands? Supreme Cloud said angrily. Yi Zhong scolded mercilessly, this is what you deserve. Scram. I have to take Yi Shui and Old Master Yi away because this is Qin Feiyang's order. If I don't bring them back, I'll die. Supreme Cloud said in a low voice. With this old man here, don't even think about it. Yi Zhong glared. Supreme Cloud looked at him gloomily and suddenly laughed. Yi Zhong was surprised. How could he still laugh? Old man Yi, you want me dead, don't you? Fine. Then let's fight to the death today. I'll go find Long Zun now and tell her everything you've done. Once Long Zun finds out about this, you should know what will happen to Yi Shui and Old Master Yi even without me telling you. Supreme Cloud sneered. You? Yi Zhong glared at Supreme Cloud. Don't look like you're going to eat me. Since I've already fallen to this point, I don't mind dragging a few more down with me. Supreme Cloud's eyes glinted coldly. When Yi Zhong heard this, his expression turned ugly. The high and mighty Supreme Cloud had now become Qin Feiyang's subordinate. Her mentality was almost twisted. If he continued to force her, she might really end up destroying herself. Actually, you know very well that Qin Feiyang and Yi Cheng are doing this for the sake of Yi Shui and the others. They don't want Yi Shui and Elder Yi to be used by the dragons to threaten you. It's your business if you want to be loyal to the dragons, but you can't drag your loved ones down with you. I'm telling you very clearly. If the truth is revealed, neither Yi Shui nor Elder Yi will be able to leave Divine Dragon Island alive. Supreme Cloud sneered. Yi Zhong's gaze trembled, his face turning slightly pale. Seeing this, Supreme Cloud continued, as far as I know, your Yi family only has Yi Shui, Elder Yi, and you two brothers. You don't want the Yi family to die out, do you? When Yi Zhong heard this, his face turned even paler. Let me take them away. I believe they'll be safer in the Black Tortoise world than on Divine Dragon Island. And this way you won't have any worries. You can do whatever you want. Supreme Cloud said. Yi Zhong couldn't help but lower his head and look at Yi Shui and Elder Yi. His eyes were filled with struggle. Hurry up. I still have to rush back to report. Supreme Cloud urged. Yi Zhong took a deep breath and sighed. Help this old man tell Qin Feiyang and Yi Cheng to take good care of them. Supreme Cloud was stunned for a moment, then a look of realization appeared on his face. He sneered. Looks like you're not hopeless yet. With a wave of his hand, he sent the two of them into the spatial divine item and disappeared into the night sky without looking back. Yi Zhong sighed deeply and looked at the night sky, muttering, Do I really have to take this step? Swoosh. However, at this moment, another figure appeared from the darkness. Yi Zhong shuddered and quickly looked up. His expression changed drastically. Longzuan. Why was she here? Longzuan walked out step by step and sighed. Yi Zhong, you've disappointed me. Longzuan, Yi Zhong was extremely flustered. Boom. At the same time, not far away, 10 figures appeared and blocked Supreme Cloud's path. These 10 figures were the 10 great ancestor dragons. Supreme Cloud's expression changed abruptly. Why were the 10 great ancestor dragons here? Lord Longzuan is waiting for you over there. Let's go. Fire Dragon Ancestor Dragon looked at Supreme Cloud and pointed at the courtyard, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Longzuan. The Chief Pavilion Master's gaze trembled and could not help but turn to look at the courtyard. When he saw Longzuan standing opposite Yi Zhong, his face instantly turned pale. What was going on? Why were Longzuan and the 10 great ancestor dragons here? And when was it exposed? What to do? The chief pavilion master was panicking. This was something he had never expected. Go quickly. Suddenly, Yi Zhong growled and divine power surged out, surging toward the 10 great ancestor dragons. The chief pavilion master came back to his senses and immediately teleported away. Umph! Longzuan snorted and pointed a finger. Yi Zhong's divine power was immediately shattered. A divine dragon power surged out and instantly condensed into a boundary, enveloping all directions. The chief pavilion master could not escape and was imprisoned in the boundary. She was undoubtedly even more flustered. She was not sure about Longzuan's strength because she had never fought with him. But she knew that this terrifying existence was definitely not someone she could contend with. Longzuan glanced at Yi Zhong and landed in front of the chief pavilion master, saying, "Hand them over immediately." Although his tone was very calm, it carried a great majesty that made people dare not disobey. The chief pavilion master's eyes trembled and obediently took Yi Shui and Old Man Yi out of the spatial divine item. Seeing this, Yi Zhong hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Longzuan, this is all my fault. Don't make things difficult for Shui and the rest." Longzuan turned a deaf ear. With a wave of his hand, the unconscious Yi Shui and Old Man Yi rose into the air and landed beside him. Longzuan, Yi Zhong was burning with anxiety. Longzuan looked at the old man and the young man and sighed. "Yi Zhong, do you know? I really don't want to believe that you would betray me." "I didn't," Yi Zhong roared. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon sneered. "Since you didn't betray us, then why did you transfer Yi Shui and the rest out? Is my divine dragon island not safe?" Yi Zhong's body stiffened. The truth was right in front of him. How could he refute it? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon looked at Yi Zhong and the chief pavilion master and sneered. "Do you know when you were exposed?" Yi Zhong and the chief pavilion master looked at each other, then looked at Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon. Actually, this matter started when the chief pavilion master entered the divine dragon island. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said, "Me." The chief pavilion master frowned. "That's right. Although you have always been respectful to us dragons, you have never been willing to step into the divine dragon island. I still remember that we went to invite you a few times, but each time, you rejected us with various reasons. So, at that time, we were wondering why you came uninvited this time. But we didn't expose you. We let you stay on the divine dragon island and secretly monitor it. You did it quite secretly. All these years, we haven't found anything useful. But today, Yi Zhong suddenly came to find you. We found that Ming Emperor and Li Emperor of the Dragon Slayer Palace had been hiding in your spatial divine item. This surprised us very much. Why would Ming Emperor and Li Emperor be in your spatial divine item? So, we made a bold guess that you, the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion, might be one of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace. However, we still didn't alert the enemy and secretly followed you all the way to the North Sea. But we didn't expect to see Qin Fei Yang. After listening to your conversation, our guess was finally confirmed. You are one of the 4 emperors." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon laughed sinisterly. The chief pavilion master's eyes were gloomy. He didn't expect to arouse the suspicions of the dragons as soon as he entered the divine dragon island. "Aren't these bastards too cautious?" Yi Zhong said. "In that case, all of you knew about our conversation back then?" "That's right. But at that time, seeing that you were very firm and considerate of us dragons, Lord Dragon Sovereign chose to trust you in the end. But we didn't expect that you would agree to let Lord Cloud take Yi Shui and Old Man Yi away. It's obvious that your loyalty to us dragons is not as firm as we thought. It's even possible that you have betrayed us deep in your heart." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon sneered. "I didn't. I sent Shui and father away because I didn't want to drag them into this," Yi Zhong said angrily. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon shouted. "Then why did you send them to Qin Fei Yang?" Yi Zhong said, "Because I believe that Yi Cheng and Qin Fei Yang will take good care of them. From what you said, Are you saying that we will make things difficult for them if they stay on the Divine Dragon Island? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said angrily. Phew. Yi Zhong took a deep breath, looked up at the ancestral dragons, and said, now that things have come to this, I don't want to hide it anymore. Whether I will make things difficult for them or not, don't you know in your hearts? You, the ancestral dragons glared at Yi Zhong. Think about it, how much have I sacrificed for the dragons all these years? But what about you? You have never let go of your prejudice against me. Do you still remember how you humiliated me in the Underworld King's Hell? With people like you, how can I be at ease letting Shui and Father stay on the Divine Dragon Island? Yi Zhong shouted. Say it clearly, who are we? The ancestral dragons glared at him angrily. Who are we? Don't you know in your hearts? Yi Zhong sneered, looked up at Long Zun and said, whether you believe it or not, I did waver, but I didn't really betray you. I don't care how you treat me. I only hope that you can let Shui and Father go. In this life, I have never begged you for anything. I only beg you for this. Yi Zhong looked at Long Zun, his eyes full of pleading. Chapter 28:34. Lord Long Zun, don't be fooled by him. Although he said so, he must have betrayed us in his heart. Who knows, this might even be a show he's putting on. The ancestral dragons spoke one after another. Long Zun remained silent. I beg you, Yi Zhong bent down and lowered his head. They had never seen him show such a low posture in front of others. After a long time, Long Zun finally opened his mouth and looked at Yi Zhong. Since you said you didn't betray me, then go and kill Qin Feiyang now. That's right. Qin Feiyang has always wanted you to follow him. In that case, you can use this to get close to him and then take the opportunity to kill him. I believe this won't be difficult for you. The ancestral dragons looked at Yi Zhong and sneered. Yi Zhong's expression was uncertain. Can't bear to? The fire dragon ancestral dragon sneered. This is my only condition. As long as you kill Qin Feiyang, I will still trust you. Long Zun said. The chief pavilion master looked at Long Zun and the ancestral dragons and sneered. It seems that you only have this little trick. What did you say? The ancestral dragons immediately frowned. What? Did I say anything wrong? Since you followed him all the way to North Sea, why didn't you directly attack Qin Feiyang? Isn't this because you're afraid of him? The chief pavilion master sneered. Anyway, it was already a dead end, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, the ancestral dragons' faces sank. At first, they did have the idea of getting rid of Qin Feiyang while he was unprepared. But when they saw the Sunset Divine Bow and the other 10 heaven-defying artifacts, they decisively gave up this idea. Frankly speaking, they were also very desperate. They didn't expect the 10 heaven-defying artifacts to have grown to this extent. But this despair was hidden in their hearts. But now, the chief pavilion master had directly said it without giving them any face, causing them to fly into a rage out of shame. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you dragons are so scared of a mere perfection 9 heavens realm? If you have the ability, go and kill him yourself. If you can do it, I believe that even Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang will not dare to be enemies with you dragons in the future. The chief pavilion master said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Long Zun raised his arm, and a burst of divine power shot out and entered the chief pavilion master's energy reserve. The chief pavilion master's sea of qi was destroyed on the spot, and a bloody hole appeared on his lower abdomen, with blood gushing out. As a prisoner, you should have the awareness of a prisoner. Long Zun glanced indifferently at the chief pavilion master. He then looked at Yi Zhong and asked, "How about it?" Yi Zhong gritted his teeth and said with a nod, "All right, I'll go and kill him." "Then go. I will help you take care of Yi Shui and uncle." Long Zun said. "Yi Zhong, are you stupid? Do you think that if you kill Qin Feiyang, they will really let Yi Shui and your father go? You've been with them for so many years, don't you know their personalities?" The chief pavilion master shouted. "Shut up." Ancestral Graygon stepped forward and slapped the chief pavilion master's face. Believe me, sooner or later, you dragons will pay the price. The chief pavilion master said with a sinister smile. I'll let you have a taste of the consequences of going against us dragons. Ancestral Gragon kicked the chief pavilion master, and waves of divine power appeared and crazily cut the chief pavilion master's body like blades. In just an instant, the chief pavilion master's body was badly mutilated, and blood splattered everywhere. The chief pavilion master roared, "What's the use of showing off in front of me? If you have the guts, go and find Qin Feiyang." The hostility between Ancestral Gragon's brows was even more terrifying. Qin Feiyang was a thorn in the dragon's side. As long as he heard the name Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but go crazy. Long Zun looked at Yi Zhong and said, "Hurry up and go." Yi Zhong looked at Yi Shui, and Old Man Yi took a deep breath, looked at the chief pavilion master and said, "Where did you and Qin Feiyang agree to meet?" Black Tortoise Mountain. The chief pavilion master laughed. "Black Tortoise Mountain," Yi Zhong muttered, then turned around and strode away. When Yi Zhong disappeared under the night sky, Long Zun looked at Ancestral Gragon and said, "All right, go and follow Yi Zhong." Ancestral Gragon nodded and disappeared instantly. Fire Dragon Ancestral Gragon looked at the chief pavilion master lying on the ground and asked, "Lord Long Zun, what should we do with her?" "She can't die yet, because she signed an enslavement seal with Qin Feiyang. Once she dies, Qin Feiyang will sense it. Lock her up in the god's prison first." Long Zun said. Fire Dragon Ancestral Gragon replied respectfully. Blood Dragon Ancestral Gragon hesitated for a moment and asked, "Lord Long Zun, if Yi Zhong really killed Qin Feiyang, are you really going to let him go?" Long Zun pondered for a moment, lowered his head and looked at Yi Shui, and Yi Shui, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Black Tortoise Mountain. Qin Feiyang stood at the peak of the mountain without saying a word. But Yi Cheng was very anxious and looked in the direction of Divine Dragon Island from time to time. "Why aren't they back yet? Do you think something unexpected will happen?" Yi Cheng looked at Qin Feiyang impatiently. "Probably not." Qin Feiyang shook his head. But in his heart, there was an inexplicable uneasiness. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky above. Yi Cheng thought that it was the chief pavilion master who had brought Yi Shui and Old Master Yi back. He immediately raised his head to look, but when he saw who it was, his expression froze. "Big brother? Why is it you?" Yi Cheng was stunned. "Master." At the same time, Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Why did Yi Zhong come to Black Tortoise Mountain? One had to know. Only the chief pavilion master knew that they would meet at Black Tortoise Mountain. But now, the person who came was not the chief pavilion master, but Yi Zhong? Could it be that an accident had really happened? Yi Zhong landed opposite Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "I went back and thought about it carefully. I feel that these dragons should not continue to exist in this world." "Big brother," Yi Cheng was ecstatic. Yi Zhong sighed, "In the past, I was indeed too muddle-headed. That's why I kept helping the evildoer." No, as long as Big Brother understands." Yi Cheng waved his hand repeatedly. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Feiyang, do you still recognize me as your master?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. But in his heart, he was secretly thinking that Yi Zhong's behavior was too abnormal. There must be something wrong with this. "I thought you wouldn't recognize me as your master." Yi Zhong chuckled. "How is that possible? A teacher for a day is a father for life." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Good. Yi Zhong nodded and inadvertently approached Qin Feiyang. Yi Cheng glanced around and asked, "Big brother, why don't I see Shui, and father?" "They are still on Divine Dragon Island." Yi Zhong said. "Still on Divine Dragon Island? We have already asked the chief pavilion master to pick them up, don't you know?" Yi Cheng frowned. "Is there such a thing? I haven't been to Divine Dragon Island since I returned from North Sea." Yi Zhong was surprised. "Then hurry up and take a look. The chief pavilion master hasn't returned yet. I'm worried that an accident might have happened." Yi Cheng said in a deep voice. "Don't worry. Longzuan doesn't know that the chief pavilion master has already submitted to Feiyang, so even if Longzuan sees it, he won't be suspicious." Yi Zhong comforted him. "But I can't help but worry." Yi Cheng was extremely anxious. This matter can't be rushed. I have something to discuss with Fei Yong first, then I'll go to Divine Dragon Island to take a look. Yi Zhong said. Alright. Yi Cheng nodded. Fei Yong, come with me. Yi Zhong grabbed Qin Fei Yong's hand and walked to the side with a smile. Is there anything that you can't let me know? Yi Cheng looked at the two of them suspiciously. Keep it a secret first. Yi Zhong smiled mysteriously at Yi Cheng, then turned to look at Qin Fei Yong and said, Fei Yong, these dragons are extraordinarily powerful. To destroy them, speaking of which. Yi Zhong suddenly slapped Qin Fei Yong's head with his palm. Big brother. This sudden scene caused Yi Cheng to turn pale with fright. However, at the same time, the sunset bow suddenly appeared and blasted towards Yi Zhong. Boom! Yi Zhong was sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out of his mouth. What's going on? Yi Cheng looked at the two of them, completely unable to react. At the same time, Yi Zhong also stared at Qin Fei Yong in shock. Master! You're underestimating me too much. If I was so easy to deceive, would I be able to survive until now under the pursuit of the dragons? Qin Fei Yong took a few steps back and looked coldly at Yi Zhong. This old man has already done it perfectly, why did you still find out? Yi Zhong said angrily. It's very simple. Only the Chief Pavilion Master knows that I'm at Black Tortoise Mountain. As expected, the Chief Pavilion Master has already fallen into your hands. Qin Fei Yong said. Yi Zhong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, You're indeed worthy of being this old man's disciple. Big brother, why are you doing this? Yi Cheng finally recovered and glared at Yi Zhong. However, Yi Zhong just glanced at Yi Cheng indifferently, then looked at Qin Fei Yong and said, Believe this old man, the dragons are not something you can shake. They are everywhere, no matter where you are, no matter what you do, they are under their control. The wisest choice is to submit to the dragons. Is that so? Qin Fei Yong raised the corner of his mouth. Think about it carefully. After saying that, Yi Zhong turned around and left. You want to leave just like that? Qin Fei Yong frowned. Yi Zhong turned to look at Qin Fei Yong and asked, Otherwise, do you still want to kill this old man? I have always respected and appreciated you, but I didn't expect you to sneak attack me. Since you don't treat me as your disciple, why should I treat you as my master? Qin Fei Yong said with a smile. Yi Zhong's face immediately darkened, and he said angrily, Aren't you afraid of being accused of deceiving your master? Have I, Qin Fei Yong, ever been short of infamy, and crimes? So, one more doesn't matter. Sunset Divine Bow, kill this old man for me. Qin Fei Yong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted. Clang! The divine power of the Sunset Divine Bow suddenly roared out. Qin Fei Yong do. Seeing this, Yi Cheng hurriedly ran to Qin Fei Yong and called out. This is none of your business. Qin Fei Yong waved his hand and forced Yi Cheng to retreat. You unfilial disciple! Yi Zhong shouted angrily, and his divine power surged out toward the Sunset Divine Bow. Then, he turned around and fled without looking back. Don't let him escape! Qin Fei Yong shouted at the Sunset Divine Bow. Don't worry, he can't escape. The artifact spirit of the Sunset Divine Bow laughed and easily shattered Yi Zhong's divine power, then chased after Yi Zhong. Chapter 28:35. Traitorous disciple, traitorous disciple? Yi Zhong roared. Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Qin Fei Yong snorted coldly. The Sunset Divine Bow shone brightly and its divine aura shook the heavens. In just a few breaths, the Sunset Divine Bow caught up with Yi Zhong and mercilessly attacked Yi Zhong. Qin Fei Yong, I beg you, don't do this. Big brother must have his difficulties. Yi Cheng pleaded. No matter what difficulties he has, as long as he wants to kill me, he must die. This is my principle, Qin Fei Yong. Qin Fei Yong said expressionlessly. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sunset Divine Bow arrived. Yi Zhong immediately let out a miserable howl as his entire body exploded in the void. Big brother, Yi Cheng screamed. What happened? What a terrifying divine aura. Black Tortoise Mountain was not far from the Holy Dragon City. Therefore, The aura of the sunset divine bow had alarmed the entire holy dragon city. People ran out and looked at Black Tortoise Mountain in shock. Then they looked at Yizhong. His physical body had been destroyed and only his divine soul was left. Yi Cheng saw this and cried out in despair, "Qin Fiyang, I beg you, let Big Brother go." "Let him go? You're his brother. Don't you know his strength? If you let him go now, you'll be releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Sunset Divine Bao, I want to see his divine soul destroyed." Qin Feiyang shouted. "No problem." The Sunset Divine Bao cackled and shot towards Yizhong's divine soul again. "It's Yizhong. And the Sunset Divine Bao. Wait, isn't that person Qin Feiyang?" Some brave people ran out of the Holy Dragon City and came to the vicinity of Black Tortoise Mountain. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the others, they were stunned. "It's really him. Didn't I hear that he went to hell? What's going on? This guy is truly audacious. He even dared to kill Yizhong." Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Yizhong's spirit roared, "Qin Feiyang is Li Bu heir. If he deceives his master and destroys his ancestors." "What? Qin Feiyang is Li Bu?" Everyone was stunned. "Even if you let the whole world know, I don't care." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The Sunset Divine Bao arrived with a loud bang. "You unfilial disciple." With a furious roar, Yizhong's spirit was annihilated on the spot. He really killed Yizhong. This bastard is too heartless. Back in the Dragon God Palace, Yizhong took such good care of him. Deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors, you bastard. Everyone was cursing and swearing. "Do you want to die too?" Qin Feiyang glanced at them coldly. The pupils of the group shrank, and they immediately turned around and ran for their lives. "Pumph!" Qin Feiyang snorted, and with a wave of his hand, the Sunset Divine Bao flew back. "Big Brother," Yi Cheng knelt in the air helplessly, his eyes full of sorrow. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Cheng and sighed, "It's not my fault. He came to kill me first. Who else can I blame but you? From now on, we'll cut off all ties." Yi Cheng roared. "Cut off all ties? Don't forget, I'm the one who helped you break through to the half-step imperishable stage." Qin Feiyang sneered. "So what?" Yi Cheng roared. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I can make you, and I can also destroy you." "You want to kill me?" Yi Cheng was shocked. "You've been with me for so long, don't you know me? I've never left any roots behind. Now that you hate me, of course I can't let you live." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You?" Yi Cheng stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Do you want to kill yourself, or do you want me to erase your divine soul?" "I'll kill you." Yi Cheng's eyes were red as he charged at Qin Feiyang, and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Self-destruct. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he roared, "Do you want the entire Holy Dragon City to die with you?" The self-destruction of a half-step imperishable stage expert was enough to instantly turn the nearby Holy Dragon City into ashes. "I'm going to die anyway, what's there to be afraid of?" Yi Cheng smiled ferociously. "Crazy." Qin Feiyang cursed and looked at the Sunset Divine Bao. The Sunset Divine Bao released a strand of divine artifact and directly shattered Yi Cheng's sea of qi. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and grabbed Yi Cheng's hair, and sneered, "You want to die with me? Fine, see how I'll torture you." Immediately after, Qin Feiyang took the Sunset Divine Bao and Yi Cheng and disappeared without a trace. Ruthless. Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon, who was hiding in the divine artifact, looked at this scene with fear. He had been hiding in the divine artifact for a long time, so he witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. Originally, he thought that even if Yizhong failed, Qin Feiyang would definitely not kill him. However, he didn't expect him to be so ruthless, directly destroying Yizhong's divine soul. What a terrifying young man. Originally, he also wanted to save him. But when he thought of how well Long Zun had treated Yizhong these years, he felt indignant, so he could only watch as Yizhong died. At the same time, inside the castle, Qin Feiyang stood in the hall of the castle, the Sunset Divine Bao floating beside him. Yi Cheng was paralyzed on the ground, his face full of pain. Fire Lotus, Hui, Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, Mermaid Princess and the others were also standing to the side. After such a big incident, they naturally weren't in the mood to cultivate. Moreover, they didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would directly kill Yi Zhong. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone, bent down, and grabbed Yi Cheng's arm, saying, "Get up. Don't touch me." Yi Cheng slapped Qin Feiyang's hand away. Mermaid Princess walked to Qin Feiyang's side and whispered, "Feiyang, let him calm down first." Yeah. After such a big incident, no matter how good a person's mentality is, they won't be able to control their emotions. Fire Lotus nodded, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "But Qin Dage, what's wrong with you today? You're too impulsive." Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and said with a wry smile, "Do you really think that I would kill Master?" Everyone was stunned. Hui frowned and said, "Isn't he already dead?" "That's right. This venerable one personally did it, there's no mistake." The Sunset Bao also said. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, stretched out his left hand, and opened his palm. A wisp of divine soul appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at the divine soul in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, "Master secretly gave this to me when he pulled me to the side." Yi Cheng also hurriedly stood up and looked at the divine soul. At the same time, that wisp of divine soul floated up and transformed into a figure. Who else could it be but Yi Zhong? "Big brother." Yi Cheng immediately turned from grief to joy. Yi Zhong looked at Yi Cheng and blamed himself. "I'm sorry, I made you worry. What the hell is going on?" Yi Cheng looked at Yi Zhong and Qin Feiyang, his face full of suspicion. "As soon as Master appeared, I knew that there was a problem, because only the Chief Pavilion Master knew that I was at Black Tortoise Mountain. Moreover, Master's behavior was really abnormal, so I kept an eye out at that time. When Master secretly gave me the divine soul, I was even more certain that something must have happened to the Chief Pavilion Master. And Master also reminded me that the dragons were following us. So, I beat him at his own game and put on this show." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Remind?" Yi Cheng was stunned and frowned. "Why didn't I hear Big Brother's reminder? You didn't pay attention. Do you still remember that Master said that dragons are everywhere, no matter where you are, no matter what you are doing, you are under the control of the dragons?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes, he did say that." Yi Cheng nodded. "This is Master's hint that someone is hiding in the dark to spy on him." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I see." Yi Cheng suddenly understood. "You're a really smart kid. I thought you didn't understand." Yi Zhong laughed. "You have already given me the divine soul secretly. If I still don't understand, then wouldn't I be a complete fool?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "But I was just reminding you. I gave you the divine soul just in case. Why did you really want to destroy my divine soul?" "I still have to go back to save Shui and the old master. Now that everyone has seen that I died in your hands, how can I return to Divine Dragon Island?" Yi Zhong's face was full of displeasure. "Big brother, what do you mean? Don't tell me that you have no part in this show?" Hearing this, Yi Cheng looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. "I never thought that this brat would be so ruthless as to kill me and destroy both my soul and body. My original plan was to return to Divine Dragon Island immediately after the assassination failed and find a way to transfer Shui and my father out. But I never thought that this kid would kill me directly." Yi Zhong was speechless. Hearing this, Yi Cheng looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Then what do you mean by doing this?" "It's very simple. I just want Master to see if Long Zun is someone worthy of his protection." Qin Feiyang said. "What do you mean?" Yi Zhong also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. "Now that you are dead, if Long Zun really cares about you, or even if she still has the slightest bit of feelings for you, she will definitely help you take care of Yi Shui and the old master. On the other hand, if she took the opportunity to use this hatred and used Yi Shui and the old master, it means that she has no feelings for you. And in the past, she was purely using you." Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong fell silent. "This disciple knows that you can't let go of your feelings for Long Zun, so you can't make a decision. And now, I am using this method to test Long Zun's attitude towards you. At that time, won't it be clear at a glance whether Long Zun is worthy of your protection? Qin Feiyang said. Hui Yi asked, then what if Long Zun really has feelings for Yi Zhong? If that's the case, I will respect Master's decision. If worst comes to worst, we'll have a fair fight in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. You brat. Yi Zhong scolded with a smile. His eyes seemed to be filled with anticipation. What would Long Zun's attitude be after hearing the news of his death? Feiyang, this, I am really sorry about before. After Yi Qing reacted, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang guiltily. It's okay. Besides, your attitude towards me at that time made this matter more real. In other words, now, there will definitely be no doubt that this is a show. Qin Feiyang smiled. It is already very realistic. When I saw your attitude and killing intent at that time, I was already in despair. Yi Qing smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for his big brother's soul in front of him, if it wasn't for Qin Feiyang saying it personally, he would definitely not believe that this was just a show. Chapter 28:36. Not to mention Yi Qing, who witnessed it with his own eyes. Even Fire Lotus and the others who were listening in the castle thought that Qin Feiyang was serious. What the hell happened? Fire Lotus looked at Yi Zhong and asked. Sigh. Yi Zhong let out a low sigh and explained the situation in detail. The dragons really can't be underestimated. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So what? Facing us, they can only cower in the Divine Dragon Island like a tortoise. Hui Yi sneered. That's the problem. Divine Dragon Island has a sovereign divine weapon. Although the dragons don't dare to attack us, we don't dare to kill our way in either. This has made the situation a deadlock. Yi Qing shook his head. That's all for later. The most important thing now is to find a way to enter Divine Dragon Island and rescue Shui and father. Yi Zhong's face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked up at Yi Zhong and said, Master, you are more familiar with Divine Dragon Island than us. Do you know of any other way to sneak in without anyone knowing? If you want to enter Divine Dragon Island, you have to pass through the inland sea. But you know the situation in the inland sea. And there is a barrier around Divine Dragon Island personally set up by the Dragon God. Even if you pass through the inland sea, you can forget about entering Divine Dragon Island. Not to mention sneaking in without anyone knowing. Yi Zhong said. What? A barrier set up by the Dragon God himself? Everyone was shocked. That's right. If you want to pass through this barrier, you have to get the consent of the Dragon Sovereign and the 10 ancestor dragons. Yi Zhong said. In other words, only the Dragon Sovereign and the 10 ancestor dragons can pass through this barrier freely? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yi Zhong nodded and said, Of course, the princess and the prince can do it too. That's a bit difficult. Qin Feiyang muttered. Fire Lotus said in a deep voice, Qin Dage, there's one more thing that needs to be dealt with immediately. What is it? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. Fire Lotus said, The Chief Pavilion Master's identity has been exposed. I'm afraid the Treasure Pavilion will face a disaster. That's right. Those dragons will definitely take revenge on the Treasure Pavilion. Hui said. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. Too many things had happened, and he had almost forgotten about this. We must act immediately. If nothing else, we must at least take all the resources from the Treasure Pavilion. Fire Lotus urged. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked up at Yi Zhong and asked, Master, how do you think this matter should be handled? This matter? Yi Zhong pondered for a while and said, Actually, there's no need to move. There's no need to move? Everyone looked at Yi Zhong in confusion. The dragon's most powerful weapon is their sovereign divine weapon. However, no one can control this sovereign divine weapon except for the Dragon God. And as far as this old man knows, as long as the Divine Dragon Island is not threatened, this sovereign divine weapon will not make a move. In other words, as long as we don't attack the Divine Dragon Island, this sovereign divine weapon will not interfere. And the dragons are afraid of us because of Feiyang's heaven-defying divine weapon. The dragons don't have any heaven-defying divine weapons except for the sovereign divine weapon. So, as long as we don't attack the Divine Dragon Island, we will have an absolute advantage. Yi Zhong said. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yi Zhong's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, so this old man's suggestion is to besiege the Divine Dragon Island. Besiege the Divine Dragon Island? Everyone looked at each other. Qin Feiyang was also pondering over the meaning of these words. It means to seal the dragons in the Divine Dragon Island, so that they won't dare to come out. As long as the dragons can't leave the Divine Dragon Island, then the problem you are worried about will naturally not happen. Yi Zhong said. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, good idea. Master is indeed worthy of being called master. The others also cast looks of admiration at Yi Zhong. Sealing the Divine Dragon Island was equivalent to imprisoning the dragons in the Divine Dragon Island. In this way, no matter how the dragons struggled, they would not be able to run out and harm the Divine Continent. The most important thing was, if they really succeeded in sealing the dragons, it would be equivalent to depriving the dragons of their right to rule the ancient world. Because the dragons were holed up in the Divine Dragon Island, they could no longer interfere with the outside world. In short, this was not a simple operation, but an operation to change the fate of the human race. Sealing the Divine Dragon Island, imprisoning the dragons, and seizing the right to rule the ancient world. This is not a small matter. Yi Zhong shook his head, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, the dragon's forces are spread throughout the entire Divine Continent. With your strength alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do. Qin Feiyang smiled, glanced at Fire Lotus and the others, and said with a smile, this disciple has never been fighting alone. Fire Lotus and the others could not help but smile. Yi Zhong looked at the group of people, and his heart was extremely complicated. To be honest, in the past, he looked down on these people. Because among these people, there were only a handful of imperishable realm experts. But after really understanding Qin Feiyang, Hui, and the others, he understood. These people could not be looked at with ordinary eyes. There were too many possibilities in them. Qin Feiyang turned and walked out of the castle, looked up at the sky, and shouted, little brat, give me all the heaven-defying artifacts. Impudent, if you call me little brat again, don't blame me for falling out with you. Little brat's voice sounded in the sky. Swoosh. Following closely. One by one, the heaven-defying artifacts fell from the sky, exuding a destructive aura. Needless to say, the Sunset Divine Bow was originally beside Qin Feiyang. The other 9 heaven-defying artifacts had entered the land of origin before, and now they were sent out again. In addition, there were a few heaven-defying artifacts. The first was the Rusty Axe. At this moment, the aura it exuded was actually on par with the Sunset Divine Bow and the other heaven-defying artifacts. There was also a Snowflake and a Blood Blade. These two were the heaven-defying artifacts of Mu Tianyang and the Demon Ancestor. They are also in the land of origin? Qin Feiyang was surprised. They went to find that child themselves. I don't know what they said to that child, but he actually agreed to let them enter the land of origin. Fire Lotus smiled. Long time no see. Qin Feiyang looked at Snowflake and Blood Blade. Don't try to be close. Snowflake snorted coldly. We are not close. Blood Blade also said with an incomparably arrogant tone. What are you talking about? Obediently listen to Qin Feiyang's words, or else don't even think about entering the land of origin in the future. Little Wimp's tender voice once again sounded in the sky. Well said, well said. Snowflake and Blood Blade hurriedly responded with a hint of flattery. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. A dignified heaven-defying artifact actually submitted to the obscene might of a little wimp. No one would believe it if they said it out loud. It seemed that Little Wimp's condition for allowing them to enter the land of origin was to obediently listen to his orders. Let all the heaven-defying artifacts out. What do you want to do? Hui looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. How can we seal the Divine Dragon Island without the heaven-defying artifact? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon and ordered, Xiao Jin, take 2 heaven-defying artifacts and head east. Just me? The 5-clawed golden dragon was stunned. As you can see, we are seriously short of manpower, so it's just you for the time being. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Hearing this, the five-clawed golden dragon said, "If it's just me, I'm worried." "There's nothing to worry about." With two heaven-defying artifacts in hand, unless the sovereign divine weapon personally comes, even if the 10 great ancestral dragons join forces to kill you, they will only be sending themselves to their deaths. Qin Feiyang said. The five-clawed golden dragon gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, this emperor will go east alone." Qin Feiyang gave him two heaven-defying artifacts. This was his trust in him. This trust must not be let down. "Well, you have to go as well. Take two heaven-defying artifacts and head south." Qin Feiyang looked at Hui and said, "I was planning to go into seclusion." Hui pouted. Qin Feiyang said, "It's a bit sudden, there's no other way." "All right." Hui nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, "Girl, this time you have to take action as well." "I'll go west." Fire Lotus smiled slightly. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. The only experts by his side were Fire Lotus, Hui, Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, Feng Daji, Yi Zhong, and Yi Cheng. Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng couldn't show up for the time being, so he could only trouble Fire Lotus to take action. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal again. Buzz. So, a shadow appeared. It was Feng Daji. However, at this moment, Feng Daji had disguised himself as a guard of the treasure pavilion. "Young master." Feng Daji bowed. "How's the situation in the treasure pavilion?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Everything is fine." Feng Daji said. "All right then, come to the Black Tortoise realm immediately. I have another mission for you," Qin Feiyang said. Feng Daji responded respectfully, and the shadow quickly dissipated. Not long after, Feng Daji arrived at the Black Tortoise realm and was received by Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also briefly explained the situation to Feng Daji. Sealing off the Divine Dragon Island and imprisoning the dragons? Feng Daji was also excited when he heard this. This was a shocking feat. "It's decided then. Feng Daji, you take two heaven-defying artifacts and stay in the north. Xiao Jin, you take two heaven-defying artifacts and head east. Hui, you take two heaven-defying artifacts and head south. Fire Lotus, you take two heaven-defying artifacts and head west," Qin Feiyang said. "Understood." The four of them nodded. "What about you?" Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Of course I'm going to enter the Divine Dragon Island and save the Chief Pavilion Master and the others." "What? You want to enter the Divine Dragon Island?" Everyone was shocked. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "How are you going to enter?" Fire Lotus hurriedly asked. "My plan has a total of 3 steps. The first step is to rob the 4 great tribes of the Dragon God Palace. The second step is to follow the people of the Dragon God Palace and sneak into the Divine Dragon Island. The third step is to wait for me to come out of the Divine Dragon Island and completely seal off the dragons and deprive the dragons of their control over the ancient world." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, then looked at Qin Rushuang and said, "Of course, this may require the help of the ancestors. Help me contact them later." "All right." Qin Rushuang nodded. Hui glanced at Qin Rushuang, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Quickly tell me the details." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and revealed the entire plan in his mind. Chapter 2837. Divine Dragon Island. What? In a hall. Dragon Sovereign was sitting on the throne. The ancestral dragons were standing below him. At the same time, they were all looking at Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon in disbelief. Qin Feiyang killed Yi Zhong and destroyed his soul? Old Black, are you kidding us? Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon regained his senses and asked Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon, "Do you think I would joke about this? Besides, I wasn't the only one who saw it. Many people saw it with their own eyes." Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. "How did this happen? Doesn't Qin Feiyang respect Yi Zhong a lot? He sneaked into the Dragon God Palace to get close to Yi Zhong and persuade Yi Zhong to join the Dragon Slayer Palace. But why did he kill him now?" The ancestral dragons couldn't help but frown. Don't you know Qin Feiyang's character? If others are nice to him, he'll be nice to them. But if anyone dares to kill him, he won't show any mercy. Besides, I heard that Qin Bat-yin and Lu Zhiyong also gave the order to kill Yi Zhong if they can't persuade him. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. The other ancestral dragons were still in disbelief. What? Do you think I'm lying? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon raised his eyebrows. No. Yes, this news is too sudden, too unexpected. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be a big deal, but he's Yi Zhong, a phenomenal undead stage expert. He's a peak expert in the entire ancient world, but he died just like that. This is a little hard to accept. The woman in white sighed. But this is the truth. The current sunset godly Bao is many times more terrifying than before. Not to mention Yi Zhong, I'm afraid even we won't be able to fight back. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. Whenever he thought of the sunset divine Bao and other heaven-defying divine artifacts, he would be filled with rage. Because these were originally the dragon's divine artifacts. But now, however, Qin Feiyang took these artifacts and turned them around to deal with the dragons. The Blood Dragon Ancestor Dragon suddenly looked up at the Dragon Sovereign and asked, Lord Dragon Sovereign, did Yi Zhong leave his divine soul in the Holy Land? I'm not sure. Long Zun shook his head and said, one of you can go take a look. Her tone was very calm. No one knew what she was thinking right now. I'll go. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon turned around and flew out of the hall. Very soon. He returned and shook his head. There's no sign of Yi Zhong's spirit? No. Something's not right. In the past, he would always leave a wisp of his divine soul in the Holy Land. Why didn't he leave it this time? The white-clothed woman frowned. Revered Dragon said, he probably didn't expect Qin Feiyang to kill him. But this Qin Feiyang is really ruthless. The white-clothed woman cautiously asked, Lord Dragon Sovereign, are you angry? Angry? Why should I be angry? Long Zun said indifferently. The white-clothed woman said, after all, you and Yi Zhong, he was the one who betrayed me first. Those who betray me deserve to die. Long Zun's tone was ruthless and cold. The white-clothed woman looked deeply at Long Zun and asked, then now that Yi Zhong is dead, what about Yi Shui and the others? Yi Shui? Long Zun pondered for a moment, then said, bring them to me. The white-clothed woman turned and walked out of the hall. Not long later, she brought Yi Shui and Yi Shui over. Greetings, Lord Dragon Sovereign. Greetings, Lord Ancestral Dragons. The two of them bowed. After being in Divine Dragon Island for so long, they were naturally no stranger to Long Zun and the various great ancestral dragons. Long Zun said, didn't you guys always want to know where Yi Zhong went? Now I'll tell you. The two of them immediately raised their heads and looked at Long Zun. Yi Zhong went to look for Qin Feiyang, but just a moment ago, he was killed by Qin Feiyang. Long Zun said, what? Yi Shui, and Old Man Ye's body stiffened. Long Zun continued, and his soul and body were destroyed. His soul and body were destroyed. The two of them trembled and shook their heads. That's impossible, Long Zun said. This is the truth. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. There's also news. Yi Cheng also fell into Qin Feiyang's hands. I'm afraid he's also dead now. Grandfather, second grandfather, what's going on? I don't believe it. Yi Shui shook her head. Old Man Yi also had a look of disbelief. It's very simple. Qin Feiyang wanted to persuade Yi Zhong to leave the dragons and join the dragon-slaying palace, but Yi Zhong didn't agree, so Qin Feiyang wanted to kill him. After all, whether it's Yi Zhong's strength or his status in Divine Land, he's a great threat to the dragon-slaying palace. Long Zun said lightly. It can't be. Yi Shui's face turned pale. She had seen her grandfather yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. One could imagine how big of a blow this was to her. Old Man Yi said in a deep voice, Lord Long Zun, what you said is the truth. How dare you? How dare you doubt Lord Long Zun's words? Ancestral Graygon berated. Long Zun waved his hand at Ancestral Graygon and looked at Old Man Yi. It's absolutely true. Old Man Yi immediately lowered his head, tears rolling down his cheeks. Long Zun said, "There's one more thing. Li Bu is Qin Fei Yang, and Qin Fei Yang is Li Bu." What? The two of them trembled and looked up at Long Zun. Long Zun looked at Old Man Yi and said, "Now do you understand? Qin Fei Yang helped you to extend your life in order to get close to you." It's him. The disbelief on Old Man Ye's face became even stronger. In his impression, Li Bu was such a good young man. He even hoped that this man would be together with Shui. But unexpectedly, this man was actually Qin Fei Yang in disguise, and he even killed his two sons, Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng. Great-grandfather, this is definitely not true. How can he be Qin Fei Yang? Yi Shui was about to go crazy. She couldn't accept the death of her grandfather and second grandpa, and now she was actually told that Li Bu was Qin Fei Yang, and her grandfather and second grandpa both died in his hands. The double blow made her collapse directly. I know that these things have a great impact on you. I was also considering whether to tell you before. But you are after all Yi Cheng and Yi Zhong's relatives. I think you should have the right to know. And this has already happened. It's useless for you to be sad. I hope that you can calm down as soon as possible and then work hard to cultivate. Especially you, Yi Shui. Your talent is not bad. Coupled with the resources of my dragons and the time array, I believe that you will soon step into the imperishable realm. At that time, you can kill Qin Fei Yang with your own hands and avenge your grandfather and second grandpa. Long Zun said. Yi Shui lowered her head and remained silent. She looked like she had lost her soul. Yi Shui, don't you want to avenge your grandfather and second grandpa? Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon shouted. Yi Shui's body trembled. She raised her head and looked at Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon, then at Long Zun. A strong hatred gradually rose in her eyes. Although it's a bit cruel, hatred will become the motivation for your growth. You are Yi Zhong's granddaughter. Yi Zhong is loyal to my dragons. Now that he has unfortunately fallen, I will naturally help him take care of you. In the future, you can stay on Divine Dragon Island with peace of mind. If you need anything or if you encounter any problems in your cultivation, you can go to the various ancestors or come to me. Long Zun said. Thank you, Lord Long Zun. Yi Shui nodded respectfully. Then you can leave first. Remember not to be rash. With your current strength, you are no match for Qin Fei Yang. Long Zun reminded. Understood. Yi Shui responded. She then supported Old Master Yi, turned around, and silently walked out. After Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon watched the two of them leave, he turned to look at Long Zun and asked, "Why did you keep them?" Long Zun sneered. "You won't understand how powerful hatred is." But Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon frowned. "I understand your worries. But now Yi Zhong is dead. Moreover, Yi Zhong did die in the hands of Qin Fei Yang. So when they meet Qin Fei Yang in the future, no matter what Qin Fei Yang says, they won't believe him." Long Zun said. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon thought for a while and nodded. Makes sense. Don't worry about Yi Shui and the others first. You guys go to the treasure pavilion first. Before dawn, I want the treasure pavilion to disappear from the ancient world. Long Zun shouted, his entire body emitting a bone-piercing chill. Yes. The various ancestral dragons nodded, their bodies also filled with killing intent. As expected by Qin Fei Yang and the others, the dragons would not let the treasure pavilion go. But thinking about it carefully, there was nothing surprising. Without the dragon's permission, would the treasure pavilion have developed to this point? Definitely not. Because the ancient world was the world of the dragons. If the dragons wanted you to live, you could live. If the dragons wanted you to die, you would die. In the eyes of the dragons, the treasure pavilion should be grateful to them. But the chief pavilion master used the resources in his hands to secretly strengthen the dragon-slaying palace, and he was one of the 4 emperors of the dragon-slaying palace. To the dragons, this was no longer a lie, but a betrayal. So, once the chief pavilion master's identity was exposed, the treasure pavilion would definitely face a disaster. Not good. However, Just as the ancestral dragons were about to set off, a shout came from outside. The ancestral dragons and Longzuin were stunned. They looked up and saw a middle-aged man rushing in. "What's the matter?" the woman in white asked. "Lord Longzuin, Lord Ancestral Dragon. Just now, news came from the Dragon God Palace in the east, west, south, and north. It is said that Qin Feiyang's subordinates carried heaven-defying artifacts and killed their way into the 4 Dragon God Palaces at the same time." The middle-aged man roared. "What?" Longzuin suddenly stood up. The various ancestral dragons turned pale with fright. The blood dragon ancestral dragon rushed forward, grabbed the middle-aged man's clothes, and shouted, "They killed their way into the 4 Dragon God Palaces. What are they doing? I heard that they are looting the crystal vein and soul vein, and they are completely unscrupulous." The middle-aged man said in horror, "Damn you, little bastard! Damn you! Damn you!" The blood dragon ancestral dragon roared. When Yi Zhong created the 4 Dragon God Palaces, he took away a lot of resources from the Dragon God Palaces. Although the Dragon God Palaces had nurtured many supreme experts over the years, these resources were undoubtedly the most important. If these resources were all in the hands of Qin Feiyang, then Qin Feiyang's foundation would not be inferior to the dragons. Chapter 28:38. Looting the 4 Dragon God Palaces at the same time, he's too unscrupulous. Does he still have any respect for us dragons? The other ancestral dragons were also burning with anger. This was the first time someone dared to provoke them dragons so openly. Since he has already done so, then he doesn't have any respect for us dragons. He's going to fight with us head-on. Longzuin clenched his fists, and his tone was extremely gloomy. "So be it. Are you afraid of him?" Blood dragon ancestral dragon roared. "Aren't you afraid? It's not like you haven't seen the Sunset Divine Bow and other heaven-defying artifacts. Except for the Sovereign Divine Weapon, we don't have any heaven-defying artifacts now. What do we have to fight with Qin Feiyang?" Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon stared at Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon gloomily. "Then are we just going to be beaten up like this? Are we just going to watch him behave atrociously in our territory?" Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared. "Our territory?" Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm afraid the Divine Land is not our territory now." "What do you mean?" Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon raised his eyebrows. "You know how smart Qin Feiyang is. Since he dares to make a move, it means that he has full confidence. And although the Sovereign Divine Weapon can restrain him, who can control it except for the Dragon God? To be honest, we no longer have the ability to fight him head-on." Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon shook his head. Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon immediately looked at Longzuin and said, "Lord Longzuin, go and ask the Dragon God to use the Sovereign Divine Weapon to kill Qin Feiyang." The other ancestral dragons also looked at Longzuin. The only way they could think of now was to go to the Dragon God and the Sovereign's side. Longzuin pondered for a while and sighed. "He's gone." "What? The Dragon God left again? Then where did he go?" "The dragons are in danger. How can he sit back and do nothing?" The ancestral dragons said angrily. "If I knew where he went, would I still be here worrying? Let's talk about it again. Has he ever cared about the dragons?" "Never," Longzuin said powerlessly. The 10 ancestral dragons fell silent. "What should we do now? If this continues, I'm afraid that the resources of the 4 Dragon God Palaces will really fall into Qin Feiyang's hands. Furthermore, there are still many human geniuses in the 4 Dragon God Palaces. These humans are very valuable to us dragons." The middle-aged man looked at Longzuin and the other ancestral dragons and said, he had heard of it. The 10 great ancestral dragons' hearts sank. They raised their heads to look at Dragon Sovereign and said, "Lord Dragon Sovereign, we can't just sit and wait for death like this." Revered Dragon took a deep breath and shouted, "Gather 1,000 half-step imperishable realm humans immediately. Have them attack the west, north, south, and east." There were many imperishable realm experts in the Dragon God Palace, and many of them were humans. To the west, north, south, and east? The ancestral dragons were confused. That's right. Use these 1,000 humans to divert Qin Fei Yang's attention. And you guys, find a chance to enter the 4 Dragon God Palaces and take back as many resources as you can. And the humans of the Dragon God Palaces. If possible, bring them all back. These humans are very talented. With a bit of training, they can become very good chess pieces. Revered Dragon said in a low voice. What? Have them divert Qin Fei Yang's attention? Isn't this using them as cannon fodder? They are imperishable realm experts after all. Isn't it a bit of a pity? The woman in white frowned. Then what do you think we should do? Do you want our people to be cannon fodder? Revered Dragon said angrily. The woman in white fell silent. Using the lives of these 1,000 humans in exchange for the resources of the 4 Dragon God Palaces and the millions of disciples of the Dragon God Palaces. Act now! Revered Dragon shouted. Yes. The 10 ancestral dragons responded respectfully. They turned around and flew out of the palace. They flew to the sky above a mountain and shouted, Li Chang, bring 1,000 half-step imperishable realm experts out immediately. Whoosh! So, in the mountains below, one figure after another flew out. There were men and women, old and young. Without exception, they were all half-step imperishable realm experts. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. His cultivation level was even higher than the others. He had just reached the imperishable realm, and he was the Li Chang that Ancestral Dragon mentioned. Greetings, Lord Ancestral Dragons. The group of people immediately bowed respectfully. You guys split into 4 groups and kill your way to the east, west, north, and south. Ancestral Dragon of the Fire Dragon shouted. What do you mean? The group of people was surprised. Just do as I say. Remember, go on a killing spree for me. Make as much of a commotion as possible. Ancestral Dragon of the Fire Dragon said. The 1,000 people responded respectfully. For these people, the words of the dragons were like an imperial edict. They would not hesitate to do anything the dragons asked them to do. Then let's go. Ancestral Dragon of the Fire Dragon ordered. The group of people immediately rushed to the east, west, south, and north. At the same time, East Dragon God Palace. The 5-clawed golden dragon was like a demon god, destroying one island after another. Countless spirit veins and crystal veins were taken into his sea of chi. You're crazy. This is the Dragon God Palace. An island master in the distance glared at the 5-clawed golden dragon. You're courting death. The 5-clawed golden dragon pointed a finger. A surge of divine power surged out and the island master's blood splashed across the sky. And the true body of the island master was a black dragon. Such a fierce method made the others not dare to say anything. Soon, the 5-clawed golden dragon rushed to the 10th island. In the blink of an eye, the 10th island was turned into ashes. The disciples on these islands had already run out, so there were no casualties. After taking away all the crystal veins and spirit veins, the 5-clawed golden dragon glanced at another island. That island was full of medicinal herbs. However, he did not fly towards that island. His divine might surged out as he shouted, "Where is the palace master of the Eastern Dragon God Palace? Come out immediately!" But no one responded. However, in the crowd, there was a black-robed old woman with a look of horror on her face. No one spoke, right? All right. Then don't blame this emperor for being merciless. All of you, go to hell for this emperor. The 5-clawed golden dragon's ferocious nature erupted. Divine power broke out of his body and surged in all directions like a tide. In an instant, thousands of disciples splattered blood in the sky. Don't kill us, the palace master is here. At that moment, someone pointed at the black-robed old woman and roared. You're courting death. The black-robed old woman was also furious. She slapped the person who spoke. That person also died at that time. Swish. But at the same time, the 5-clawed golden dragon looked at the black-robed old woman. The black-robed old woman's eyes trembled and immediately turned to flee. Pumph. The 5-clawed golden dragon snorted coldly, and a blood-colored short blade swept out from his body. A terrifying aura destroyed all directions. This was the original heaven-defying divine artifact of the blood dragon ancestor dragon, the blood-colored short blade. When this heaven-defying divine artifact appeared, the black-robed old woman was paralyzed in the air, her face filled with fear. The five-clawed golden dragon landed in front of the black-robed old woman with the blood-colored short blade. He stretched out his hand and said, "Hand over the stone of destiny." That's right. He was looking for the palace master of the Eastern Dragon God Palace for this stone of destiny. Each of the 4 great Dragon God Palace had a stone of destiny. Other than the stone of destiny in the Northern Dragon God Palace, which was in the hands of Yi Zhong, the other stones of destiny were in the hands of the 3 palace masters. As for why he wanted this stone of destiny, it was naturally for the disciples of the Dragon God Palace. The disciples of the Dragon God Palace were all controlled by the Stone of Destiny, so as long as he obtained the Stone of Destiny, it was equivalent to controlling the life and death of these people. However, controlling these people was not Qin Feiyang's original intention. Qin Feiyang's instructions to the 5-clawed golden dragon was to destroy the Stone of Destiny and return everyone's freedom. When the 5-clawed golden dragon obtained the Stone of Destiny, he directly crushed it with his big hand. When the black-robed old woman saw this scene, she immediately glared at the 5-clawed golden dragon in shock and anger. "What? You're not convinced? Then die." The 5-clawed golden dragon smiled coldly. The black-robed old woman was also a supreme expert, but in front of the heaven-defying divine artifact, she was completely unable to withstand a single blow and was directly smashed into pieces by the blood-colored short blade. She died just like that? Countless disciples were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This was too strong. "What are you still standing there for? The Stone of Destiny has been destroyed. You have already obtained your freedom, why aren't you scramming?" The 5-clawed golden dragon shouted. "That's right. We're free." Only then did everyone react. "Remember, it was Qin Feiyang who gave you your freedom." The 5-clawed golden dragon said indifferently and walked towards the island full of medicinal herbs without looking back. "Qin Feiyang. It's him. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that we would be able to regain our freedom because of him. It was too unexpected." Although they had never seen Qin Feiyang before, because Qin Feiyang had never come to the east, they had long heard of Qin Feiyang's name. This was a vicious and merciless person. But now, he actually did such a good thing? Could it be that the rumors were wrong? At the same time, the same thing was happening in the west and the south. But compared to the 5-clawed golden dragon's ferocity, the Fire Lotus and Hui Yi's methods were much gentler. However, their gentleness was limited to the disciples of the Dragon God Palace. Because they all knew that these disciples had been deceived at first before they entered the Dragon God Palace. Just like Qin Feiyang back then. Before entering the Dragon God Palace in the north, they felt that although the dragons treated humans as cannon fodder, they were also sincerely cultivating them. But after entering the Dragon God Palace, they realized that they were worse than pigs and dogs. Even at that time, after learning about the cruelty of the Dragon God Palace, many people directly collapsed. At that time, those people that had collapsed even attacked Qin Feiyang in order to vent their hatred. Although the disciples of the Dragon God Palace were pitiful, they were not hateful. The ones who were truly hateful were the dragons. They did not treat humans as humans at all. As for the island masters in the west and south, as well as the palace masters, needless to say, they all died at the hands of Fire Lotus and Hui, because these people were all real dragons. Naturally, they would not be polite to the dragons. After obtaining the divine stone of fate, they directly killed them. At this time, the sky was still dark. Night shrouded the entire divine prefecture. But whether it was the west and east or the south and north, almost all living beings were awakened. Because the commotion was too great. The 5-clawed golden dragon, Hui Yi, and Fire Lotus, all of them did not hide their heaven-defying divine artifacts and directly charged into the Dragon God Palace. It was the same in the north. Chapter 2839. North, Dragon God Palace. In the sky above an island, Qin Feiyang stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wind. Next to him, Feng Daji's aura was like a rainbow, and the two heaven-defying divine artifacts were intimidating in all directions. Although there were countless disciples in the distant void, none of them dared to approach. At this moment, the island the two of them were on was the island where the Dragon God Palace grew medicinal herbs. As for the Dragon God Palace's spirit vein and crystal vein, they had long been taken into the Black Tortoise realm by Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not even let go of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Art Treasury. In other words, the only resources left in the Dragon God Palace were the medicinal herbs on this island. And on the island, there was the corpse of a fire dragon. It was responsible for guarding this island, and it was also a supreme expert. As for its death, it naturally died in the hands of Feng Daji. If there are no accidents with the five-clawed golden dragon, Hui and Miss Fire Lotus, then we have really made a fortune this time. Feng Daji glanced at the corpse of the fire dragon, glanced at the medicinal field below, and chuckled. Don't worry, there won't be any accidents. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, divine power rolled out, instantly covering the entire island. Following closely, all the medicinal herbs on the island were uprooted and disappeared one after another. This bastard, he's too ruthless. He didn't even leave a single medicinal herb for the dragons. The disciples in the distance muttered, "Go. Kill all the island masters and dismiss all the disciples." Qin Feiyang said. Qin Feiyang did not kill the disciples of the Dragon God Palace. Because he had also stayed in the Dragon God Palace before, he knew what these people had encountered. As long as they were not controlled by the Stone of Destiny, they would no longer work for the dragons. Feng Daji respectfully responded, then turned around and flew towards the crowd in the distance with a murderous aura. The group of disciples suddenly panicked. Feng Daji shouted, "Young master has ordered, only kill the island master, everyone else scram." Only kill the island master? Everyone was stunned at first, then they looked around. He is the master of the second island. He's the master of the third island. He's the fourth island master. He is the fifth Dao island master. Immediately, all the disciples pointed at the island masters of the major islands. The island masters of the various large islands were hidden in the crowd. Their plan was to wait for Qin Feiyang and Feng Daji to leave before returning to the dragons. Because before Qin Feiyang and Feng Daji left, they didn't dare to do anything. First of all, the deterrence of the two heaven-defying divine artifacts. One heaven-defying divine artifact was enough to sweep through the Dragon God Palace, let alone two. Then it was Qin Feiyang. The masters of the major islands all knew Qin Feiyang's character. Although he was looting the herbs, he was definitely paying attention to the movements around him at the same time. If they took the opportunity to slip away quietly, they would attract Qin Feiyang's attention. So, they planned to hide and wait for Qin Feiyang and Feng Daji to leave before returning to the dragons. But they didn't expect that Qin Feiyang didn't intend to let them go at all. This was especially true with the testimony of these disciples, which exposed their true colors. They immediately fell into despair. Feng Daji used to follow us dragons. Please let us go this time for the sake of our past relationship. Yes. We dragons have more or less nurtured you. Please let us go. In the face of death, the masters of the major islands put down their pride as dragons and knelt in the void, looking at Feng Daji pleadingly. Shut up. I used to follow you dragons and harm the people of China. That was the greatest shame of my life. Now, you actually dare to boast shamelessly to me about friendship? If you dragons really cared about friendship, why did you use the contract of fate to control us? If you dragons really cared about friendship, why did you use us humans as cannon fodder? To put it bluntly, you are a group of selfish bastards. All of you go. The more Feng Daji spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. The two heaven-defying artifacts directly attacked. The masters of the major islands were killed on the spot. At the same time, hearing Feng Daji's words, the disciples who were not far away all fell silent. In the eyes of the dragons, the biggest role of humans was to serve as cannon fodder. Such a dragon was not worthy of their pursuit at all. In the sky above the island, Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and then looked at the disciples. A smile appeared on his face. It seemed that these disciples were not at the point where they could not be saved. Of course. He could also see that not all disciples had this kind of awareness. A portion of them were still unswervingly loyal to the Dragon Clan. As for these people, they naturally deserved to die. Feiyang, come to the castle quickly. Suddenly, Qin Ruishuang's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang's eyes dodged. He took a step and landed in a valley on the island below, avoiding everyone's sight, and then entered the castle. In the castle, not only Qin Ruishuang, but also a shadow. This figure was none other than Qin Badian. Ancestor. Qin Feiyang bowed. As you expected, the dragon sent a large number of half-step imperishable realm experts to the east, west, south, and north. Qin Badian smiled. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked, "How many?" Qin Badian said, "According to various statistics, there are 1,000 people." So many? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He did expect that Long Zun would send people to the east, west, north, and south to cause a bloody storm to divert his attention. Because he believed that Long Zun wouldn't watch the 4 dragon god palaces be destroyed in his hands. And now, facing these heaven-defying divine artifacts in his hands, Long Zun had no other choice but to use the tactic of diverting the target. Before the operation, Qin Feiyang asked Qin Ruishuang to send a message to the ancestor, asking him to lead the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace to lurk near important cities like Holy Dragon City. Because if he wanted to quickly cause a big storm to divert his attention, large cities like Holy Dragon City were the best targets. And Qin Feiyang's arrangement could also protect these innocent creatures from the disaster of a tragic death. But what Qin Feiyang didn't expect was that the dragons would send 1,000 half-step imperishable realm experts. This was really a shocking number. Qin Badian said, "There's also a supreme expert who just reached the imperishable realm. This person is called Li Chang, and he's quite strong." Li Chang, Qin Feiyang muttered and asked, "What about the great ancestral dragons?" "I didn't see any of the great ancestral dragons." Qin Badian shook his head. "I think they should be planning to hide in the space divine object first, and wait for Li Chang and the other cannon fodder to kill their way into the major cities. Then, when I go to support them, they will take the opportunity to sneak into the 4 great dragon god palaces and take away the resources and disciples of the dragon god palaces." Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian asked, "Then how are you guys doing now?" "I'm done here. But I don't know about Fire Lotus, Hui, and the 5-clawed golden dragon." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the training room beside him and shouted, "Dan Wangkai." Dan Wangkai ran out with a medicinal fragrance all over his body. Obviously, he was refining pills. "Immediately send a message to Fire Lotus, Hui, and the 5-clawed golden dragon and ask them about their progress," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Dan Wangkai nodded and immediately took out the image crystal. Before the operation, Qin Feiyang had thought that there might be all kinds of sudden changes, so he had everyone establish a contract bridge with each other to facilitate communication. Qin Badian said, "Then what's our next step?" "Stop them and don't let them enter the city. I will also rush to the Holy Dragon City immediately. It's best to keep these people alive and try to subdue them as much as possible," Qin Feiyang said. After all, they were all undead stage experts. If they could all be subdued, then their overall strength would instantly increase by countless times. "All right." Qin Badian nodded. When Qin Baishan's shadow dissipated, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Dan Wangkai and said, "Tell me about Fire Lotus's progress later." After that, Qin Feiyang looked up at the 2nd floor and shouted, "Li Changhe." Li Changhe also immediately walked out. "Come with me." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared in the valley with Li Changhe. "Young master, what can I do?" Li Changhe was suspicious. "Of course." Qin Feiyang took out an illusory form pill and gave it to Li Changhe. "What does this mean?" Li Changhe looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "This is the key step of the plan. You will disguise yourself as me and go to the Holy Dragon City with Feng Daji," Qin Feiyang said. "I will disguise myself as you?" Li Changhe was slightly stunned and frowned. What about you? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Of course I will take the opportunity to sneak into the Divine Dragon Island. That's right. This was his plan to enter the Divine Dragon Island. Let Li Changhe disguise himself as him and appear in the Holy Dragon City ostentatiously. This way, the ancestral dragon would definitely lower his guard and enter the Dragon God Palace. At that time, Qin Feiyang could follow these ancestral dragons and sneak into the Divine Dragon Island. As for how to get out of the Divine Dragon Island after finding Yi Shui and the other two, he hadn't thought about it yet. Let's sneak into the Divine Dragon Island first. You really want to go? Li Changhe raised his eyebrows. Would I joke about something like this? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and said, hurry up. All right. Li Changhe nodded. He knew Qin Feiyang's temper. Once he decided on something, he would not change his mind. Thus, he took the illusory form pill and changed into Qin Feiyang's appearance. Li Changhe had followed Qin Feiyang for so long, so he knew Qin Feiyang very well. Moreover, his cultivation was the same as Qin Feiyang's. Therefore, if he were to disguise himself as Qin Feiyang, there would be almost no flaws. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also took an illusory form pill and turned into an ordinary-looking young man. Qin Feiyang then put on the clothes of the Dragon God Palace and pretended to be an ordinary disciple. Li Changhe, on the other hand, put on Qin Feiyang's clothes and tidied up his expression. At that moment, a living Qin Feiyang appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. Qin Feiyang sized up Li Changhe for a moment. Even he himself could not see any flaws, so he could completely pass off as the real deal. Although your current temperament and appearance are exactly the same as mine, other things, such as divine power and divine arts, cannot be changed, so you must not make a move. Qin Feiyang warned. I know. Li Changhe nodded. Then go. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Chapter 2840. Be careful. After Li Changhe finished speaking, he soared into the air and flew towards Feng Daji. He asked, Are you done? Feng Daji nodded. Okay, I just received news that Long Zun has sent 1,000 Eternal Realm Masters. Let's go to the Holy Dragon City and have a look. Li Changhe. What? 1,000? Feng Daji was shocked. But everything is as I expected. Since these people are here, they can forget about going back. Let's go. Li Changhe waved his hand. Feng Daji immediately opened an altar and jumped on it with Li Changhe. Li Changhe was really good at pretending. Even Feng Daji didn't see through it, let alone the others. What should we do now? Countless disciples stood in the void and looked at the devastated Dragon God Temple. For a moment, they were all at a loss. There was a moment of silence. Someone said, It wasn't easy to regain our freedom. Of course, we should leave this damn place. That's right. We can't believe the nonsense of the dragons anymore. And I have to tell the true face of the dragons to everyone around me. These bastards simply don't treat us as human beings. People kept echoing him, full of anger. That's a nice way to put it. Do you think you can be a decent person after leaving the dragons? Let me tell you, the dragons are the rulers of this land after all. No matter where you go, your fate is in the hands of the dragons. Someone sneered. Obviously. Those who could say such words were undoubtedly the most loyal pawns of the dragons. I would believe that in the past. But now, look at Qin Feiyang. He has been in the Dragon God Temple for so long. Have the dragons ever appeared? What does this mean? It means that the dragons are afraid of Qin Feiyang now. What's more, Qin Feiyang is not alone. He has a lot of heaven-defying divine artifacts and the dragon-slaying temple behind him. I think it won't be long before the ruler of the divine land changes. Someone snorted. Change? You're too naive. The dragons of the Dragon Slayer Palace and the Dragon Clan have been fighting for so many years. Is it effective? Not at all. They only talk big. When they really meet the dragons, it's like a mouse meeting a cat. As for Qin Feiyang, although he has many heaven-defying divine weapons, don't forget that the dragons have sovereign divine weapons. No matter how many heaven-defying divine weapons there are, They're nothing but cannon fodder in the face of a sovereign weapon. Everyone argued endlessly. At this moment, Qin Feiyang had also left the valley and quietly blended into the crowd. He didn't say anything and just calmly watched the people arguing. Young Master, Hui and the others have replied. Everything is progressing smoothly. Dan Wangcai's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Very good. Send them to reinforce the Dragon Slayer Palace and intercept the dragon's minions. Qin Feiyang thought. All right. Dan Wangcai responded and immediately sent a message to Fire Lotus and the other two. Let's not talk about it anymore. If you guys are willing to continue being the dragon's lackeys, then you guys can continue. Anyway, I don't want to. Goodbye. A young man snorted coldly, turned around, opened an altar, and left without looking back. I'm leaving too. I've had enough of this kind of life that's worse than pigs and dogs. With one person taking the lead, the others would quickly make a decision. At this moment, most of the people had opened the altar and left the Dragon God Palace. The entrance to the Dragon God Palace had already been destroyed by the heaven-defying divine weapons when Qin Feiyang and Feng Daji came in, so they could now enter and leave as they pleased. Those who stayed were naturally the most loyal minions of the dragons. And Qin Feiyang was also there. A group of people rushed out and entered the Dragon God Mountain range. The person in the lead was Li Chang. 1,000 people were divided into 4 waves, heading to the north, west, south, and east. In other words, there were 250 people in each wave. 250 people, 250 supreme experts. Such a terrifying lineup was enough to flatten the north. Li Chang stopped and shouted, "Do you still remember Lord Ancestral Dragon's instructions?" More than 200 people nodded. All right then. Now, we'll split into 3 teams and head to Holy Dragon City, Serpent City, and Snow Dragon City. Let go of me and kill. Li Chang shouted. Everyone replied respectfully, their killing intent overflowing. Li Chang, as a human, you actually helped the dragons to harm your own kind. You're really awe-inspiring. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. Li Chang was shocked and immediately turned to look. In the void in front of him, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. Qin Badian. Immediately, more than 200 people's faces changed. If that wasn't Qin Badian, who could it be? His 7-foot body was tall and straight like an iron pine. He held a sharp broken sword in his hand, and his entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Why you here? Li Chang was shocked. Not only is Emperor Qin here, I'm here too. Behind the group of people, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Li Chang and the others looked and saw a golden figure appear in the void behind them. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. His height was different from ordinary people, and he was more than 3 meters tall. And in his hand, he was holding a golden harpoon. This harpoon was 5 to 6 meters long and seemed to be cast in gold, emitting a dazzling divine light. This person's body was shining with golden light. Standing in the void, he was like a god descending to the world, and a great pressure enveloped all directions. Mermaid Emperor. Li Chang's face changed again. That's right. This person was the legendary first-generation Mermaid Emperor. Why are you ambushing here? Could it be that the dragons have spies? Spies? Li Chang looked at the Mermaid Emperor and Qin Badian and roared in shock and anger. He never thought that he would meet Qin Badian and the Mermaid Emperor halfway. The two of them were both peak experts of the ancient realm. Qin Badian, needless to say, was at the great achievement Eternal Realm, comparable to the ancestral dragon. And the Mermaid Emperor was also at the minor achievement Eternal Realm. The most important thing was that Qin Badian also had a heaven-defying divine artifact and the power of law. Just based on Qin Badian's strength alone, it was enough to kill them in an instant. Spies? Spies! If we really have spies and spies on Divine Dragon Island, our Dragon Slayer Palace would have already taken action. Qin Badian said. Li Chang said, then how did you know we would come to the north? Isn't that simple? Feiyang has caused such a big commotion. Will the dragons just sit back and watch? Of course not. Since they won't, they will naturally send people to the north, east, west, and south. So, we will wait here, waiting for you to come to our door. Qin Batian said lightly. Damn it! Li Chang cursed and roared. Everyone, break out with all your strength. Boom! More than 200 people suddenly released their auras, and the earth and void here collapsed and shattered. Stubborn! Qin Batian snorted coldly, and the power of the purple gold divine dragon roared out. A 10,000-foot barrier instantly appeared, enveloping everyone and sealing the divine power of Li Chang and the others. After all, there were 250 supreme experts. If their auras were not sealed, not to mention the Dragon God Mountain Range, even the outer Holy Dragon City would be destroyed. Great Achievement Eternal Realm. You have suddenly reached the Great Achievement Eternal Realm. Li Chang's face was full of fear. Not to mention Qin Batian's heaven-defying divine artifact and the power of law, just this cultivation was enough to make them despair. Just stay here quietly. If you dare to make a move, kill without mercy. The Mermaid Emperor said coldly, then landed beside Qin Batian and said, My lord, what's next? Qin Batian glanced at the group and said, Next, let's wait for Fei Yang to deal with it. Damn it! Qin Batian and the Mermaid Emperor, these two bastards, actually appeared here. Not far away in the void. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon and the Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon hid in the spatial divine item and looked at this scene with a gloomy face. Their original plan was to let these people cause trouble in the major cities to attract Qin Fei Yang's attention. But now, these people were stopped by Qin Batian and the Mermaid Emperor. Wasn't the plan ruined? Quickly send a message to Lord Dragon Sovereign and ask if there is a second plan. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said in a deep voice. The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon nodded and took out the image crystal. But at this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, two figures sped over like lightning. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon reached out to stop the Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon and said, Look, it's Qin Fei Yang. The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon looked up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Outside, Qin Batian and the Mermaid Emperor also turned to look, and a smile immediately appeared on their faces. Li Changhe, who was disguised as Qin Fei Yang, flew over and bowed. Greetings, ancestors. Greetings, Emperor Qin, Mermaid Emperor. Feng Daji also bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. Qin Batian waved his hand and smiled. He pointed to Li Chang and the others who were trapped in the realm and said, Fei Yang, these people have been stopped. You can do as you see fit. Li Changhe looked up. To be honest, he didn't know what to do. Qin Fei Yang meant to subdue these people, but how? These people were all controlled by the fate contract, and with his ability, there was no way to remove them. This was truly a difficult problem. What's wrong? Qin Batian looked at Li Changhe suspiciously. Li Changhe quivered and shook his head. Nothing, nothing. Li Changhe raised his head and looked at Li Chang and the others and said, Answer me, do you want to die or live? Hearing this, Li Chang and the others looked at Li Changhe with hesitation. This is bad. Seeing the scene outside, the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon's face changed slightly. He immediately looked at the Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon and said, Quickly send a message, report to Lord Dragon Sovereign. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon Awakening Image Crystal. So, Long Zun's figure appeared. The two of them quickly explained the situation to Long Zun. Long Zun's heart also sank and said, While Qin Fei Yang is not in the Dragon God Palace, quickly go to the Dragon God Palace and see how many people and resources are left. Sir. The two of them responded and immediately controlled the spatial divine object, flying towards the Dragon God Palace. Outside, Li Changhe looked at the reaction of Li Chang and the others, and couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile in his eyes. Since they were hesitating, then it shouldn't be difficult to subdue them. Chapter 2841. Feng Daji looked at the group of people and said, As long as you leave the dragons and stop helping them, the young master can help you regain your freedom. The corner of Li Changhe's mouth twitched. The young master wasn't here at all, how could he help them regain their freedom? However, he couldn't reveal any flaws now. Who knew if there were any Dragon Clan members secretly monitoring them nearby? Once the dragons knew that this Qin Feiyang was impersonated by him, they would definitely be suspicious. Where was the real Qin Feiyang? What was he planning? In short, once the dragons became suspicious, they might destroy the young master's plan. Yes. Li Changhe braced himself and nodded at Li Chang and the others. Li Chang and the others looked at each other and were about to speak. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying divine might descended. Long Zun appeared out of thin air and pointed his finger in the air. A divine power fell and blasted on the barrier. The barrier shattered on the spot. Long Zun, Li Changhe and Feng Daji's pupils shrank. Although there were rules and restrictions in the internal sea, this restriction did not restrict Long Zun. In other words, if Qin Feiyang and the others wanted to go to Divine Dragon Island, they had to pass through the internal sea. But Long Zun did not need to. The ancestral dragons did not need to either. They could instantly leave the Divine Dragon Island and could also instantly enter the Divine Dragon Island. Do you want to rebel? Long Zun glanced at Li Chang and the others. We don't dare. The group of people quickly lowered their heads, their faces full of fear. Pumph. Long Zun snorted and looked at the Mermaid Emperor and Qin Badian before looking at Li Changhe and Feng Daji. Boom. The next moment, a monstrous aura erupted. A beam of divine power suddenly descended and charged towards Li Changhe. Long Zun did not know that this Qin Feiyang was impersonated by Li Changhe, so he wanted to kill him the moment they met. Do you think we don't exist? Qin Badian stepped forward and waved the broken sword in his hand. It did not recover, but Long Zun's divine power was instantly annihilated. Are you declaring war openly? Long Zun stared at Qin Badian. Not bad. Qin Badian nodded. The Mermaid Emperor looked up at Long Zun. His aura was terrifying as he shouted, "Do you dare accept my challenge?" Good, very good. The Dragon Sovereign laughed in anger. You've sent people to the north, west, south, and east. But now, the situation in the west, south, and east should be similar to this. You can save people like Li Chang, but can you save the people in the west, south, and east? Feng Daji sneered. Long Zun's eyes were gloomy. When she heard that Qin Badian and the Mermaid Emperor were intercepting Li Chang and the others here, she had already guessed that the west, east, and south must be the same. There must be people from the Dragon Slayer Palace lying in ambush. In other words, the plan that she had come up with on the spot was of no use at all. Instead, she had sacrificed so many supreme experts for nothing. Young Master has already predicted what you want to do. To be more precise, you've been led by the nose by the young Master. So you'd better stop struggling. Just stand there and take the beating. Feng Daji sneered. Long Zun looked at Li Changhe, his eyes flashing with shocking killing intent. Although Li Changhe looked calm on the surface, he was panicking inside. Because after all, he was not the real Qin Feiyang. Moreover, because Long Zun was too strong, anyone would feel an instinctive fear when facing Long Zun, and Li Changhe was no exception. Therefore, Li Changhe was feeling very uncomfortable now. While suppressing this fear, he had to face Long Zun head-on. He could not show any flaws. At the same time, the Dragon God Palace. Most of the disciples had already left. But even if there was only a small portion left, there were still hundreds of thousands of people. Qin Feiyang was mixed in the crowd, watching all of this with disappointment in his eyes. It seemed that no matter what he did, he could not make these people turn back. However, at this moment, he did not have any killing intent. Because if these people were all dead, then when the ancestral dragon came, there would be no way to act. Boom. Suddenly, two terrifying auras appeared. They're finally here. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Looking up, he saw Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon and Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon appearing out of thin air. Damn it, all the resources are gone. Looking at the empty Dragon God Palace, the two of them were furious. Greetings, Lord Ancestral Dragon. This was all done by Qin Feiyang. Not only did he snatch all the resources, he also killed the island masters. Lord, this Qin Feiyang truly deserves to die 10,000 times. A group of people shouted in anger. Only these few people are left? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon looked at the disciples below, his eyes filled with anger. These humans were indeed a bunch of ingrates that couldn't be raised properly. The rest is the essence. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon transmitted his voice. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon was stunned and nodded. That's right, in the face of such a situation, they still chose to stay, which means that they are truly loyal to us dragons. These people can be trained. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon smiled, looked at the disciples below, and said, "Thank you for your loyalty. We dragons will not treat you unfairly. Now we will bring you to Divine Dragon Island. Divine Dragon Island has better cultivation resources than here. Thank you, Lord Ancestral Dragon, for your training." Hundreds of thousands of people were excited, kneeling in the air to thank him. Qin Feiyang also squatted down, pretending to roar. "Then you guys go to this sovereign space divine object first." Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon waved his hand, an invisible force descended, and hundreds of thousands of people disappeared in an instant, including Qin Feiyang. This also meant that his plan to sneak into Divine Dragon Island had succeeded. Dragon God Mountain Range. At this moment, it was extremely quiet. Although Feng Daji was holding onto the two heaven-defying divine artifacts, eager to give it a try, Li Changhe did not dare to make a move without permission. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in Long Zun's arms rang. Long Zun felt it, but he did not take out the image crystal. He lowered his head and looked at Li Changhe, saying, "Little bastard, if you have the ability, then come and kill your way to Divine Dragon Island." After saying that, he waved his hand and swept up Li Chang and the others. He turned around and disappeared into the inner sea without looking back. "Don't even think about leaving!" Feng Daji shouted, grabbing the two heaven-defying divine artifacts. He was ready to chase after them. "Don't chase." Li Changhe immediately pulled Feng Daji back. "Young master, why don't you chase?" Feng Daji was startled and frowned. Li Changhe shook his head. "What is Long Zun's cultivation level? What is your cultivation level? Can you catch up?" But what else did Feng Daji want to say? "Don't say it yet." Li Changhe raised his hand to stop Feng Daji, turned to look at Qin Batian and asked, "Do you have a space divine object?" Qin Batian nodded. Li Changhe said, "Then let's go to the space divine object to talk." "All right." Qin Batian nodded, and brought the Mermaid Emperor, Li Changhe, and Feng Daji to a stone room that was about 100 feet tall. Li Changhe scanned his surroundings. Inside the space divine object, even if the dragons had people lurking nearby, they would not be able to hear their conversation. Li Changhe looked at Feng Daji and said, "Not to mention you, I'm afraid that even the Qin Emperor does not have the confidence to catch up to Long Zun." After saying that, Li Changhe looked at Qin Batian and said, "Qin Emperor, am I right?" Long Zun's cultivation is too strong. In terms of speed, no one can compare to her. If we want to keep her, we have to kill her when she's unprepared. Or, she can stay behind and fight us head-on. Qin Batian nodded. Feng Daji's face was filled with unwillingness. But suddenly, he turned to look at Li Changhe and asked suspiciously, "Wait, why did you call him Qin Emperor?" In the past, the young master had always called Qin Batian Ancestor. Qin Batian and the Mermaid Emperor looked at each other, and also looked at Li Changhe suspiciously. "This is the second reason why I didn't let you chase after her." Li Changhe smiled bitterly at Feng Daji, took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth, immediately restoring his true appearance. "Old Li, why are you here?" Feng Daji was stunned. Qin Batian and the Mermaid Emperor were also stunned. "The young master asked me to take his place." "The young master is not here. I don't have the guts to let you take the risk to chase after Long Zun." Li Changhe shook his head. "If the young master is not here, then where is he?" Feng Daji asked. "Didn't the young master say that he was going to the Divine Dragon Island to save Yishui, and the other two? I guess he has already entered the Divine Dragon Island." Li Changhe. "He really went?" Feng Daji's expression froze. "What? He entered the Divine Dragon Island?" Qin Batian and the Mermaid Emperor were also shocked when they heard this. Li Changhe nodded. Qin Batian frowned and said, "Why didn't he tell me about this when we were discussing it?" The young master knew that if you knew that he had entered the Divine Dragon Island, you would definitely stop him. Therefore, he only told you about the plan to seal off the Divine Dragon Island and snatch the resources of the Dragon God Palace. He also ordered us not to reveal this to you before he entered the Divine Dragon Island. Li Changhe sighed. Nonsense, this is really nonsense. Rushuang, how could she hide such an important thing from me? Qin Batian was furious. Miss Rushuang knows the young master's temper too well. She knew that she couldn't stop the young master, so she hid it from you with us. Li Changhe, you guys have no idea how terrifying the Divine Dragon Island is. Feiyong's trip is a one-way trip. Qin Batian looked at Li Changhe and Feng De helplessly and sighed. The Divine Dragon Island is even more terrifying now. There is a barrier set up by the Dragon God. The Mermaid Emperor said. What should we do now? Qin Batian rubbed his forehead, his face full of worry. Li Changhe said firmly, I believe the young master will have a way. I believe so too. Feng De nodded, then looked at Qin Batian and said, Send me out. From now on, my duty is to seal off the northern inland sea. Qin Batian glanced at Feng De, then turned to the Mermaid Emperor and said, You also go back to the dragon-slaying palace immediately and mobilize all the divine generals to protect the people of the divine prefecture. The Mermaid Emperor nodded. Li Changhe also took a phantom elixir and changed into Qin Feiyong's appearance again. Qin Batian led the four of them out of the spatial treasure. The Mermaid Emperor opened an altar and left. Qin Batian and Li Changhe accompanied Feng De to the coast of the inland sea. Old Feng, your task is very difficult. Li Changhe glanced at the sea and said to Feng De, As long as I am here, the dragons will not be able to step into the inland sea. Feng De waved his hand, and two heaven-defying divine artifacts rushed into the sky, and the terrifying divine power sealed off the entire northern coast. Qin Batian looked at Feng De, his eyes full of admiration. Even in the dragon-slaying palace, there weren't many people with such courage and boldness. Feiyong this brat was indeed a very outstanding leader. Qin Batian raised his head and looked in the direction of the Divine Dragon Island, his eyes full of worry again. Chapter 2842. East, West, and South. Just as Feng De said, the people who went to these three places were not so lucky. A total of 750 people fell into the hands of the Dragon Slayer Palace and the Fire Lotus. There was also a rolling mountain range outside the inner sea. At this moment, the flames of war burned. A huge barrier sealed off the entire mountain range. A middle-aged man stood outside the barrier. This man was Lu Xingyang. This barrier was set up by Lu Xingyang. As a great achievement imperishable realm expert, it was too easy to imprison a half-step imperishable realm expert. Just inside the barrier, the five-clawed golden dragon was like a demon god, crazily slaughtering the 250 half-step imperishable realm experts. Don't kill me, I beg you. The five-clawed golden dragon's methods were originally very fierce. Every time he attacked, a half-step imperishable realm expert would fall. Blood dyed the barrier red. The five-clawed golden dragon was crazily killing, but the people who were killed were terrified to the extreme. They were not weak. Even in the entire ancient world, a half-step imperishable realm cultivator could be considered a peak expert. In the eyes of the nine heavens realm, paragon gods, and divine lords, they were like gods. If the five-clawed golden dragon did not have a heaven-defying divine artifact, the 250 half-step imperishable realm experts could still fight. After all, the five-clawed golden dragon's cultivation was only a small realm higher than theirs. Initial achievement imperishable realm. But now, the five-clawed golden dragon had two heaven-defying divine artifacts in his hands. Killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. This was the terror of heaven-defying divine artifacts. Not to mention those weaker than the five-clawed golden dragon, even those with higher cultivation would still die. However, these people's pleas did not make the five-clawed golden dragon feel any pity. Clang! With a wave of his hand, a golden sword appeared. The sword was 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long, with a golden dragon engraved on its shoulder. This sword was the golden dragon ancestor dragon's heaven-defying divine artifact. The 5-clawed golden dragon grabbed the sword and slashed. It did not revive. But even if it did not revive, its edge was unstoppable. These half-step imperishable realm experts also had divine artifacts, but the highest was only a paragon divine artifact. Clang. How could a sovereign-grade divine artifact be compared to a heaven-defying divine artifact? The divine weapon in the hands of one of them shattered on the spot. The golden battle sword descended, and that person was instantly cleaved into 2 halves. His divine soul was directly annihilated. Bastard, I'll kill you. Seeing this, suddenly, a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Self-detonation. You also need to have a chance to self-destruct. The 5-clawed golden dragon waved its hand, and another heaven-defying divine artifact, the blood-red dagger, shot out. It instantly sank into the man's chi si. A bloody hole appeared and blood gushed out. Following closely, the 5-clawed golden dragon waved its golden battle sword and killed that person. The whole process was smooth and without any hesitation. They didn't even have the chance to self-detonate, and the group of people fell into despair. The 5-clawed golden dragon slashed one by one, and the 200 or so people quickly fell to the ground, completely wiped out. Above the barrier, Lu Xingyang's heart ached when he saw this. These people were all half-step invincible realm. If they all joined the Dragon Slayer Palace, the overall strength of the Dragon Slayer Palace would instantly skyrocket. What's there to feel sorry for? Young Master isn't here. Even if we keep them, there's no way to break their fate contract. Besides, do you think Long Zun will be stupid enough to give them to us? Not surprisingly. She will either come personally to save these people, or directly activate the fate contract to erase their divine souls. In short, she would rather destroy them than let us get such a big advantage. The 5-clawed golden dragon saw through Lu Xingyang's thoughts and said coldly, "Even so, seeing them fall one after another with my own eyes, I can't help but feel sorry." Lu Xingyang sighed. As long as they are humans who follow the dragons, they deserve to die. There was no sympathy in the 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes. He stepped out and landed on the coast. Dragons, looking in the direction of the divine dragon island, the 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, "Seal!" Clang. The blood-red short blade and the golden battle sword immediately soared into the sky. A terrifying divine might that could topple mountains and overturn the seas quickly sealed off the entire eastern inland sea. Western region. Fire Lotus also assisted the people of the dragon-slaying palace in capturing the 250 people alive. On the coast, Fire Lotus wore a mask as she stood in the air, looking in the direction of the divine dragon island, her face full of worry. She would never doubt Qin Feiyang's decision. Since Qin Feiyang had decided to go to the divine dragon island, then he would definitely go. And she would not persuade him, because she understood Qin Feiyang better than Li Changhe and the others. Rather than persuade him, it was better to silently support him. It was just that the divine dragon island was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Qin Feiyang going alone to take the risk was truly worrying. "Miss Fire Lotus, what are you looking at?" A middle-aged man dressed in black walked over. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and his dark pupils were like 2 black holes, seemingly able to capture one's soul. Also, his cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was apparently an undead overlord at the initial success stage. "Nothing." Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. Clang. As she waved her hand, 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts flew into the sky. One of them was the rusty axe. The other was a white, thin sword that looked like it was carved out of jade. It was the heaven-defying divine artifact of the white dragon ancestor dragon. The power of the 2 divine artifacts spread in all directions and completely sealed off the western inland sea. I didn't expect heaven-defying divine artifacts to be able to grow. The man in black shook his head. That's why these heaven-defying divine artifacts followed Qin Dage. Fire Lotus smiled and turned around to look not far away. The ground there was shattered. Apparently, There had been a thrilling battle before. At this moment, the 250 people sent by the dragon ancestor were standing together awkwardly. There was a barrier around them that trapped them. Fire Lotus asked, "Senior Blackwing Emperor, what should we do with these people?" That's right. This man in black was the first Blackwing Emperor who had followed Qin Badian for many years. Senior. The Blackwing Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. In terms of seniority, I'm still your junior. But you're stronger than me now. Fire Lotus said. The Blackwing Emperor shook his head and smiled. Let's address each other as equals. Fire Lotus thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine. The Blackwing Emperor looked at those people and said, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for Fei Yang to deal with this. Qin Dage, Fire Lotus murmured. Qin Dage might have already entered Divine Dragon Island. Waiting for him to deal with this was unrealistic. Just as Fire Lotus was pondering, those 250 people suddenly screamed at the same time, their expressions extremely painful. Then they fell to the ground one by one and died. What's going on? Fire Lotus and the Blackwing Emperor turned pale with fright. The Blackwing Emperor released his divine will and checked. He exclaimed, Their divine souls have been erased. Their divine souls have been erased. Fire Lotus's gaze trembled. She suddenly turned around and scanned the sky above the inland sea. Suddenly, Fire Lotus's gaze locked onto a certain spot in the sea, and a cold light surged in her eyes. A blurry figure stood amidst the rolling waves. Longzuan. The Blackwing Emperor also looked over, and his pitch-black eyes immediately surged with a cold light. That's right. That blurry figure was Longzuan. The two heaven-defying divine weapons, the axe, had already sealed off the coast. She did not dare to take the risk to rescue them, so she simply erased those people's divine souls. Her methods were truly ruthless. Looking at Fire Lotus and the Blackwing Emperor from afar, Longzuan did not say anything and directly disappeared. So, the south. The same scene happened. More than 200 people who were imprisoned fell to the ground at the same time, dead. Hui stood together with a middle-aged man in white. When he saw this sudden scene, he immediately turned around and scanned the sea. So, they also saw Longzuan in a certain part of the sea. Go and tell Qin Fei Yang not to think that he can do whatever he wants just because he has a heaven-defying divine weapon. The good show is yet to come. Longzuan left these words and disappeared without a trace. The good show is yet to come? Hui raised his eyebrows. The man in white next to him smiled gently and said, Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered, let alone dragons. Then I'd like to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Hui smiled coldly, turned to look at the man in white and said, White Wing Emperor, I alone am enough here. Go and find Qin Badian and ask him to immediately send people to assist the city lords of the major cities to completely eliminate the claws of the dragons of the divine land. The man in white nodded, opened an altar, and left. After Hui watched the man in white leave, he looked up in the direction of Divine Dragon Island and sneered, Dragons, your end is coming. Not long after, Holy Dragon City. A black-armored masked man appeared, and his terrifying aura was not concealed at all. The black-armored man directly rushed into the city lord mansion. Greetings, Lord Divine General. Jiang Dafei immediately greeted him. Where's the messenger of the dragons? The black-armored man asked. After learning about the movements of the dragon god palaces, he has already gone into hiding. But I have sent people to secretly follow him. Do you know where he is now? Jiang Dafei said. The messenger of the dragons in Holy Dragon City was the former palace lord of the Dragon God Palace. Bring me there. The black-armored man's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Jiang Dafei was stunned and asked, Lord, are you going to attack the dragons? The Qin Emperor has ordered all the major cities of the Divine Land to completely eliminate the claws of the dragons. The black-armored man said. But I've been waiting for this day. Jiang Dafei was extremely excited and asked, What about the young lord now? I don't know. The black-armored man shook his head. He really did not know, because the Qin Emperor did not tell anyone about Qin Fei Yang sneaking into the Divine Dragon Island. It was better to be safe than sorry. Only by keeping this secret could they ensure Qin Feiyang's safety to the greatest extent. Jiang Dufei smiled and said, "The young lord must be planning something big." "You have so much confidence in him?" The black-armored man was surprised. Jiang Dufei nodded. The black-armored man shook his head helplessly. Why did he feel that in the eyes of Jiang Dufei and the others, Qin Feiyang's status was higher than the Qin emperor's? Perhaps this was Qin Feiyang's charm. No matter where he went, he could get a group of loyal followers. Chapter 2843. As the Dragon Slayer Palace made their move, the entire divine prefecture fell into chaos. Falling into chaos was inevitable. After all, such a big thing couldn't be done quietly. At the same time, in the sky above a certain mountain range, hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, looking around curiously. These people were the disciples of the Northern Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang was also in the crowd. And now, they were still in the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon's spatial divine item. The interior of this spatial divine item was very large, with undulating mountains and rivers. Although there were no fierce beasts, it was filled with rich essence and energy. Qin Feiyang had secretly checked it at the first moment. This spatial divine item could at least hold millions of people. And there were many spirit veins and crystal veins underground. Of course, the spirit veins and crystal veins here couldn't be compared to the Black Tortoise realm. One had to know. Just the Northern Dragon God Palace alone had hundreds of thousands of spirit veins and crystal veins. Could be said that, this time, the 4 divine dragon palaces could instantly improve the cultivation environment of the Black Tortoise realm by dozens or hundreds of times. In other words, when the time came, as long as Hui, Fire Lotus, and 5-clawed Golden Dragon put the spirit veins they robbed into the Black Tortoise realm, then in terms of cultivation environment, the Black Tortoise realm would directly surpass the divine prefecture. At the same time, with the nurturing of these spirit veins and crystal veins, the Black Tortoise realm's growth speed would instantly soar countless times. They believed that in a few million years or tens of millions of years, the Black Tortoise realm would truly be comparable to the ancient realm. A few million years or tens of millions of years. In the outside world, this was very long, very long. But for the Black Tortoise realm, it was quite fast. 1 day was 1,000 years, 10 days was 10,000 years, 100 days was 100,000 years, 1,000 days was 1,000,000 years, 1,000 days was just a little more than 3 years. 3 years was just a blink of an eye in the eyes of mortals, let alone cultivators. So the current Black Tortoise realm was very scary. Of course. And the creatures in the Black Tortoise realm, as the cultivation environment improved, they would also become stronger. For example, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang were now powerhouses of the 9th Heaven realm. Perhaps after a while, he would have to start breaking through to the imperishable realm. As long as the Black Tortoise world gave birth to an undead realm expert, the Black Tortoise world would undergo a huge transformation. Until then, the Black Tortoise world was no longer a small world. It was a great world that could be compared to the ancient world. It's already been so long, why is there still no movement at all? Could it be that we haven't reached the Divine Dragon Island yet? Someone asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang glanced at that person and casually asked, "Are you that impatient to see the Divine Dragon Island?" Of course. To me, the Divine Dragon Island is a holy land. Look at the past. Only those who have broken through to the half-step undead realm are qualified to enter Divine Dragon Island. People like us don't even dare to think about it. And now, I have the chance to enter Divine Dragon Island. Of course, I am a little impatient. After that, the man looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Don't you want to?" "Yes, of course. It's just that Lord Ancestral Dragon hasn't appeared yet. It's useless even if we think about it." Qin Feiyang laughed. "I thought you didn't want to." That person pursed his lips. Who doesn't want to see such a legendary place as soon as possible? I'm just thinking, is this Divine Dragon Island as magical as the legends say? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with curiosity. This is a must. After all, it's the dragon's headquarters. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the Dragon God Palace. I believe that the Divine Dragon Island is definitely countless times better than the Dragon God Palace. That person said. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Outside Divine Dragon Island. Inside the main hall, Long Zun sat at the top, while the 10 great ancestral dragons stood respectfully below. How's the situation? Long Zun scanned the 10 great ancestral dragons. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon looked at Long Zun and said, Old Black and I brought back more than 300,000 people, but the resources. Speaking of this, Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon's face was full of anger. The white-clothed woman looked at Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon and asked, Were all the resources snatched away by Qin Feiyang? That's right. Qin Feiyang's actions were too fast, and there was Qin Batian and the Mermaid Emperor blocking us. When we entered the Northern Dragon God Palace, other than these 300,000 people, there was nothing else. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon said angrily. The same goes for the Western Dragon God Palace. The white-clothed woman shook her head and sighed. She looked up at Long Zun and said, Lord, when we arrived at the Western Dragon God Palace, there were only a few 100,000 people left. What about the East and South? Long Zun asked. Although the resources of the Eastern Dragon God Palace were also plundered by Qin Feiyang's men, the people left behind were not bad, more than 800,000 people. Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. The resources of the Southern Dragon God Palace were also all gone. As for the disciples of the Dragon God Palace, there were more than 500,000 people. Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. These bastards, their movements are too fast. Long Zun was furious. He thought that he could more or less get back some resources, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even get back a single herb. It's all the Dragon Slayer Palace's fault. If they hadn't intercepted us halfway, we would have had a chance to get back some resources. Silver Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared. Phew. Long Zun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Then how many people did we bring back from the 4 Dragon God Palaces? We've counted. The disciples of the 4 Dragon God Palaces added up to about 2 million people. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon respectfully replied. The 4 Dragon God Palaces have more than 100 million disciples, but now only 2 million people are left? Long Zun said angrily. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon nodded. Bastard! These humans deserve to die. Killing intent surged in Long Zun's eyes. The 10 great ancestral dragons looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. Lord Long Zun, although there are only 2 million people left, their loyalty to us dragons is beyond doubt. If we can train them well, they will be a very terrifying force. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. That's true. To be able to choose to stay at a time like this, they must be absolutely loyal to our dragon clan. It's no exaggeration to say that they are more reliable than Li Chang and the other powerful humans. The woman in white nodded. Then focus on training them. Of course, signing a destiny contract is also necessary. You guys can handle this matter yourselves, Long Zun said. The 10 great ancestral dragons nodded respectfully. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon asked, Lord, what about the people we sent out? Those who went to the east were all killed by Qin Feiyang's men. It was that 5-clawed golden dragon. As for the people in the south and west, I erased their souls, so only Li Chang and the others who went to the north came back alive. Long Zun said. Killed them all? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon was stunned. Long Zun said angrily, Not killing them and letting Qin Feiyang take advantage of them? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon shrunk his neck. I now know Qin Feiyang's intention. He wants to seal off Divine Dragon Island and imprison us dragons on this island. Long Zun said. Imprison us? The 10 great ancestral dragons were shocked. That's right. There are 2 heaven-defying artifacts in each of the north, south, east, and west. If this isn't to imprison us, then what is it for? If it weren't for the sovereign divine weapon, I'm afraid they would have already killed their way into Divine Dragon Island. Long Zun snorted coldly. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said resentfully, This little bastard is quite ambitious. He actually wants to take away the rule of the ancient world from our hands. His plan is very good, but he neglected one point. My Dragon God Palace now has the time rule of 500 years in a day. As long as I have enough time, when I step into the half-step sovereign realm, I will be able to fight against the heaven-defying artifacts. By then, it will be the time for us dragons to fight back. Long Zun sneered. That's right. Although I don't know how he left the Nether King's Hell, after leaving the Nether King's Hell, he won't be able to cultivate in the ancient city. In this way, his cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon nodded. So, all of you have to hurry up and cultivate. Strive to step into the great undead realm before I break through. By then, with me restraining the heaven-defying artifacts, all of you will be able to easily kill Qin Batian and the others. Long Zun said. The 10 great ancestral dragons replied respectfully. Long Zun waved his hand and said, "Then go and make arrangements for the disciples of the Dragon God Palace." The 10 of them nodded respectfully and turned to leave the palace. Qin Feyang, Qin Batian, do you think you have already won? Just you wait. When I break through to the half-step dominator realm, it will be your doomsday. Long Zun looked at the night sky outside the palace and his eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. In the sky above a mountain, the 10 great ancestral dragons stood side by side. Swoosh! As the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon, the White-Robed Lady, the Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon, and the Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon waved their hands, countless people appeared in the void before them. These people were the disciples that they had brought back from the 4 Dragon God Palaces. Qin Feyang was among them. As soon as everyone appeared, they immediately scanned their surroundings. What entered their sight was an endless stretch of mountains, rivers, and land. Although the Divine Dragon Island was just an island, even the Undead Realm experts were unable to see the entire Divine Dragon Island. One could imagine. How big was the Divine Dragon Island? In the mountains, there were clouds and mist lingering around. Rivers extended in all directions. The grass and trees were green and it was like a fairyland. The spirit vein and crystal vein energy here is indeed more terrifying than the Dragon God Palace. Yeah. Unbelievable. How many spirit veins and crystal veins are there underground? Look at the top of the mountain. Those are definitely rare herbs in the world. The 2 million disciples scanned their surroundings, their eyes filled with shock. Not to mention these people, even Qin Feyang was quite surprised. The spirit vein energy of the spirit vein and crystal vein energy of the Divine Dragon Island was not even 1/10 of the Devil's Land. One had to know. The Devil's Land had long been comparable to the Dragon God Palace. Now, it had far surpassed the Dragon God Palace. Even so, it was not even 1/10 of the Divine Dragon Island. It was really unbelievable. The most shocking thing was that precious herbs could be seen everywhere in the mountains below. In just half a mile, he found all kinds of elixirs that could open the door to potential, as well as herbs that could increase cultivation. For example, the Tree of Fortune and the Tree of Divine Infant. Their thick trunks could not be surrounded by dozens of people holding hands. There were thousands of fruits on them. This was simply a treasure trove. It was much better than the Black Tortoise Realm. Chapter 2844. If he wiped out the Divine Dragon Island as well, thinking of this, Qin Feyang's heart couldn't help but burn. The resources of the Divine Dragon Island and the 4 great Dragon God Halls were equivalent to 2/3 of the Divine Continent's resources. At that time, how much would the Black Tortoise Realm grow? It was hard to imagine. Just as Qin Feyang was lost in his thoughts, the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon said, "As you can see, this is the Divine Dragon Island." Lord Ancestral Gragon, can we really cultivate here? Someone immediately asked, his eyes filled with apprehension. This place was too tempting. The dragons brought them here. It felt like a dream. Of course. And the Dragon Sovereign personally instructed me to focus on training you guys. The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon laughed. Focus on training us? Everyone was stunned. That's right. We dragons don't need any talent, we only need loyalty. We dragons also have this confidence. As long as you are loyal to us dragons, Even if you don't have talent, we dragons can still nurture you into a supreme expert. The black dragon ancestral Gragon said proudly. We will pledge our lives to the dragons. 2 million people knelt down and swore. Qin Feiyang also lowered his head and squatted in the crowd. Now was not the time to be impulsive. If he didn't lower his head, he would attract the attention of the dragons. He needed to keep a low profile and try not to attract attention so that he could find Yi Shui, and the other two. Very good. The great ancestral Gragon looked at the attitude of the group and were very satisfied. The black dragon ancestral Gragon waved his hand and a crystal appeared. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look, and his eyes flashed. It was a divine stone of fate. You know what to do. The black dragon ancestral Gragon said indifferently. Everyone stood up and nodded. Then, they all cut their fingers and drops of blood appeared. At this moment, the 10 great ancestral Gragon were extremely cautious. They released their spirit sense and carefully looked at everyone, because they were worried that someone would take advantage of the chaos and not bleed. However, what they were worried about did not happen. 2 million people had cut their fingers. Qin Feiyang naturally had some too. At this time, he couldn't play any tricks. As for this destiny contract, of course, he wasn't afraid. The enslavement seal could be removed at any time. Ancestral dragon black dragon waved his hand, and all the blood turned into a river of blood that surged into the sky and into the divine stone of fate. Very soon, the fate contract was completed. Li Chang, you will be in charge of arranging their cave residences. Remember, give them the best resources. The black dragon ancestral dragon put away the divine stone of fate and looked down at the mountains below. Yes. Li Chang flew out of the cave and stood in front of the black dragon ancestor dragon, nodding respectfully. Don't make things difficult for them. Also, your reaction when you encountered Qin Batian in the north made Lord Dragon Sovereign very displeased. Ancestral dragon black dragon said. This lowly one knows his mistake. Li Chang's expression changed as he hurriedly knelt in front of the black dragon ancestor dragon. We don't mean to blame you, but you'd better learn your lesson. You should know Lord Dragon Sovereign's temper. Even if we are ancestral dragons, if we dare to rebel, he will not hesitate to kill us. Ancestral Gragon said meaningfully. Thank you, sir, for your mercy. This lowly one will definitely remember. In the future, I swear to be loyal to you and will never betray you. Li Chang bowed his head and said, All right, remember what you said today. Ancestral dragon black dragon glanced at him indifferently, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said with a smile, Divine Dragon Island has a time array that lasts 500 years a day. Work hard. After saying that, the 10 great ancestral dragons dispersed and returned to their respective clans. A time array that lasts 500 years a day? It can't be. Divine Dragon Island's time array is actually so powerful? After the 10 great ancestral dragons disappeared, more than 2 million people were in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Not only did they have endless resources, but they also had a time array that lasts 500 years a day. This was simply heaven. Brother, are you excited? A young man beside Qin Feiyang grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulder and asked. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and nodded to the young man. But he didn't mind. What was there to be excited about? A mere 500 years a day couldn't be compared to the time array of the ancient castle in the Black Tortoise realm. Of course. For these people, it was indeed something to be excited about. Because these people in front of them, not to mention a time array that lasts 500 years a day, they had probably never even seen a time array that lasts 10 years a day. Li Chang did not open his mouth to urge them, and stood at the side quietly looking at everyone. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li Chang, his eyes shining. Li Chang. This name, when he was communicating with the ancestor had mentioned it before. He had a cultivation base of the initial imperishable realm, and his strength was quite impressive. Moreover, judging from the warning that ancestral dragon black dragon gave Li Chang should have fallen into the hands of the ancestor and might even have the heart to rebel at that time. In other words, this Li Chang was actually not willing to work for the dragons. Otherwise, why would he have the heart to rebel? Therefore, this Li Chang could be used as a starting point. He knew nothing about Divine Dragon Island. He had no idea where Cloud Supreme, Yi Shui, and Old Man Yi were. And in order to find out about this, he had to find a suitable person. From Qin Feiyang's point of view, this Li Chang should be the entry point. However, he couldn't be too direct. After all, Li Chang would definitely be afraid after being warned by Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon. At that time, if he were to overreach himself and expose his identity, the gains would not make up for the losses. So, this matter had to be done slowly and observed first. After a while, everyone finally calmed down, and the place became much quieter. Have you all calmed down? Li Chang finally spoke. Greetings, Lord. Only then did everyone realize that they had neglected Li Chang, and hurriedly bowed. Li Chang nodded his head, glanced at the group of people, and said, "Since you've all calmed down, then follow me." After saying that, Li Chang flew down, and everyone immediately followed him. Entering the mountains below, everyone could clearly see that whether it was the surrounding giant peaks or the mountain ridges, there were countless cave dwellings of all sizes. This place has no special name. We call it the cultivation ground. In the past, there were about 1,000 people in this cultivation ground. And now, sigh, it's fine if I don't say it. In short, they are the same as me, humans. Moreover, their cultivation bases are at least at the half-step Undying Realm. Among them, there are many initial and initial stage Undying Realm experts. So normally, if you have nothing to do, don't make a fuss here, lest you disturb everyone's meditation. As for the cave dwellings, there are many here. You can pick one. Li Chang looked at the group of people and said, "So many Undying Realm experts?" More than 2 million people were once again in an uproar. In the past, it was difficult to even see a single Undying Realm expert outside, but on Divine Dragon Island, there were more than 1,000 Undying Realm experts. If the Undying Realm experts of the dragons were included, how terrifying would the number be? Chapter 2845. In the past, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. What Li Chang said was that there used to be more than 1,000 Undead Realm experts here. What about now? This time, Long Zun sent out 1,000 Undead Realm experts. How many came back? From Li Chang's tone, it seemed that they had lost a lot. Alright, that's it. You guys make your own arrangements. After Li Chang finished speaking, he was ready to leave. Lord Li, what about the resources? Yeah. Cultivation requires soul stones, right? Where are we going to get them? There are also divine arts and divine weapons. Lord Ancestral Dragon just said that he would give us the best resources. Someone hurriedly asked. Giving you the best resources doesn't mean giving you divine arts and divine weapons. If you are equipped with everything, what's the difference between you and the flowers in the greenhouse? Li Chang raised his eyebrows. But Lord Ancestral Dragon said so. Someone was not convinced and used Ancestral Dragon to suppress Li Chang. Lord Ancestral Dragon said so, but the resources do not include divine arts and divine weapons. If you want it, you have to rely on your own abilities. As for soul stones, we weren't prepared for the sudden arrival of so many people. Let me ask Lord Wang Chang first. Li Chang said. So? Everyone was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Who is Lord Wang Chang?" Li Chang said in admiration, "He is the strongest of our human race and also the strongest of this cultivation place. Great Achievement Undead Realm." Great Achievement Undead Realm. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. He thought that among the dragons, Yi Zhong was the only Great Achievement Undead Realm expert, but he did not expect there to be another one. The foundation of the dragons was indeed unfathomable. The others were also shocked. They never expected that there would be such a terrifying existence in this cultivation place. You guys find a cave to settle down first. After I discuss with Lord Wang Chang, I will inform you. After Li Chang finished speaking, he rose into the air and flew towards the highest peak not far away. Qin Feiyang followed his gaze. On the peak of the mountain, he could vaguely see a very ordinary straw hut. However, he did not sense anyone's aura on the mountain peak. Presumably, This Lord Wang Chang was a very low-profile person and did not release the slightest bit of aura. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Don't think too much about it. Hurry up and pick a cave abode. Let's settle down first. A slender purple-clothed youth turned around to look at everyone and smiled warmly. This person had the cultivation of the 9 heavens realm perfection, and he looked a little harmless. However, would a truly kind human choose to be the dragon's lackeys? Definitely not. Because once they chose to follow the dragons, they would become the enemy of mankind. Therefore, this purple-clothed youth was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. This person was definitely someone who was two-faced and had a dark heart. Qin Feiyang glanced at the purple-clothed youth and silently remembered this person. Everyone began to choose their cave abodes. There was nothing to be picky about. This was because all cave dwellings, crystal veins, and spirit veins had the same energy. However, there was one thing that was unavoidable. Contest. No matter where it was, there would always be competition between people. This might be the nature of humans, always wanting to be superior to others. Therefore, in the eyes of some people, the higher one stood, the higher one's status would be. Therefore, those who were more competitive would choose a cave abode that was in a higher position. Just like that purple-clothed youth. He chose a cave abode at the top of a giant mountain next to him. Standing at the entrance of the cave abode, he even turned around and looked down at Qin Feiyang and the others. Not only was there a trace of disdain in his eyes, but there was also a natural arrogance. How arrogant! A black-clothed youth beside Qin Feiyang muttered in a low voice. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and could not help but turn to look at the black-clothed youth. Brother, why did you enter the Divine Dragon Island? The black-clothed youth also noticed Qin Feiyang's gaze and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, What about you? Qin Feiyang asked. Me. The black-clothed youth was stunned and said in a low voice, Of course it's for cultivation resources. In that case, you follow the dragons, but you don't really want to serve the dragons? Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-clothed youth hurriedly made a shushing gesture and carefully glanced at the people around him. Seeing that no one had noticed, he heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, the black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and said discontentedly, Brother, do you want to kill me? How can you say that? Qin Feiyang smiled and did not speak again. The black-clothed youth said unhappily, You haven't answered me yet. When I came to the Divine Dragon Island, I naturally followed the dragons and pledged my loyalty to the dragons, because the dragons have always been my faith. Qin Feiyang said these words that went against his heart without blushing or skipping a beat. Faith? The black-clothed youth was surprised and shook his head. Although we are all followers of the dragons, I'm afraid you're the first person to treat the dragons as faith. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The black-clothed youth looked deeply at Qin Feiyang and reached out his hand. I am a disciple of the Southern Dragon God Palace, Li Xiaofei. I hope brother will take care of me in the future. Qin Feiyang did not want to pay attention to this person. But this person seemed to be naturally familiar with him. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, then reached out his hand and shook hands with Li Xiaofei, and smiled. I am from the Northern Dragon God Palace, called Wang Xiao Air. Both of our names have the word, Xiao. It seems that we are really fated. Li Xiaofei smiled in surprise. Indeed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Xiaofei said, Then Brother Wang, we are friends from now on. If there are any benefits, don't forget me. Friends? Qin Feiyang murmured and waved his hand. Not at all, I will have to trouble Brother Li to take care of me in the future. Brother Wang, you must be joking. With my cultivation, I am not qualified to take care of you. Li Xiaofei shook his head. Qin Feiyang began to size up Li Xiaofei's cultivation after hearing this. His cultivation was not weak. Peak 9 Heavens Realm. Brother Li, you must be joking. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile. A peak 9 Heavens Realm cultivator needed his care? Do you think a serious person like me would joke? To be honest, Brother Wang, I can feel that although our cultivation is the same, your strength is definitely stronger than mine. Li Xiaofei laughed in a low voice. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He could even feel that? Did he really think he was a 3-year-old child that could be easily fooled? Of course. My sixth sense is very accurate. Li Xiaofei nodded with a serious expression. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li Xiaofei, then looked at the purple-clothed young man and asked in a low voice, "Is he strong?" "Not bad. But not as strong as you and me." Li Xiaofei glanced at the purple-clothed young man and said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, cupping his hands, "Sorry to disturb you." After saying that, he walked towards a mountain ridge on his left without looking back. This Li Xiaofei was simply a fraud. It was better to stay away from such a person. "Brother Wang, what do you mean?" Li Xiaofei caught up and frowned. "You don't think I am fooling you, do you?" No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "With your attitude, you still dare to say no?" Li Xiaofei was dissatisfied. "Brother, I am very busy. Can you stop bothering me?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. Li Xiaofei shook his head and sighed. "I wanted to be friends with you sincerely, but you think I am crazy. How sad." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. What kind of person was this? They didn't seem to be familiar with each other. Ignoring Li Xiaofei, Qin Feiyang passed through the forest and finally arrived at the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was more than 100 feet high, like a giant python, winding up and down. On the mountain, there were hundreds of cave residences of various sizes. But here, he couldn't even sense a single aura. It was quiet all around. Qin Feiyang glanced at the mountain ridge, then walked toward the cave residence at the bottom. "Brother Wang, I am right next to you. Call me if you need anything." Li Xiaofei rolled his eyes and ran to a cave residence next to Qin Feiyang, grinning at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and strode into the cave residence. Inside the cave residence, about 100 feet, the ground and walls were inlaid with a kind of black stone slab. Other than that, there were no other decorations. It looked very simple. However, for Qin Feiyang, this cave residence didn't mean much. Because even if he was cultivating, he would go to the castle to cultivate. This cave abode was nothing more than a place to deceive others. At the entrance of the cave residence, there was a black stone door. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the stone door immediately closed. The entire cave residence immediately fell into darkness. Subsequently, he leaned against the wall and lowered his head to ponder. Although he had successfully sneaked into the Divine Dragon Island, how could he inquire about Yi Shui and the other two? One had to know. This was the Divine Dragon Island, the headquarters of the dragons. Everything must be under the control of the dragons. Moreover, although there were 2 million people who entered the Divine Dragon Island this time, almost no one knew that the Chief Pavilion Master, Yi Shui, and Old Master Yi were on the Divine Dragon Island. So, once he asked someone to inquire about it, it would definitely arouse suspicion. And if he slowly searched alone, the Divine Dragon Island was so big, how long would it take to find them? He didn't have time to waste like this. After all, he still had to plan how to escape the Divine Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Although he had sneaked in, he was at his wit's end. Suddenly, he thought of Yi Zhong and immediately sent a voice transmission. "Master, you are more familiar with the Divine Dragon Island and know about Long Zun. Can you guess where Long Zun might have locked them up?" The most likely place is the Divine Prison. But that's not necessarily the case. We have to investigate before we know. Yi Zhong's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Divine Prison? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. But this Divine Prison is located below the sacred mountain of the dragons. There are supreme experts guarding it, and Long Zun has personally set up a barrier. It's almost impossible to sneak in. Yi Zhong said. Divine Prison, Qin Feiyang muttered. It would definitely not work if he asked his master to do it now. After all, in the eyes of the dragons, his master had already fallen. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought of Li Chang again. This person might really be able to make an entry point.